stability, price stability, and the fact that inflation is very precisely targeted for the medium term, and that our monetary policy is aiming and taking all the necessary steps.
This is Bloomberg Television. I'm Bonnie Quinn in New York. The Nasdaq now observing a moment of silence, remembering the 9/11 attacks.
As we commemorate the 24th anniversary of the attacks of September 11th, 2001, please join me in a moment of silence.
You've been listening to a moment of silence at the Nasdaq, remembering the 9/11 attacks. And we'd like to go now to the New York Stock Exchange for a moment of silence there. Moments of silence there at the New York Stock Exchange and the Nasdaq, remembering the 9/11 attacks. We return now to the ECB news conference in Frankfurt.
Then certainly it's for the authorities to enforce the rule of strict conversion. And I very much hope that the authorities do that, because it's the rule, and it needs to be enforced. But we look forward to having you, and you will also, don't forget, being part of this market of 350 million people, your destination, whether it's for vacation or whether it is for investment, has a different face. The cost and the risk is in euro. Thank you.
And for the next question, we go to Olaf Storbeck of the Financial Times. Olaf, please.
Thanks a lot. My first question is on the burden of proof in your data-dependent framework. It felt to many that until June, the burden of proof was kind of that data needed to disappoint or to surprise in one way or another to prevent another rate cut, while now it feels that the burden of proof is data has to surprise to potentially justify another rate cut. Is this kind of a fair assessment from your point of view, or how would you look at that? And my second question is a conceptual question on bond spreads and kind of the European government bond market. So your communication on TPI is pretty clear and says you want to address disorderly, unwarranted market dynamics that undermine the transmission mechanism. How do you think about orderly and justified disruptions to bond spreads that may also undermine monetary policy transmission? I think the TPI doesn't really address this question, and I think it would be good to get some understanding of the Government Council's thinking on that one.
Well, thank you very much. I was not expecting less from you, but I tell you what resonates with me when I listen to your first question as to, whether it's the burden of proof is here or there to justify up or down or hold or blah, blah. I think there were many governors around the table who, after a good discussion on the inflation outlook, the underlying inflation, the strength of transmission, and the risk, there was a good discussion on risks. After all that, many said, look, let us not over-engineer, please. And I think they have a point. So we are, you give me a chance to actually make another point which is slightly different. But we are very lucky so far, and I hope that stays the same, to have data of which the integrity is not challenged. So the data that we receive from the statistics...
All right, guys, 8 minutes till the open.
...member states that are compiled by Eurostat, despite the trauma that we have seen
Let's see.
a few years ago out of Greece.
Let's check out the news today. CPI dropped at 8:30. We had a crazy candle
I think the
at
integrity of the
8:30.
data that we use is very high, and this is valued by all of us. But we take all of that, you know, the data that exist, the projection that we receive, the detailed
There's no
analysis,
news the rest of the
granular,
day.
details in which we go down to understand underlying inflation, the assumptions that we make on the price of oil,
Traders,
on the price of
par,
gas, on
EC race
price of
goes
commodities,
over.
the
That's all
exchange
European
rate,
stuff.
and we factor all that in. And it's on the basis of that mass of data that we try to organize as best as we can to see how it impacts inflation and how it helps us transmit our monetary policy stance that we decide. So I think that I would betray my governors on the Governing Council if I was to
So CPI
enter
hit
with you in
forecast.
that rather
They're saying all the rate
discussion
cuts
about
are
the burden
priced
of
in, so
proof,
I don't
which
know.
I was very familiar in my
If I was to
legal
have a
days,
biased or a gut, I think that
which
we
was
drift
on
down and
slightly
fill some
different
gaps
nature.
today.
So
Kind of
think
firm things up for the
let's
big
not
move higher when the
over-engineer.
rate cuts actually
Let's
get
look at all
here.
the data. Let's
But
look at all of them when they
same
come.
deal as always.
Decide on a meeting-by-meeting basis.
3 minutes
Make
till
sure
the
that we
open. We're going to
continue
let
to
the
be in a
open
good place
kind of get itself organized. Around 10:15, trade box
the
will turn
decisions
on.
that
Then we're going to
we
make
need
sure
to
the
make
ES and
at each
NQ
meeting.
are organized on the same
Now, your
side of the
second one
VWAP with the stochastics going our way, and we'll
I'm
start
very
hunting
familiar
those
with,
entries and
TPI that you,
profit
you've
targets.
just mentioned, and
3 minutes
we
to
have
go.
given a host of details and terms and conditions under which
Anyone have a bias on
documents
today?
is to be found
Any
on the
reason
press
for your
release that we
thinking?
issued back
ES
more than
is
a year
approaching
ago at the
all-time
time when
highs
it,
again.
came out.
So
And
we're like banging off
you
the
have to remember
all-time highs
always
on
that
the ES, which is right up here,
There
right
is a
around
set of
65, 65.
criterias. There is a market assessment, and then there is the decision of the Governing Council. So it's in no way cast in stone.
I got this
or it's
eval
not a
qualified
straitjacket,
this
and the
morning,
discretion of the
so
Governing Council always exists.
maybe if
Now,
I'm
having
lucky,
said
they'll
that,
let me
this is
convert
an
it early,
explanation
and we'll be
about
back on a
TPI, because
PA. We'll
TPI
get all
was not
back
discussed
organized
at
and
all
back on our normal
in the
track
course
here.
of our Governing Council meeting.
The next question goes to Leonid Euxitidis of Handelsblatt. Leonidas, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to come back to the inflation outlook, please. Last week, Isabel Schnabel again explained in detail why she sees the balance of risk tilted to the upside. You said you didn't discuss so much about the topic today, but can you tell us, did more governors today share Isabel Schnabel's view compared to July? Could you share some brief insights with us? And secondly, in July, your communication was interpreted as more hawkish. Were you surprised by that? And do you feel comfortable with the fact that markets now less likely to factor in further interest rate cuts? Thank you very much.
That is 3 questions, so I will discount your third one.
Okay.
2 is already a stretch, but 3, no. You know, as I just said, particularly because we have now agreed on the strategy review, and that one of the changes that we have all agreed is to discuss around the baseline the risks. we had that good discussion of risks. Risks to growth, risks to inflation. We do not ever settle on risk to inflation as to whether it is to the upside, to the downside. We mention a number of factors that constitutes risk to the upside and risk to the downside. And this is all sort of highly technical and subtle, because depending on where you are and where you want to be, those risks to inflation,
All
to the
right,
downside,
here we go.
to the upside are either
We're
good or
pushing
bad.
higher out of
So
the
you have to
box.
enter into, I would go back to my previous
Ding, 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 open.
questioner. That is a bit circumvoluted. But we do have those discussions, and we did have it yesterday and this morning, and it resulted in the risk paragraph that you have in the monetary policy statement, which starts with...
All right, so our first move, we're pushing higher. So we got a fair value gap up ahead.
Have become more balanced.
Let's see if we challenge that on the push up. All-time highs for the NQ are just above us also.
Compared with risk
That's
to the
interesting.
downside, which was
So
incorporated
NQ
in
and
our
ES
January
are
policy
kind of
statement.
organized on the
Relates
highs.
predominantly
They could, that's interesting. They've never been this close together.
statement. It relates predominantly to
So that is President of the ECB, Christine Lagarde, speaking in Frankfurt. We'll return to that news conference in just a moment.
This
but we
could
do
be
want
the
to move
consolidation
these
point.
opening
We could be
numbers, because
consolidated
we're
for the
higher
push
once
higher.
again
I'm
today
not sure
on
if we're
the
going to
back
need to
of
fill
CPI
those gaps
data
on the
that
way
perhaps
down.
wasn't as bad as feared, and on initial
I
jobless
don't
claims
know.
that
We'll
although
see about
slightly
950.
worse
We'll see
than
if we
we
get the
estimated,
pullback or
were
not. The
also perhaps not as
950
bad as
pullback,
feared.
we'll
So
see
we
if
have
that
our rally
happens.
continuing. The S&P 500 up a third of 1%. The Nasdaq 100 up a full half of 1%. That halo effect from Oracle's 36% jump clearly impacting the Nasdaq today, although we know Oracle is not a member of that particular index. We even have the Russell 2000 higher, and I do want to mention the euro as well, trading above 117 after that ECB decision. Let's get to some stocks to watch, because we have Delta Airlines reaffirming its outlook for the quarter and full year after seeing a rebound in consumer confidence. Open Door Technologies, look at that, 31% higher, bounding higher after the co-founders rejoined the board and a Shopify executive was named CEO. And then Klarna shares, well, even they have turned around. That'll tell you the kind of market it is, because they were lower pre-market after rising 15% in yesterday's IPO. Well, they've just turned again. Let's get back now to Frankfurt and ECB President, Madame Christine Lagarde.
exactly what was felt by a very large majority of my governors around the table. And I think I've, as mentioned earlier, repeatedly said that we continue to be in a good place, which does not mean that we are on a predetermined path, because we have to decide meeting by meeting, because we are data dependent, and because we have to face the risks and challenges that are coming. Thank you.
So the next question goes to Isabella Bufacchi of Il Sole 24 Ore. Isabella, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So my first question is on the resilience of the euro area economy. How far is this resilience one of the reasons for holding rates unchanged? And my second question, if I may, is still on the good place where the ECB is. Could we also think that it could be a pause in the direction of a rate cut, in the sense that is there a direction of travel, which is an expression you used in the past? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your fidelity in attending and in remembering the words that I've used in the past. So you are right to refer to the resilience of the euro economy. And as an example of that, the fact that we had over the first half of 25, 0.7% growth.
All right, guys. Excuse me.
That resilience. Now, some would argue.
So
no,
we're about
you
4 or
had
5 minutes into the
front-loading
trading
in the
day.
first quarter
We
and
got
you
our
had
initial
in the
push
second.
up.
And I would submit that this is
CPI
not
came
actually
in,
the case. There
cost
was
per unit for
front-loading,
manufacturing
but
came in
the
at forecast.
unexpectedly high number that you
Had one crazy liquidation wick, and we didn't really do
front-loading.
anything after that.
But was also partly investment and
I'm kind of
consumption.
feeling like we need to fill gaps
you
to the
look at the
downside,
second
but the
quarter,
ES and NQ are very
which is lower
organized
than
at
we
the
had
all-time
anticipated.
highs. So it feels like it's
If you take out
consolidated to
Ireland,
this point.
tend
I
to
don't
take
know if
out
we got to
Ireland,
go
not
down
because
and
we
fill
don't
any
like
gaps
Ireland, but
before
because
we meet
sometimes
here
it's
again and go
about
higher.
for reasons that many of you
But
understand. But if you take out
you know, the news is kind of
contributions
indicating all the rate cuts
to,
that are going to happen
contribution
over
of
the next
consumption
3 to
and
4 months are
investment
already
to
baked into the
0.2%.
product here. We're already considered those.
So
So you're not going to get a real bump off rate cuts.
we know that
They've
there are
already priced it
headwinds,
in.
and there will continue to be
So
headwinds
let's
to
see
growth.
if we get the
I'll
950
remind you that
pullback
we have
today, and if we
revised
drift
our
lower to pick up those gaps
growth
down
projection
below.
for the whole
That's kind of what I'm
of
thinking. If
25
anybody has any
from
ideas, throw them in the
0.9
chat.
to 1.2%.
We're not really going to do a whole
So,
lot until about
it's not-
10:15,
it's a
10:30.
30%
There,
increase when you think of it.
there's no more real news coming in today. Let's take a look real quick.
But there will be headwinds.
Just
And that is reflected in the slight adjustment
Treasury
that we made
bonds.
for 26. We revised growth for 26.
Yeah,
at
there's
0.1,
nothing.
and we left
There's nothing
27
throughout the day. The news is
unchanged.
in for the day, so I guess
And we
we have
believe
to see
that
CPI year over year
there will be
2.9
positive
forecast, previous
for
2.7.
growth
So
that result from the
it
real
met the
disposable
forecast.
income that people have and will continue to have from a very strong labor market.
all
We
right.
project
Got
labor
my
market to
eval
have a
qualified.
6.1% unemployment rate, for
Just
instance.
waiting for
We
Lilu
also believe that
to send me the email so I can flip it
savings
into a
that are
PA and
still
we're back
very
in
high,
business.
about 15%, are likely. This is not a given, but there is a likelihood that those savings decline and will therefore
Yeah, that's it.
help with additional
Just got to kind of
consumption.
wait and
Added
see
to
what the
which,
whales do. We got
there
to
will be
wait and see. We
significant
got to get
investment
organized and
and
see which
public
way the
investment
whales
in
are going.
particular
I'm not going to try and
on the part of those
guess what the
countries that
whales are going to
want
do.
to increase their military spending, increase their
You'll get caught up in their
infrastructure
wake
spending.
and get smacked
The,
by the tail.
Recovery and Resilience Fund continues to be
We just want to
disbursed
ride
until
with the
the end of
whales and
26,
scrape a little off the
and
top. So let's
military
see what they
expenses will
do
pick
over the
up,
next
but from
hour, and
there,
then we'll try and,
probably a little earlier than that actually.
once
and
we get
continue
organized,
to,
we'll look for our entries and
so
map
those
out
are,
our take
you know, essentially
profits.
the reasons
All right, I'll be
that
back in
we
a little
see
bit.
on the upside. There are downside, as I said. You know, there will be headwinds, no question about that. And you can include in that, you know, more trepidation in trade, the strength of the exchange rate, and what have you. And this is factored into our projections, by the way. You know, I'm not going to characterize as pause, hold, direction of travel. I think all of that is swept away by the principles that we have agreed, which is to be data dependent, to decide meeting by meeting, to not have a predetermined path, and to really look at inflation outlook, meaning baseline.
Now we want to take you to a moment of silence in observance of when American Airlines Flight 77 struck the Pentagon.
That you, O Lord, would assuage the anguish of their bereavement and leave only the cherished memory of the loved and lost, and the solemn pride for those who have laid so costly a sacrifice upon the altar of freedom. For those of our day who have taken up the cause to secure our homeland, to wield the sword in righteousness to protect our neighbors, grant prudence to execute justice with honor, always mindful we are under your divine gaze. Grant the blessing of wisdom and insight for our leaders, that they may be guided to do your will. Grant humility throughout our land, acknowledging your goodness to us. And finally, we offer supplications for those who currently are deployed, underway, or on duty for our nation. Surround them with the protection of the angels and a joyful reunion with faithful loved ones. In your most holy name.
And my father.
Amen.
Meredith's father. And
please join me for a moment of silence for that minute of impact 24 years ago today.
All right, you've been listening to a moment of silence at the Pentagon. President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump in attendance, marking the 24th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. You can continue to follow the ceremony on your Bloomberg terminal at Live Go. We return now, though, to the ECB news conference in Frankfurt.
Focus at the moment, as far as the US-Europe relationship is concerned, really focuses on trade and how much more we're going to learn of this trade situation and the repercussions that it will have, taking into account the overall spread of the tariff changes that have taken place and will continue to take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next press conference is on 30 October, not in Frankfurt, but in Florence after our External Governing Council. Thank you very much.
And you've been watching the ECB news conference, but I do want to give you a check on stocks now. We're about 10 minutes into the trading session, and we are higher on the day after economic data didn't pan. So we have the S&P 500 up 0.3%, the Nasdaq 100 up about 0.25%. Now the Russell 2000 is flying away with things. It's up 0.5% right there, those small caps, benefiting potentially from any interest rate cut that we might see next week and beyond. Let's take a look at yields, because we did see just a slight flattening of the curve and yields lower, and they're staying lower. The 30-year yield at 4.66. As you can see, the 2-year yield there at 3.50. The 2-10 spread is just at 50 basis points now. It had dipped below that for a few moments just a little earlier. Well, joining me at the desk is Evercore ISI Chief Equity Derivatives and Quant Strategist Julian Emanuel, the perfect guest for a day like today when we see the Mag 7, all the AI stocks rallying. But Julian, before we get there, I do want to acknowledge that it is, of course, the 24th anniversary of 9/11 and the attacks on that really awful, fateful day. You've never spoken publicly about where you were that day. Would you share it with us now?
Yeah, well, look, there are very few days and times in a person's life that shape that person's life. And I was downtown that day as a trader and lost friends and colleagues that day. And so that has stayed with me. But there was really two things, I think, that I take away from that day. And the first, on a business level, as tragic and horrific as it was, as huge a blow as it was to the United States of America and really the world, we remain resilient. Things bounce back. The markets opened a week later, and look at the progress we've made in all walks of life since then. And then, of course, on a personal level, when I got home, the look of joy and relief on my wife's face, and having my 2 young sons there when so many others didn't return home, is something that stayed with me.
And you've mentioned to me that you were about 500 yards away at the time working as a trader in Spear Leeds, Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, it's, and it was difficult to return to the office. But again, life has to go on, and it does, and it did. And I think, we're reminded about the resilience, again, given the tragic happenings in Utah just yesterday.
Absolutely. These things continue to keep coming, but there are a few days, as you mentioned, that get seared into the brains of Wall Streeters, and I definitely think that 9/11 obviously takes, the icing on that. Do young traders ever ask you about that day and that time period?
All the time. All the time. We talk about it. I started my career on a stock exchange floor, the American Stock Exchange. And so there is a difference and a novelty, but again, the camaraderie that's very particular to the financial business is something that people understand and share. And, part of developing in the business is learning the lessons and understanding the lessons of the past.
For sure, and we'll always remember, and it's hard to believe it is the 24th anniversary, but there are people still around that can remember and were there on the day, which in itself is a consolation, right, Julian?
Yeah.
Well, I guess let's talk about markets then, and this bull market that just keeps going. Julian, you told us we should be perhaps prepared for a little pullback. Did we already see that pullback, or are there more to come?
Well, so, if you think about the data we saw this morning, if we had seen that data 6 months ago, the markets would be plunging, okay? Jobless claims breaking out of a multi-year sort of sideways channel, and, hot inflation data. And so in our mind, there's still a likelihood that you're going to get a pullback. And frankly, every great bull market, and this is a great AI-driven bull market, which we think ultimately goes to 77.50 by the end of next year. But every one of these great bull markets tend to have moments that try and get investors to get off the ride. And we think there's still a possibility you get that before now and year end, but we'd use that as a buying opportunity.
Buy the dip. Well, Julian, I'm going to blow your mind right now because for the last 2 years, I have had this little note on my desk, literally August the 6th, 2023, where you put out a note on generative AI and you said within 5 years, your base case was that there will be 67% AI adoption. We're just 2 years in, and would you say we're on track to meet your forecast?
We're absolutely on track. I mean, all credit to my team who developed the adoption curve those several years ago. We're really on track. And in fact, what we've seen anecdotally and the difference this year and why the rally has been so relentless off of that April low is that companies across industries are talking not only about how they use AI to control costs, but to drive revenue. And that's different and that's bigger.
Yeah. And Julian, I have to ask you because we have seen just a couple of stocks take most of the buying, let's say, or, see most of the buying through this, NVIDIA being one of the very large ones. But are you seeing just a little bit of rotation into other AI and AI adjacent stocks in the last few weeks?
Well, you are, but actually when you take the backdrop of it and you think about this bull market in the context of the late 1990s, what's remarkable about it is that market breadth in the late 1990s was actually poor. It was sort of all technology all the time. And in fact, when you look at the advanced declines today, they have been going up in lockstep with the averages, which tells you it may not be as headline fascinating as we are by the Mag 7, but the vast majority of stocks are also participating.
Now, the other thing that you do is you talk about the enablers, the adopters, and the adapters. And, in your research, you and your team basically find that, almost every industry, if not every industry, adapts and enables and adopts to some degree. Therefore, how do you choose which parts of the market you should be in at which particular time?
So what we like to do is look at the companies within the range of industries who've been very upfront about talking about AI. So until recently, it's been difficult to put numbers around, how much they're spending and what benefits they're deriving. So we put a lot of stock in, how many times they talk about it on a typical conference call. And we sort of adjust that for some industries. Obviously, technology talks about it more. On average, real estate talks about it less. But we adjust for that. And we also screen that further by thinking about companies who actually have reasonable valuations in a market that's very highly valued, basis their last 5 years of history, and most importantly, in an environment where when we think about 2026, earnings growth is just going to be an extremely important driver, where their earnings revisions trends are positive.
Now, how much does this story intersect with the interest rate story? Because it looks all but certain now that we're going to get at least 25 basis points next week. Beyond that, what do you see, and does that fuel the fire even more?
Well, it does, and we're in the camp that, like the market, you're going to get somewhere between 5 and 6 25 basis point cuts out to 2026. And the interesting thing about it, and the backdrop again of the late 1990s, where the Fed actually tried to pop the bubble that was really only beginning to form in the second half of 1999. We're not in that environment at all. We don't really see any combination of inflation or growth that would cause the Fed to turn around.
All right, guys, we're working on 9:50 in the morning. 20 minutes has gone by. We got a quick pop-up, a little pullback. We're playing around the VWAP. We are above the VWAP on both the ES and NQ as of now. We're working on all-time highs. All the news is in for today, so we got what we got.
That looks to be, getting incrementally more fragile as
We should just play out off what we have. There's really no catalyst unless something, comes out of nowhere.
None of that concerns you?
No, well, the productivity part, again, is one of the positives. I think the labor market, from our perspective, is is an evolutionary type thing, because
So,
clearly the data this
I'm gonna
morning
give it.
was
I'm
on
gonna
the
give it
weak
about
side.
another
We
half
don't
hour to
think
see where
it's
we
a-
end
it's
up
a red
here.
alarm
I
flag.
don't really see a
So
long
we
right
do
now.
think that when you think about what the Fed's going to do next week, there's
I'm gonna
still a
wait.
question
I'm gonna wait
about
till the trade
whether
box
they're
turns
cutting
on and do a
because
full
they can or
evaluation of where
because
we're
they
at,
have
and then
to.
we'll kind of
But there's also
figure
this
out where we
idea
might want to
of
draw
the
some
changing
entry
immigration
ideas.
policy, affecting the
All
labor
right, guys, let's
balance.
see what
We'll
happens at
have to see how
9:50
that
through the
evolves.
next
But on
20 minutes.
balance, at the end of the day, you're still near generationally low levels at the unemployment rate.
You know, you talked about the 5-year period, which would bring us to, what, 2028? We're 2 years in. But I'm just curious, you know, is there a tipping point at which, sure, it's almost like the monetary policy transmission mechanism, right? The AI transmission mechanism, we're using it more in the economy, but it's time to move on stocks-wise.
Well, so we're going to be very attentive, again, to that overall level of adoption amongst the rest of industry and the trends that we see, because ultimately, if you get a stalled adoption rate, the hyperscalers will likely be under pressure. We don't see that as an overriding theme right now, but again, to the extent that we get closer to the middle of next year and think about 2027, when right now the projections for CapEx start to moderate, we'll be looking at that closely. But as I said, again, nothing for us to worry about in the here and now.
All right, Julian, see, when I saw that note, I knew it was one to keep on my desk. Julian, thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your remembrances of 9/11 as well. So generous of you. That is Evercore ISI Chief Equity Derivatives and Quant Strategist, Julian Emanuel. Time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. First up, Bank of America is cutting its rating on UPS and on FedEx, citing the end of the de minimis tariff exemption for small value packages. Next up, D.A. Davidson cutting its rating on Apple. It's citing the iPhone maker's lack of an AI strategy. The tech giant was also cut at Philips Securities. And finally, Chewy getting raised to a buy at Deutsche Bank following the company's earnings results. The firm says there's more opportunity for revenue growth in 2026 and beyond. August consumer prices then were mostly in line with estimates, but still above the Fed's target month over month at least, and year over year as well at 2.9%. Meanwhile, weekly jobless claims just hit their highest since 2021. Bloomberg International economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee joins me now to discuss the data. Michael, you know, many of these, numbers were in line with estimates, but yet when you dive in a little bit deeper, some things were troubling. Airfares, for example, and if you want to fix your car, it's going to get a little bit more expensive.
Services prices are the concern for much of the economics world right now, because they're still going up, and they're not really related to tariffs. I mean, but given where we are, even the headline numbers are a bit of a concern. You look at the CPI and the core, and they're going in the wrong direction, and they're way above the 2% target. So at this point, clearly it's not a free pass for the Fed. Certainly doesn't justify anything in the range of a 50 basis point cut. And it puts into question what happens in October and December at their meetings after September. This is still not bad enough to keep them from cutting in September, but beyond that, we're going to have to see. Some of the things that move the most are things that are going to be political problems, too, for the White House. And a president who has declared inflation has completely disappeared. Food at home, that's groceries, up 0.6%. Used cars were up 1%. You mentioned airfares up almost 6%. Airlines have cut capacity. They're raising prices again, and that may continue. Household furnishings, though, video and audio equipment, not too bad, and those are categories that are tariffed. Video and audio equipment going up, but furnishings is where everybody thought we would see a lot of tariff impact, and it hasn't happened yet. Does that happen? That's going to be the question. And as I mentioned, Bonnie, goods versus services, both of them are going up, but at this point, services prices still rising faster than goods, but you can see goods, the white there on the far right, they are going in the wrong direction as well. The trend is not your friend. So for the Fed, something to consider, and something they're going to have to try to parse for us when they get to the Fed meeting, because they will probably cut rates, but then have to explain in the face of rising consumer prices why they did and whether they're going to continue.
On the initial jobless claims, it was a 28,000 job difference. So the number came in at 263. Economists were looking for 235. Sure, it's materially significant for each of those 28,000 people, but statistically, is it materially significant?
It would be important if the trend continues. We're going to have to see more than just 1 week, but it was a relatively large jump. And the problem is, once you start seeing that, you might see it continue and pick up steam. But the issue is that was the Labor Day holiday week, and it's hard to seasonally adjust that. So we're going to have to wait another week and see if we get the same level of job cuts or even more to know whether this is something we should be worried about or not.
You know, the balance of risks did seem to be tipping towards the labour market, and the Fed did seem to have some, ammunition to maybe talk about that next week. But after today, can we say the same thing?
Probably. The labor market has been weakening, and the Fed is concerned about that a little more than they are about inflation, because it's something we're going to have to ask them about, and I'll put it this way, because inflation, they believe, caused by tariffs is going to be a one-time rise in the price index for specific sectors. We'll see it, but then it won't continue. However, the worrisome thing here is if service prices still keep going up, then you've got an inflation problem that's not related to tariffs, and they're going to have to think about that, which is why I'm saying October and December, not done deals.
And of course, there'll be the continued expectation of, tariff questions, and also the Supreme Court taking it up on a fast track decision-making process now. So, the Fed chair will have to take that into account at some point as well. Did the bond market overreact in anticipation of this data after PPI and in the run-up to PPI?
Oh, I think you're always going to get immediate overreactions, and we saw, although it's probably more related to the jobless claims, the initial overreaction with yields falling. And I think that'll come back a little bit. The market has to figure out probably less what the 25 basis point cut is than what the path is going forward, and if there's any change in what the terminal rate is. If that's the case, then you may see a repricing lower if the Fed brings down the terminal rate.
All right, Michael, thank you so much. Looking forward to that next week. That is, of course, Bloomberg's Michael McKee. And coming up in the next hour, Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick is at Cantor Fitzgerald's headquarters for an exclusive interview with Brandon and Kyle Lutnick, sons of Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
We keep blowing through the highs on the ES. Who's taking the long now? All right, I got a call here.
Let me break down our CapEx into the buckets that we spend. Big part of it is to expand our reach of fiber. You cannot wait until there is certainty to build that. These have long lead times that require you to have conviction about where demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network right now. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit costs over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand that we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that three-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. This is a critical goods or service, and we have every confidence demand for it will remain. Will it be harder in a more challenged economic environment if that ends up being the case? Of course, but Remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I have every confidence we're going to be able to deliver our guidance.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Of us. If we get out of here, it'll be a total miracle. I love you, darling. Take care of Caitlin, beautiful daughter. 3 minutes later, the tower fell. Out of the ash, we witnessed the awesome power of that incredible love. We've seen it rise again. Out of the wreckage, we watched unbelievable courage suddenly take form. And out of the darkness, we saw the timeless truth of American character shine for the world to see. In America, we take blows, but we never buckle. We bleed, but we do not bow. And we defy the fear, endure the flames, and emerge from the crucible of every hardship stronger, prouder, and greater than ever before. Last year, we were a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. In New York, there were heroes like Chuck Costello, a 46-year-old elevator mechanic and a member of the Knights of Columbus. He selflessly ran into the World Trade Center to free people trapped in the elevators. His body was not found until the following January, deep under the debris. While going through his belongings, Chuck's widow, Mary, a phenomenal woman, discovered a personal prayer written in his own words, "Help me light the way for those in the dark, and when I enter the darkness, let me not panic, but patiently wait to remember the light." Beautiful words. When the time came, Chuck ran boldly into the darkness of hell on earth, and now he shines in the light of heaven above. We remember him this morning. That day we learned that the American heroic spirit was all around us. We saw it in the police officers, the great firefighters, the service members here at the Pentagon, and in the hearts of every American who answered history's call. One such hero was Army Sergeant First Class Steve Workman, who was on the edge of the impact zone when this incredible Pentagon was hit. He was right there. After leading hundreds of people to escape routes, Steve turned back and plunged into the inferno itself. Pushing through the debris, he came upon a severely burned Navy lieutenant, the only survivor from the Navy Command Center. Only one. The wounded lieutenant looked into Steve's soul and said, "Don't let me die." Steve replied, "I won't. I've got you. Just hang on." He wheeled the lieutenant out of the wreckage on the back of a maintenance cart before getting in the ambulance and taking him to Walter Reed Hospital. That man Steve saved, Lieutenant Kevin Schaefer, went on to join the elite team of CIA operatives who located Osama bin Laden. Steve, you're an American hero. We appreciate it. We appreciate what you've gone through. Please stand. Please stand. Where are you? Oh, good-looking man. You're a good-looking guy. You remember that day. You remember that day. Good. Thank you very much, Steve. That was something. That was something. In the years that followed, America's warriors avenged our fallen and sent an unmistakable message to every enemy around the world. If you attack the United States of America, we will hunt you down and we will find you. We'll go all over this sometimes magnificent earth. We will crush you without mercy and we will triumph without question. That's why we named the former Department of Defense the Department of War. It will be different. We won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between. And then we decided to change the name. Well, now we have it back to where we all want it. Everybody wanted it. Everybody is so happy to have it back. You will fail and America will win, win, win. The enemy will always fail. 24 years have passed since that Tuesday morning in September, and an entire generation of Americans have come of age in a totally different world. While they cannot remember the agony of that day, they are carrying on the legacy of those who lost. Around 8:30 a.m. on the morning of the attacks, Army Lieutenant Colonel Kip Taylor sent an email to his friends and family describing the joys of fatherhood and his excitement for the upcoming birth of his unborn son. He wrote, after you have kids, there are days that you just get going and you say, "Hi, honey, I'm home." What we do until that moment pales in comparison, but just that little statement, "Hi, honey," so American, so beautiful. But that's really the point of it all, isn't it? An hour after he sent that email, Flight 77 flew into Colonel Taylor's Pentagon office and claimed the life of a very proud father and true patriot. 6 weeks later, on October 25th, 2001, Colonel Taylor's son, Luke, was born. Luke then tragically lost his mom to cancer when he was just 2 years old, leaving him to be raised by his father's brother. As a young boy, Luke asked his uncle about the folded flag on the bookshelf, and when he learned about his dad's decades of devotion to the Army and the horrors of September 11th, that's when he learned. Luke carried that memory with him and joined the ROTC as a college freshman. He graduated just last year, and I'm pleased to say he is with us today as a second lieutenant and doing very well. He's rising quickly in the infantry, preparing for Army Ranger School. The spitting image of his dad, they say, Luke says that every time he puts on a uniform, he feels connected to his father and to our country. But it was a father he never knew. Luke, your parents are together in heaven, and they could not be prouder of the man that they have produced. They produced you. Those two great people produced you. Luke, please stand. Thank you. You look good, Luke. You look good. They're looking down on you. They're very proud. This morning, we recall the light of America's best and bravest and the love that they showed in their final moments. In their memory, we make a solemn pledge and a noble promise. We will honor always our great heroes, and you are our heroes. There's a group of people that don't want to talk about our heroes, but we will always talk about our heroes, and that's the way our country is, and that's the way the people feel. We will defend the nation they served, the values they upheld, and the freedom for which they died. We will support our troops, we will protect our families, and we will preserve the American way of life for every future generation. We will build taller, grow stronger, fight harder, and soar higher. And together we will go forward as one people with one heart, one fate, one flag, and one glorious destiny under Almighty God. May God bless the memories of those who died and the heroes who fought and the soldiers who still stand watch. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And that was the president speaking at the Pentagon, of course, marking 9/11, the 24th anniversary of the terrorist attacks on September 11th. We do have a simulcast in progress, meaning we have our Romaine Bostick of Bloomberg Television speaking with Brandon Lutnick, chairman at Cantor Fitzgerald, and Kyle Lutnick, vice chairman at Cantor Fitzgerald right now. Let's join the conversation.
Combined $180 million promise that he kept and fulfilled for the families.
And we have a continued promise here today where any children or anyone related to anyone that was lost in the towers on that day have a standing job offer here at the firm. And we have 10 individuals here working at the firm today. And it's really incredible that we get to help them either continue their career here or launch their career into the financial services world.
24 years, and now this company that you now helm, as well as the charity, is at a bit of an inflection point. You've taken over for your father as the chairman and executive chairman of Cantor Fitzgerald. You've seen how much it's been built back up since 9/11. You know, what did you have, a couple hundred brokers back then coming out of that, and you have 2,000 now.
And today, across the three companies, Newmark, BGC, and Cantor, we have about 14,000 employees globally.
How much do you expect that to grow?
I expect it to grow, you know, for the time. You know, the joke that Kyle and I make is that we have no political aspirations, so we're going to be in our seats longer than our father was in his. You know, he was at Cantor for 40 years, ran the firm for 30. But it's really a testament, you know, to the leadership, you know, our dad built here and installed here. You know, these guys, you know, really take a lot of the weight off our shoulders, and we're, you know, super honored and glad to be a part of an incredible executive team.
This year, you've had a pretty good run when it comes to underwriting. Last time I checked, at least through August, you were the #1 underwriter for U.S. global IPOs. You've been involved in Bullish and eToro. I believe you have a couple others potentially that could price this week, like Gemini and Legence. What's driving that?
Our father always said when the market's cold is the perfect time to invest. And we've put a lot of time and energy into growing our investment bank under the leadership of Sage Kelly. And doing new offerings has really been sort of a good place for us, hitting the markets hard.
Yeah, we've doubled our investment bank size over the last 18 months. And again, I really give credit to the team we've built here. You know, we're a private investment bank, and that's very rare in Wall Street. So when we, you know, commit to an industry, we commit, you know, skate to where the puck is going. You know, I think, you know, our crypto efforts really shown that. It's our ability just to commit to the sector before everyone else, and you're just really seeing it pay off. And again, these guys are everything.
And you anticipate keeping this private?
I do.
What's the advantage of that?
The advantage is when you're a great company, there's no need to go public. You know, public is about raising money and a few other items. And I think for us at Cantor, we're really special, private, and we get to, you know, commit to something. We get to move fast. We get to be mobile and be efficient. Less bureaucracy. But again, we have an incredible leadership team, and we run like a public one, but move like a private one.
And we should point out, I mean, right now you have 3 co-CEOs, one who heads equities, one who heads fixed income, and then, as you mentioned, Sage Kelly there with the investment banking business. Do you plan to keep that 3-tiered co-CEO structure?
There are 3 superstars, so I see no reason to change it.
Yeah.
SPAC deals. You have, Cantor Fitzgerald has always been a leader in that space, and we've seen a resurgence in SPAC deals. In fact, when you look at the number of IPOs we've had this year, more than half have been SPACs. What is actually driving that resurgence? Is that a regulatory easing, or is that just maybe just more risk appetite out there?
You know, Cantor has always been a big believer in SPACs. Before the SPAC boom in 2021, we were the #1 player in the space. During the boom, we fell down off of #1 because a lot of companies were going public. And now post-boom, we're back to being the #1 player in the space. It's always been an industry we've thought about and cared about, and always, you know, thought brought tremendous value. And you're seeing it again today. And I think what it allows is for us to be creative and thoughtful in how we help companies. And you've seen that with, you know, 21 Capital and BSCR to Bitcoin Treasuries, and hopefully a few more.
What's the health of the SPAC industry today relative to what it was after we came out of that boom in 2021, 2022, and things started to taper off?
I think it's very strong. Look, you know, I can't comment on how long an industry lasts, but I really believe in our franchise, and when you see it, you know, our SPACs tend to trade above 10, and that's because, you know, they believe that we're going to find the right companies and do it in the right way. And I think think so far we've proven it, and I hope to keep growing. And again, our guys, our leadership, they do an incredible job of really seeing that through and executing at a very high level.
We do a really good job of attracting great talent here. And so again, it really is a testament to the leadership and our guys that are working the floors and the phones every single day, hitting it hard and getting us opportunities.
How hard is it to find talent? And I guess more importantly, how hard is it to sort of fend off your competitors from taking that talent as well? I know Sage Kelly has talked a lot about expanding the IB business and also maybe changing the pay structure, or offering the pay structure, I should say, to your competitors.
I think talent's always tough to find, but when you have the right culture and the right environment, it becomes a lot easier. I mean, again, this crowd today, these guys are not taking a day's pay, and they're giving it all to charity, and that shows something. That's 24 years ago. Some of these guys weren't born yet. We were young. To be honest, I don't really remember the day, but I wear this 9/11 bracelet every day. I've been wearing it for over 10 years. It says honor and remember, and I think that's exactly what we're doing today. We're honoring those we lost and remembering them.
Part of the big issue, or I guess the crux of why this day is so important to us is of the 658 loss, you had a lot of pairs of family members. You had brothers, you had fathers, sons, mothers, and aunts, all working here on that day. And our father would always say, you have a spectrum of friends. You've got the friends that you go out with and they make you laugh really hard. And you've got the other set of friends that you find are really intelligent, you can have good long conversations with. And we want to try to hire those types of people. And so that's sort of why the culture here is really incredible, is you want to show up and you want to work with people that you like and people that you get along with. And that's sort of the culture that we're trying to drive here.
I mean, how much do you interact with your father on a business basis?
Not at all.
No.
It's a little sad actually, because we used to see him 12 hours a day every single day, and now I see him for a weekend, but we still talk. I mean, he's even with everything going on, he's still an incredible father.
Has his connections to the Trump administration helped your business?
No.
Not at all?
I mean, it's not supposed to help, right? Like we are a franchise regardless of his seat. We are a business that's built regardless of where he is. I mean, look, when you lose Howard Lutnick in the business, there's obviously a gaping hole, but we together, along with our executive team, are trying to fill that hole, and you see it today. I mean, we're having an awesome year, and honestly, we're hoping today's a record charity day.
Yeah, we feel good about that.
Have there been conversations, though, about how to avoid potential conflicts of interest, given your father's role at the Commerce Department? Any firewalls set up just to sort of make sure that everything sort of stays above board?
I mean, I think we are as perfect and ethically compliant as one can be, and our father's not a guy who takes risks. So I think from both sides we keep that very clean and sharp. But our father is, when you get called to serve for your country, you take the call, and we're incredibly proud of everything he's doing.
Very, very proud of him. Yeah.
When it comes to some of the policies coming out of Washington, there has been a deregulatory bent to that to a certain extent. But this is particularly evident in the world of digital assets and crypto. You've made a couple of big deals already. I think you mentioned 21 Capital just a second ago, Brandon. Obviously, the deal with Adam Back, which I believe should be coming to fruition by the end of this year. And of course, you've been either an underwriter or an advisor on several crypto-related IPOs and SPACs.
This administration really cares about America. I think they're very, just like they are and we are very bullish on the digital asset industry. And you need to give these companies a regulatory framework to survive, to flourish. Under the past administration, that didn't really exist. And this administration, are smart, thoughtful, and caring, and they really believe in this industry, and so do we, so does Cantor. And they're just giving them a place to thrive, and our job is to help them out.
Just yesterday, I think the OCC commissioner, the Office of Comptroller of the Currency, was at a CoinDesk event, and he kind of talked about this idea of trying to sort of remove some of the barriers between, I guess, the new digital world and more traditional banks and asset managers. The idea that there was sort of a regulatory friction in the middle of that. Are you confident that maybe we will see more of a melding of traditional finance and new finance?
I mean, you'd imagine. Look, I think the digital world can bring a lot to the traditional finance world. You talk about payments in seconds, frictionless. You talk about remittances. You talk about the tokenization of real world assets. Being able to trade 24/7. I mean, these are things that with the technology we have should happen, and I think this industry is going to be hugely successful. And again, big believers.
What is sort of the model, though, that you look for as you pursue digital assets? I mean, are you primarily looking at it as a buy and hold from a treasury perspective? Are you looking at it more as the underlying technology and what's that could sort of do in sort of reducing some of those frictions?
I mean, we're an investment bank, so our job is to meet great companies, meet great leadership, and help them accomplish their goals. That's really what I look for. But that's the same from healthcare to tech to FIG to industrial to digital, right? Like. We look for great leadership, we look for great teams, we look for great business models, we look for incredible company, and our job is just to partner and stay next to them and help them accomplish their goals.
You mentioned the idea of remittances and really just the idea of the transfer of money. Stable coins have finally kind of made it into the spotlight. How involved are you there? And more importantly, where do you see it going? Do you think that it will broaden out beyond just some of the small players we have, and it will become much more institutionalized within corporate America and even maybe potentially within governments?
I mean, we hope so. Obviously we have a very close relationship with the largest stablecoin in the world, Tether. They're an incredible company run by incredible guys, and everything they've been through, they deserve the world. I think the concept of stablecoins is clearly something that should exist across the world. I mean, you allow people in emerging markets to gain access to the U.S. dollar. It's dollarizing the world. It's dollar hegemony, and that is really incredible for the United States of America.
With regards to tokenization, Vlad Tenev over at Robinhood, he basically says this is the future one way or the other. How does that look paired up with traditional finance in the traditional way that we would buy a stock or a bond or other asset? Is that going to coexist side by side, or is that potentially a situation where tokenization would replace the more traditional system?
I mean, I think it's a bit strange and should be fixed that, if a huge event were to happen on a Saturday or a Sunday, Bitcoin would go up and down, but the classic traditional stocks, you have to wait till Monday morning. That is something that should get fixed. So I agree in the tokenization of being able to trade 24/7, but again, that's not really our perfect stratosphere.
All right, guys.
The state of New York City. Obviously, you have a big real estate business through Newmark.
We're not really organized yet. I don't like the way it looks. We're coming up on 10:20. I'm busy. I'm really busy at work today. I got a lot of stuff going on, so I'm not going to be on the mic as much today as usual, probably. But if you look at the ES is outperforming the NQ. They're not really organized yet. So I can't really say that there's a long or a short in either of them. They're in different places. If you look at the stochastics, you're completely pinned to the ceiling on the ES, but then you look at the NQ, the NQ is starting to roll, but the ES is still strong. So we need to, for me, I need them to, they need to consolidate and find a direction together. And then that's where your trade will typically be, on the same side as the stochastic after they're consolidated. So, but they got to run together. If they're not organized, then you're just going to get chopped up typically, unless you're like scalping a few points at a time or something like that. But even if you're doing that, you can get chopped up. It's not pushing in one direction yet. So I'm just going to give it, on the NQ, we've got too much volume anyway. The volume hasn't settled in. So I'm just going to give it another, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour, and see what we get. And then I just don't have anything to draw out now that would make sense when looking at both together. So we'll give it a little bit more time. I got to work some leads anyway. I'll talk to you guys after a bit.
When you have the smartest people in the room, the smartest businessmen in DC, things get done. Obviously, we think the world of our father, but that whole administration, the president, he's really, made promises and stuck to them, and I'm incredibly bullish and incredibly appreciative for their service and all the work they've done, and even more appreciative for the guys behind me. So,
one of the biggest projects that we're thinking about is the data center space and the energy grid of America. And one of the biggest risks that I see is people moving too quickly or making rash decisions to try to get ahead of the curve early and often. And so, what I would say is take a second, breathe, and come and talk to some of the most intelligent people on Wall Street and see if you can get a second or third opinion before you make your move. There's so many variables and so many factors when making any decisions in any of these markets, and making sure you get your second and third opinion is crucial.
Kyle, Brandon, really appreciate you having us here at your headquarters in New York. Thanks to both of you, and wishing the best of luck here on the 24th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks and the charitable efforts that have grown out of that. A positive development.
And that was Romain Bosick of Bloomberg Television sitting down with Brandon Lutnick, the chairman at Cantor Fitzgerald, and his brother Kyle Lutnick, the vice chairman at Cantor Fitzgerald. Cantor Fitzgerald, of course, every 9/11 holds a charity day to remember the 658 employees, as well as 61 Eurobrokers colleagues and friends who perished in the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center. And of course, on Charity Day, they donate 100% of their revenues to support a wide variety of charities. There's a lot of celebrities who go to the trading floor to help process the trades. It's a New York tradition every year, of course, a very sad tradition to mark the 24th anniversary. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Scarlett Fu with Nora Melinda. Paul Sweeney is off for the week. And of course, on this 24th anniversary of 9/11, we wanted to welcome in Carol Massar, co-host of Bloomberg Business Week, as I guess, we get reflective about how it's been. Certainly, New York has changed so much since 2001. I think about the financial district, all of downtown Manhattan, lower Manhattan, completely different from what it was in the early 2000s.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was listening to the coverage on surveillance this morning, and it's, I know it's 24 years ago, but it feels like it was yesterday. And I was down at the New York Stock Exchange. It wasn't my normal post here at Bloomberg. Someone called in sick, and they're like, we need you to cover the exchange. And we were in early, and I was down there from, I don't know, 7, 8 a.m. in the morning. And I remember when the first plane hit, and I think we thought it was just this random accident. It just logically didn't make sense. And then, of course, as the second plane and what happened in Pennsylvania and the plane in at the Pentagon, you realized, okay, there was something more going on significantly. And I think we were just trying to figure out what was going on. Being at the exchange, we realized at that point we were under attack and that this was something more significant. And they started moving us down to kind of lower levels in the exchange, thinking it was safer perhaps. And also thinking that, okay, you think about America and American capitalism, the New York Stock Exchange could potentially be an extreme target. I don't know, it gets me very worked up and very upset. It's hard not to think about, we were sitting, I remember us all in the exchange in these lower, I don't know whether it was the basement of the exchange, still kind of at some point doing calls in to Bloomberg when we could, but watching the monitors and seeing the buildings come down and realizing, okay, this is just a couple blocks away from us. And then being there for several hours and then walking out, and it was a rain of ash. And it was just gray outside. And you had to walk a couple blocks before you realized, okay, it's a really beautiful sunny day in New York, except for this.
How long were you locked up inside the stock exchange?
We got out about sometime after 11, I would say about 11:15. So it was at least a couple of hours since everything had begun. And we all then just, none of the subways, nothing was working. So we just walked from downtown uptown. And as you did, you already started to have people posting at hospitals on signs of missing individuals. It was really surreal. It was just masses of people walking from downtown. And it's...
And this is before everyone had cell phones so they could reach one another. I mean, you're kind of just walking away from downtown.
I remember my own family. I think I emailed my husband, I think at one point or something. He thought I was fine. He's like, you're in Midtown, you're not worried. And then to find out kind of later to have an understanding, okay, you're downtown. But yeah, there were hours that you didn't talk to family or anything. And upsetting. And I was also thinking about it was a time when the world kind of came together in support of the United States. And then I'm looking at it kind of in contrast of where we are today. And there seems to be so much division.
Yeah, it was a shocking moment, and it's something that, like you said, I think it's difficult for us to talk about it without getting upset.
Yeah, and we all, you and I have been doing this a long, long time, and there were individuals that we used to either have on guests and folks that we knew who lost their lives.
Right. And of course, in about 15 seconds, we're going to observe the moment of silence when the North Tower fell in Lower Manhattan on this 24th anniversary of September 11th, the terrorist attacks that felled New York and the Pentagon. York City observing a moment of silence to mark the fall of the North Tower in Lower Manhattan. We are looking at live pictures right now of the ceremony taking place at Ground Zero. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Scarlett Fu here with Nora Melinda on this 24th anniversary of 9/11.
Again, we're speaking with Bloomberg Business Week co-anchor Carol Massar about your experience on 9/11. You were in lockdown. Talk to us a bit more about what it's like, 24 years later, and how, of course, it's still a very somber experience.
I mean, we all knew people that either worked in the towers, people that had become friends, I think of Keefe Bruyette and Woods, like there were analysts there just everywhere, like so many different firms of folks that we would have on pretty regularly. And, you do this long enough that these people become, yes, trusted sources and guests on shows, but they become friends. You get to know them really, really well. And to think about that they were no longer there. It just touched so many different lives. We had Bloomberg individuals who lost their lives as well. But I also thought about this morning, I don't know how old you are, but there's a generation who didn't really, they were either very, very young, and so that this isn't something that they necessarily grew up with, unless they unfortunately lost parents as a result. So it's just like this moment in time. I remember the next day, I finally got home. You walked all the way up to Midtown on 9/11. There were ferries that were getting us over to New Jersey. I lived in New Jersey, and that's how you got out of Manhattan, because nothing was crossing the bridges or the tunnels. The next day, my husband's also a news person, and I got up and there was no trains working, or no, we typically had like car service to bring us in the morning. And he said, you got to get to work. Like, we got to figure out. And he went with me on the train because nobody was on there. It was just, here it was like 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning, something crazy. But I just remember New York City being still. Like, there weren't the cabs racing around.
Well, the stock market was closed for the rest of the week, right?
Stock market was closed, but just the city just kind of stopped because there wasn't the back and forth, certainly on the bridges and the tunnels. So it was just a really weird thing. And you looked at, I don't know, you just looked at everybody differently. And because I think we never thought on U.S. soil that there could be any kind of terrorist incident of this magnitude. It's a moment in time. Like, how can you forget? And you go down to 9/11, it took a long time for that rebuild. I think the memorial says it so well. For any of us, I used to work downtown at the World Financial Center across the way, and those 2 big buildings were just there forever, the World Trade Tower. So it's just...
Hey, Lone Wolf, how you doing today?
It's good to see the footprints of those buildings as well.
Yeah, that's my eval. I finished up my eval last night and this morning, so I'm just waiting for it to convert to a PA for Lilu. And then I'll be back on track. I'll have the PA, and I'm going to copy trade an eval and hopefully not go full retard and blow it up doing stupid shit. I'm going to start filling in the Discord with more information, more detail for people so they can understand what we're doing here. So, possible a good call option soon? I don't know, man. I don't know yet. If you look at the ES, we're right at this big thick red line is all-time highs, man. Like, this is like historic all-time highs, and we've been moving this up all morning. It started down here, and I've been we're moving it up again. So I don't know. Do you go long into all-time highs? You know what I'm saying? And the NQ is not really organized with it either. The NQ is kind of oscillating around, not pushing straight up like the ES. So I don't know, man. What are you feeling? You know what I'm saying?
And right around then, they interrupted programming anyway.
I'm not comfortable with really drawing a trade idea yet.
And, my friend was saying, this is really weird because no one does that. So I don't know what's going on. And then I went to the Bloomberg terminal because I could log in from home. And I saw a headline cross saying second tower attacked by plane. And on the TV screen, there was only one plane hitting a tower. So the terminal was ahead of the TV coverage. And then a few minutes later, you saw the second plane come across. So, I was reading the headlines and then seeing it
to see it
show up on television.
It's jarring. And I just think about that initial, I think, like I said, like, we thought it was a small plane. It was just something like really
a passenger plane
bad accident, like crazy.
Helicopter.
And then to realize it was something that was much more planned and coordinated, and
nefarious.
it was more than one. really upsetting, and just a different moment in time, I think, for the U.S. history as a country, and realizing how vulnerable we could be.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Nora, you grew up in the aftermath of all this, which is, you know, the security theater that takes place at the airports. I mean, you can't envision a time where you go straight up to a gate and just walk onto a plane.
You've never seen that.
Tiny, you know, you watch the movies where people are going to say goodbye to their loved one, they're running all the way up to the front gate, right where they're about to take off for a plane. That's obviously not what we have now. That's not the environment that we live in. So you definitely see the effects and how everything has kind of, you know,
the security of it all, right? Yeah, and I think most of us feel, for the most part, okay, whatever we need to do to stay secure because of what happened. I didn't think about that, right? It was just, I remember seeing family off to Europe and like going all the way, you know,
no one stopped
to the gate.
And you know, unless you were checking in luggage, anyone could wander anywhere in the airport. There's just this freedom of movement that didn't exist after 9/11.
You know, I wanted to just say one more thing, that like after as the event unfolded and all of us who were covering the event in the coming days, I just remember having to read these lists from different companies and how many people had lost their lives. And it was just something we did, but it was difficult.
Carol Massar, co-host of Bloomberg Business Week, on this 24th anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks.
Carol also picked up on the underlying sense of fear from Charlie Kirk. You're not wrong. Scared that if he goes against them, they'll kill him. You think, well, that's crazy. Charlie Kirk's been done multiple times. Like, again, the shooting happened yesterday. I completely forgot about all the Palestinians who were elected, Palestinian Palestinians. Charlie Kirk is very pro-Zionist. Palestinians are very radical in this country. Thinking about this,
All right, guys. Anybody have any ideas? Everybody got any stonks to pump? I'm in holding pattern. I kind of would like to see a pullback on both the NQ and ES to like a common zone and look similar on the stochastics. We're still pushing through all-time highs. Look at this. We're still pushing all-time highs on the ES. Like, what the hell? Where is all this money coming from? Like, who's paying? Who's paying for all these stocks at this price? All right, just moved it again. So I don't know. We definitely need a pullback to a common zone and then evaluate whether we're going to continue higher or if it's going to be the reversal for a short. I don't see going long here, and this is like the ascending knife. You're just going to try and catch the knife in the air on the way up.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash. We're brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Another day, more records. S&P 500, 46 points higher. That's up 0.7%, 65.78 on the index. The NASDAQ right now up 132 points. That's a rise of 0.6%. And the Dow, it's kind of the laggard, well, in terms of records. The Dow Jones Industrial Average actually up 569 points. That is up 1.
All right, guys, we're banging off all-time highs on the ES and Q. I mean, it kind of looks okay. Let's see how this rotation goes. Let's see how this rotation from the stochastic goes. If we get a nice clean rotation down to oversold on both the ES and NQ at the same time, then maybe, you know, somewhere wherever that zone ends up might be a good place to try and take along. Otherwise, that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the next rotation. They're both overbought right now, like pinned right to the ceiling. If you look on the NQ, it's right here, and then if you look on the ES, you know, same thing. So I'd like to see the yellow stochastic, which is the fast mover, just kind of roll and lay right into the oversold zone and peek its head back up, and then we'll take a look. That's kind of what I'm waiting for on both. All right, guys, I got some work to do.
Anybody? Tommy Bahama, the apparel brand, maintaining its annual earnings per share outlook despite anticipating higher tariff hit. As shares right now, they are up 26%. And as if the headquarters on Park Avenue was not impressive enough, J.P. Morgan Chase working out plans for what could be the biggest office building in London.
Wow. Really? They have a huge space in Dallas. They have this brand new headquarters in Midtown Manhattan, and now we're talking about something in London. Where are they at with that?
Just in the planning stages at this point. So
the blueprints are coming together.
TBD.
We check the markets for you and everything else all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Nora and Scarlett.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Scarlett Fu with Nora Melinda. Paul Sweeney is off for the day. In addition to it being an important day marking the 24th anniversary of 9/11, there was also some data that everyone was looking ahead to, and they got it at 8:30 a.m. CPI, Nora, came out, and it was largely in line with what everyone anticipated.
Right. Relatively tame reading that we saw here. And of course, this also was combined with more signs of job cooling. And of course, we're seeing a rally in bonds. This is all on the speculation that the Fed could potentially slash rates for the first time this year. what is that, next week? Next
It
Wednesday?
is next week. Next Tuesday,
Time
the
is
meeting
flying.
begins and the decision comes out on Wednesday. So let's bring in Lauren Seidel Baker. She's an economist at ITR Economics to give us her read on what this data means for markets and for positioning. So, Lauren, as we said, pretty much inflation coming in as expected, but this was a high stakes report. What did this report answer in terms of questions or doubts or perhaps hopes for what the Fed will do next?
Hopes. I think it keeps hope alive. In fact, in my mind, this really locks us into a rate cut. I'm personally in the camp of 25 basis points. We could see 50. Really, it's the overall path that matters more than any one individual meeting. But generally, what this also does is it keeps inflation on the table. We are not anywhere near the Fed's target of 2% inflation. This has proven much stickier. And after a couple months of kind of waffling at a low point, this could even mark the turn up in resurgent inflation in the second half of this year. That's something that we at ITR Economics have been concerned about for quite some time. A lot of factors coming to bear on pricing pressures. So for the moment, focus very clearly on the labor side of the dual mandate, but don't count inflation out quite yet.
So don't count inflation out quite yet. When you were looking back at this CPI report that we got today, where were you seeing some of the stickiness?
So most of the stickiness, it is in the bigger categories. So as we talk about tariffs, I know
All-time highs on the ES again. We just peaked above it.
is tariffs could potentially be that one-time price
Oh, maybe
adjustment.
we're gonna get our
At the end of the
pullback
day,
here.
tariffs
Maybe
just
we're
take
gonna
much
get a
more
little.
time to flow through our
All right, let's see what
economy.
happens. Maybe
Our
we're
estimates
starting to
indicate
get what we
between
need.
9 and 18 months to see those full impacts, partially because a lot of the bigger categories in something like the CPI, the largest individual driver here is shelter cost. That is not being hit by imports, at least on an immediate basis. So we are still seeing some of those more pervasive, more persistent pressures. I think tariffs are still an upside risk. I don't think we have seen the end of that story quite yet. But for the consumer who's feeling all these pressures, higher home prices, right, still relatively high mortgage rates, those shelter costs especially are something that it's just really straining. And we're also seeing more of those non-discretionary buckets see price increase. Inflation really squeezes the bottom kind of income earning cohort here. They just get hit more by this. So something of a bifurcated consumer at the moment. Not any one individual will experience this inflation in the way that the CPI report comes out.
Yeah, that's a really important point to remember here. So we have the inflation picture, which came in largely as expected, although shows inflation is persistent. And then the other side of the data that we got was on jobs. Initial jobless claims rising, 263,000 filed in the last week. What does this say about the labor market? I mean, it comes on the heels of that big jobs revision and the August jobs report that was disappointing by all counts.
It was. And we do have to keep this in context, right? Total employment in the United States is still at a record high, and that number is still rising. So this is not the bottom falling out from the labor market, but this is showing that some cracks at least have been forming. A lot of these revisions are very backward looking. So the one we got just earlier this week, that was data through March. Employment itself tends to be a bit of a lagging economic indicator. It doesn't tell us what comes next. It tells us kind of where we've been. So I do want to keep all of that in context when we talk about that broad economic scale. But certainly we are starting to see some lower levels here. One metric I follow very closely is the ratio between job seekers and job openings. We did just see that creep above a 1-to-1 ratio very recently. So all told, the labor availability might feel a little better for companies, especially compared to, say, 2022, when we had 2 job openings out there for every 1 job seeker. But we're just seeing these reduced levels. Companies are not going out and hiring with all of this uncertainty they're facing. And on the other side, those job seeker numbers are a little bit depressed as we think of negative net migration to the United States this year. Just some factors like that pulling that labor availability out of the system.
So, Lauren, we talked labor, we talked inflation. Where do you feel that the Fed's focus should be right now, especially as we think about the dual mandate, which, of course, is achieving maximum employment and maintaining price stability?
This is a really hard one at the moment. These two forces are very much offsetting. I do not envy the shoes that those individuals have to fill. But at the moment, I still see the labor market in something of balance. Yes, we're seeing some cracks forming. Like I said, really my focus is on those who are out of work tend to be staying out of work longer these days, so harder to find that replacement job. But my forecasts are for inflation really to come rearing its ugly head back. Again, not just for tariff reasons. Both fiscal and monetary policy have really been in the works for years now. We see higher energy costs. We see certainly those persistent labor costs. So I'm personally more worried about the inflation side, but that's a hard game, and we can only really see in hindsight what would have been correct.
Absolutely. And this is all backwards looking data when it comes down to it, because it'll have happened. In the 30 seconds we have left, Lauren, in terms of the upcoming data before the FOMC meeting begins, what do you expect would have the most impact? Is it going to be retail sales coming out on the 16th?
Retail sales, we'll be watching PPI tomorrow. I don't think there's anything big enough. It would have to be a huge result to skew one way or the other. And at the end of the day, one data point never makes a trend. So I think the writing is basically in stone at this point. Again, expecting probably a 25 basis point cut next week.
All right, Lauren Seidel Baker, economist and senior consulting speaker at ITR Economics. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, this is Bloomberg Intelligence. Scarlett Fu and Nora Melinda. Coming up, we've got Bloomberg Intelligence Consumer Hardline Senior Analyst Lindsay Dutch on CVS and Ulta and whether they can spur growth by connecting wellness with beauty. That's not a new one, is it?
No, I'm excited for this one.
All right, and keep it right here on Bloomberg Intelligence, right here on Bloomberg Radio. We have the S&P 500 at a record high, gaining 0.7%.
All right, guys, I'm going to draw some possible zones. I don't think I like the 20. Maybe somewhere in here, you know, we start looking for, you know, the pullback and continuation higher. But we're waiting for a full rotation from the stochastics. Let's see how far it actually pulls us down before we rotate back up. You know, maybe here, or maybe we even challenge the 20 or the 200 EMA, you know. It could be, you know, it could be a pretty strong pull back. It'd be the first one of the day. So maybe it'll stop at the 50. Maybe it'll stop, you know, VWAP, 200 EMA, or kind of, you know, we got a historic line of resistance right here. So let's kind of, you know, I don't have a lot of confidence in this first stop, but it could be. Or the first stop was the 20 EMA and then possibly the 50. But we got a little ways to go on the pullback. So let's just see how far it pulls us down. I'm not going to take a trade. I just got this eval qualified. So I'm just waiting for them to convert it to a PA. And then we'll be trading the PA, and I'll pick up another eval to copy trade. So, but that'll be, you know, maybe later today or tomorrow morning. That'll be set up. But I'm kind of looking for these zones here for the pullback and continuation higher. If we pull back into here, we do have to be conscious of the fact that we may be able to front run the short, but usually on the first full pullback, you don't get that. Usually you get one of these zones will pick up resistance and push it back up for the double top. So that's kind of what we're waiting for. ES is pretty organized also.
Back to Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. I'm Norma Linda here with Scarlett Fu. I'm here in for Paul Sweeney, who is off today.
We got a support fair value gap on the ES, so who knows? Maybe it was the 20 EMA on the first stop.
1%, Nasdaq up about 0.5%. I want to move on to a
Just be
conversation
careful,
in the
guys.
consumer space. Let's
I'll
talk
be back.
about CVS and Ulta and how they can spur growth by connecting wellness with beauty. We're joined by Lindsay Dutch. She's Bloomberg Intelligence Consumer Hardline Senior Analyst, and we have a lot to dig into here, Lindsay. Tell us what's going on in this space and how CVS and Ulta could potentially connect beauty and wellness.
Hi, Nora. Thanks for having me. The wellness market is huge, $400 to $500 billion at least. That's 4 to 5 times the beauty market alone. Beauty is closer to a $100 billion opportunity. But in our survey, we found that 70% of people prefer to shop beauty and wellness together. So we think that the opportunity for retailers, both big and small, to sort of break into this wellness category and gain share is to bring the two categories together with marketing in the store and really get people to shop across both.
Let me ask an obvious question, Lindsay. What is the difference between wellness and beauty? Is wellness products or is wellness services?
So in this, in this conversation, we were really thinking about products, but the wellness market is very difficult to define. So we're thinking about people are leaning into, preventative routines. They're thinking about longevity. They're trying to improve their sleep, their digestion. They also want to look better. They want to feel better. So it's really across all, aspects of, mind, body, and wellness, but products that you would be like taking off the shelf from like a CVS or a Walmart type of product.
So my question here then is, if it's products, are these products that are regulated in any way?
So some of them are not. I mean, if you think about maybe your social feed, you probably see a lot of, influencers, touting products. There's a big focus on gut health recently that I've seen. A lot of people are buying into, that idea and thinking about that and buying products for that. And the bottom line is when they shop for things that make them feel better on the inside, they're also shopping for things that make them look better on the outside.
What's interesting, as I'm reading through your research report here, one of your points says beauty enthusiasts also like to shop wellness products, and you're mentioning how a lot of people want to pour into themselves on the inside as well as the outside. Can you talk a bit about, influencer culture and how this could potentially also be adding to this push? You mentioned CVS, Ulta, Walmart. What does this look like right now? What's the landscape?
Okay, so if we take a step back, so we think, some of the biggest players in this space, it would not be surprising to you. You're talking about an Amazon, you're talking about Walmart, CVS, Dollar General, I think also has a big, hold in this space. But then there's a lot of smaller retailers that are also looking to get into this space. So Ulta Beauty, for example, they have about 700 SKUs that are devoted to wellness. That's a small portion of the 20,000 plus SKUs that they carry in their store, but they're really trying to push into this market. They think that wellness could be a $1 billion opportunity for them. But I think retailers, both big and small, can find an opportunity in this big market. Also because the growth in the market, exceeds lots of other categories, including beauty. If we think about sort of the influencer angle that you talked about, the survey is really interesting because, people say, a large amount of people said that they prefer an expert opinion, and I think that's why they like to shop at places like CVS. The pharmacist is right there. You can get their opinion. But then they also said 34% said that they value a celebrity or an influencer backing a product. So there's sort of like two different things going on, and there's a lot of misinformation in the social media world. So we're sort of seeing consumers lean into both, that social viral product and then also wanting an expert to weigh in.
Somehow I feel like we might see a scenario where CVS or Ulta will now have an influencer at the store to actually provide advice. Lindsay, when it comes to products related to wellness that these stores can stock, what would they give up shelf space for? Meaning, what would they remove from their stores in order to make available products that relate to longevity, sleep, nutrition, mindfulness?
I don't think I don't think they are necessarily removing things. I think, they might just be doing sort of an end cap. Ulta has been working really hard to make their wellness section a lot bigger, and they go through their brand negotiations very often, especially with emerging brands. So you might be sort of swapping one emerging for another in a different category. I also think that for wellness, wellness really lends itself well to online. And obviously online is an endless aisle. You can carry as many products as you want. And the reason for that is really that wellness products are often in a 30-day supply. So that's something that if you start taking a vitamin or any type of supplement, creatine, whatever, you're going to want to take that every single day and you don't want to run out. So I think online subscribe and save models are going to be really important in this space so that people can replenish.
Subscription model. I mean, the things that stores love, brands love, and consumers,
absolutely.
Shudder in fear when they see the monthly bill.
Like, no, can't do it.
Lindsay, thank you so much. Lindsay Dutch, Bloomberg Intelligence Consumer Hardlines Senior Analyst, talking a little bit about CVS, Ulta, perhaps jumpstarting growth by connecting wellness with beauty. Do you have any things that you subscribe to every month?
I mean, for me, it's Netflix. But no, when it comes to
There's
wellness,
no
wellness
inner
and
beauty
beauty,
there.
no.
That's a form of wellness, you can argue.
Sure, I'll take it. I would say with the fitness apps, I'll have subscriptions for that, but that's about it.
All right, we wanted to wrap up this hour of Bloomberg Intelligence. Of course, coming up, we have more Bloomberg Intelligence. Keep it right here and check out Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Good morning on the 24th anniversary of 9/11 here in our Bloomberg Interactive's broker studio in our headquarters in New York City. I'm Scarlett Fu with Nora Melinda. Coming up on this second hour of the program, we've got Ava Benny Morrison, our Bloomberg legal reporter, on our big take. The Epstein email trove has a lot of details that we can't wait to get to tell you about. It's kind of mind-numbing, in fact. David Kudla, founder, CEO, and chief investment strategist at Mainstay Capital Management, to discuss his outlook on these markets, the S&P at a record high. And Jen Bartashis, Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst covering retail staples and packaged foods, takes a look at Kroger earnings on this inflation day. And Jeffrey Langbaum, he is a Bloomberg Intelligence senior U.S. REIT analyst on the latest in real estate, including apartment REITs. John Tucker is up next with our Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
And another day, more records. The S&P 500, 45 points higher. That's up 0.7%, adding to its record close yesterday. 65.77 on the index. Same for the NASDAQ, 125 points higher. That is up 0.6% right now. And then the Dow Jones Industrial Average, 565 points higher. That is up 1.25%. So it does look like the deal is sealed for a rate cut next week. CPI showing inflation still above the Fed's 2% target, but it's actually not spinning out of control, at least according to this morning's report. At the same time, jobless claims figures, they came in the highest in almost 4 years, and this all, again, pushing stocks higher. Treasury yields are lower, and Amanda Gotti at PNC Bank, she sees a long runway ahead for stocks, especially AI-related stocks.
It's neither exuberance or irrational exuberance. I think it's just simply a function of this market, this environment struggling to price and assign a forward PE valuation on the power of all things AI.
Right now, the best performing stock at the S&P 500, that belongs to Centene, up over 12%. Christine's going to be along in just a moment to take a deeper dive into that. A Kroger stock higher, another earnings beat there. The grocer also raising their outlook. They say people are eating more at home, so they have to buy
Not me.
groceries. Oh, well, you're the exception.
No,
then.
I'm lazy, so I just end up ordering.
How's this for the
I found my
alternative?
match.
Well, yeah. How's this for an alternative investment?
Tell me.
Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards, according to
You're not
let me
collecting them.
pronounce it correctly. According to the analytics firm Card Ladder, they've racked up a jaw-dropping 3,800% return in the past 2 decades. Of course, it depends on the number of factors on these cards, including the rarity, the perceived quality of the artwork, and ratings by third-party authenticators. Some collectors tell the Journal Pokemon cards have an advantage over baseball cards because the characters are fictional. Pikachu isn't going to miss a season because
You don't know who any of these
of
characters
Pikachu.
are, right?
Yes, I do.
I'm just going
My
to call them
kids had them.
Pokemon from now on.
Pokemon? Okay, whatever. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash Pokemon. Did you have Pokemon? Did your kids do it?
My brother was really into it. My cousins were really into it, so I know how to pronounce it at least.
Make sure he doesn't throw them away.
Clearly. All right, John Tucker with our Bloomberg Business Flash. Christina Aquino is here with our stocks on the move today. Christine, you know about Pokemon.
I know about Pokemon. I used to go Pokemon hunting with
see?
the Pokemon Go app. It was a great way to get a walk.
There you go. John Tucker.
We'll take John Tucker with us someday.
Maybe not.
All right, let's talk about the stocks on the move. We're going to start with Oracle, which was a big mover yesterday.
Absolutely, Scarlett. So it's taking a bit of a breather today. Oracle, ORCL shares are down more than 3%, but let's put that into context, right? We did get that record surge yesterday, up nearly 36%. It added $89 billion to Larry Ellison's coffers in one day, put him right above Elon Musk to be the world's richest person, so not too shabby. Now, the thing to really focus on, according to Bloomberg Intelligence, now that the dust is settling a little bit, is really that backlog order size, 455 billion. That exceeds the orders for Microsoft, AWS, Google Cloud, and it really highlights that Oracle has positioned itself uniquely by focusing on training, AI training workloads, rather than some of its rivals who are focusing on provisioning clouds. And so basically, it's focused on fine-tuning LLMs with enterprise data. That's what gives it the edge in capturing those training workloads, according to Bloomberg Intelligence, and potentially some longevity in the market.
You're also looking at Centene. What's going on there?
Absolutely. Top performer today. So ticker CNC shares are currently up more than 12%. And so the health insurer getting some good news because it gave positive views of its Medicare star ratings, and it said that it expects costs to improve in its Medicaid business. So remember, right, the Medicare system, it has a star rating system. The higher stars you have for the plans that you provide, the more incentives that you get from the government. That's basically how it works. And so a lot of health insurers want to have customers up in those higher rated plans so that they can get more incentives. And Centene also reaffirming its adjusted EPS forecast for the full year, $1.75 per share versus an estimate of $1.64. So also some good news there.
I've been caught in many conversations with elderly people about how many stars the program has. They're very, very concerned about it. All right, let's talk about UPS.
UPS not doing too shabby today. Shares are up 0.4%, but earlier it was down more than 2%. And that is because it was cut to underperform at Bank of America, and the analysts there are citing the end to the de minimis exemption. So for those who don't know, de minimis, that was an exemption that applied to small packages shipped directly to U.S. consumers from retailers abroad. If they were under a certain size, under a certain value, they didn't need a customs declaration and duties. That exemption ended at the end of August. And so now a lot of analysts are thinking these will be, shares like UPS, FedEx also suffering, will be the ones that really suffer. Interestingly, it's not a widespread view yet that UPS is, an automatic sell because of this news. It's actually just, the bulk of analysts still divided whether the stock is buy or hold, but not certainly not good news, the end of that exemption for this company.
Well, thanks so much to Christine Aquino for breaking down some of those stocks for us. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
All right, we're looking at a stock market at a record high. If at least you look at the S&P 500, and within the S&P 500, there are 5 groups that are now gaining at least 1%, including the financials. And one of those names, Citi, is currently up about 1.1%. The CEO of Citigroup, Jane Fraser, sat down in an exclusive interview with Bloomberg's Jumana Barsacci, who commented on the bank's expansion in the Middle East region. And they focused on growth opportunities in the wealth business and also discussed some M&A. Take a listen.
You've got to look at the collective impact of the tax policy, what's been happening with tariffs, and indeed the increasing deregulation that we're seeing. And they work together as a package. I think the most important piece for a corporate, clarity. We hate uncertainty. We like clarity. And our client base now is really starting to act with more confidence now that we've got clarity on those 3 fronts. So active in the capital market arena, in financing, much more active in investing, less sitting on the sidelines. And M&A has been very, very active indeed, as we talked about. And on the consumer side, pretty robust spending through the summer. And we saw that really across all categories, helped a bit by lower gas prices. But the consumers being fiscally responsible, being more mindful around some spend, but still the spending levels were very pleasing.
So the momentum was pretty strong across all lines of your business in the second quarter. Of course, I don't want to precipitate the upcoming earnings, but can that momentum continue into the end of the year, just in terms of what you're seeing in advisory, in deal making, and in trading? Because it was a very strong quarter for trading as well.
It was exceptional for us on all fronts. I still see very strong pipelines. I see high level of engagement from clients. I see a sense of urgency as well, given the speed with which industry structures are changing. And there is still growth opportunity. I think growth will be a notch lower. We're keeping an eye on the labor market. It's a low churn market. So not everything is rosy, but we don't see a recession on the horizon.
That was Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser in an exclusive interview with Bloomberg's Jumana Barsacci, talking in the Middle East region. And of course, we're keeping an eye on that stock, up by more than 1%. Nora, if you look at the most read news stories on the Bloomberg terminal today, number 5, Jeffrey Epstein emails detail financiers' crimes and Ghislaine Maxwell's key role. So that's something I've been, fixated on. I opened it up and it was so detailed that I want to sit down and read it more carefully later on.
Oh, most definitely. I'm just looking at the graphics at the top alone. It's so interesting. There's so much to dig into here.
All right, so let's do a little bit of that and give people a taste of what they might be missing if they aren't reading the story. Ava Benny Morrison is Bloomberg's legal reporter, and this is our actually big take on the Bloomberg terminal. You guys went through a lot of emails to come up with all this. What was the big takeaway for you?
The big takeaway for this story in particular was that Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were closer than either had publicly admitted. And we got a new insight and an understanding into the nature of their relationship. We spent several weeks combing through more than 18,000 emails that Bloomberg obtained from Epstein's personal inbox. And it really takes us inside the life and the mind of this man who just seems to pop up every few months or so in the press with new revelations, new connections, and is causing a bit of a firestorm in Washington, D.C. at the moment.
So, Ava, remind us of where we are right now with Ghislaine Maxwell, right? She is looking to take some time off. She wants to carve out some of her sentence, right? Reduce her sentence at the current moment?
Yes, that certainly seems what she's angling for. She was convicted a few years ago with enabling Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking. They were very close, and she's currently serving 20 years in prison for that. But she became relevant, I guess, to some extent very recently when she offered to sit down with top DOJ officials and tell them whatever she knew about Epstein's connections and who he associated with. She did that in July in a interview that was then released publicly. And she has since been moved to a slightly cushier prison. But her lawyers and the DOJ, certainly dispute any suggestion that that was a quid pro quo or a deal. But her lawyers have made clear that they would welcome any relief from the Trump administration.
So how credible is she then as someone who talks about what she knows about Jeffrey Epstein to federal investigators?
Our reporting in these emails certainly add to the questions surrounding her credibility and the truthfulness of her statements that she made in this interview. She was at one point charged with perjury for lying under oath about what she knew about Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse. And we found that there were some discrepancies and some serious questions about statements she made regarding her relationship with Epstein, what she knew about his legal troubles in the mid-2000s. So I think that this reporting certainly adds to some concerns around that.
And, through your reporting, you're saying that the emails demonstrate that she did have a deep knowledge of the legal jeopardy that Epstein was facing, and that she showed how she helped him strategize over even the most consequential details here. But one thing I wanted to talk about is who else is involved here? I mean, I do know that there were a lot of names that were floated, a lot of prominent individuals. Where does that stand today?
Absolutely. Jeffrey Epstein has had a reputation for a long time for rubbing shoulders with influential and high-profile people, from Hollywood actors to academics to Wall Street power brokers. And these emails certainly add to that. We've seen the names of until very recently, the UK ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson, big names on Wall Street, the tech billionaires as well. And one interesting part of those relationships is how Maxwell helped Epstein nurture them, offering to organise visits to his private island in the Caribbean and seats on board his private jets.
So we spent a lot of time talking about Ghislaine Maxwell and her role in our understanding who Jeffrey Epstein is. What do these emails reveal about Jeffrey Epstein himself?
It shows a new level of callousness that he took towards young women. That was something that was quite striking to me. You can see how he interacted with the many young women that he had in his orbit, from his assistants to his on-again, off-again girlfriends, to women who have been characterised years later as recruiters of other young women. He could be quite dismissive, quite manipulative in his language, dismissing them for not engaging in quote-unquote fun sex things over their exercise routine. So that was really, I think, telling and insightful.
So Republicans have blocked the Senate vote to release Epstein's files. And of course, this is something that people have been talking about for quite some time, really advocating for the release here.
They've been obsessed with it.
Obsessed to say the least. What's the latest with that?
There is still a groundswell of support to release these Epstein files, and you're right. Those calls have only grown louder in recent months. And we saw last week a press conference with some of Epstein's victims and the victims' attorneys, who are also calling for release of the files, but a more careful approach to it, redacting victim information. There's stuff that some of these attorneys who've been working on this case for more than 20 years haven't even seen. So while the Trump administration has said that's the end of the release of the DOJ files, we expect to see a few more documents come out through the congressional process.
What will you be watching for next, Ava, in this ongoing developing story where it feels like we can't get enough details on this?
One thing that we didn't get was a response from Ghislaine Maxwell or her lawyers about how they explain these contradicting statements. So I'm keeping an ear out for any response from the White House and from the DOJ about how they view her emails and her statements, and what happens to her next, whether she does have any luck with a pardon or commutation.
I mean, so what are you looking forward to next in this story? I mean, for Ghislaine Maxwell here, is there any sort of luck or any sort of expectation that she's able to reduce her sentence here?
We'll have to wait and see. I think it would be a very difficult decision to make. It'd be a very controversial one, pardoning someone who's been convicted of sex trafficking, especially in the Jeffrey Epstein case, which is so notorious and involves, more than 1,000 victims, the DOJ has said. So she's certainly got an uphill battle, but we'll wait and see.
All right, thank you so much, Ava Benny Morrison of Bloomberg News, a legal reporter here on our big take today about the Epstein email trove. details a lot of Maxwell secrets, Ghislaine Maxwell secrets. We have some breaking news. Hyundai, the Korean automaker, is delaying its Georgia battery plant construction after the ICE raid at its factory in Georgia. So again, the CEO saying that the Hyundai LG plant needs new workers to resume construction, and they plan to resume that in about 2 to 3 months. This is Bloomberg Intelligence on Bloomberg Radio.
Oh, hey, boom. We're still going up, guys. We're heading toward the all-time high on the on the NQ. ES is totally getting blown away, all-time high. I have no advice today. This is kind of new territory.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. We're being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum
Connection lost.
commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Another day of records. 9 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 pushing higher right now as we do hit another record with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ for that matter. Healthcare, best performing industry group, best performing individual stock in the S&P 500. Centene, the health insurer, delivering positive views of its Medicare star ratings and also expects cost improvements in its Medicaid business. When that improves and it get more stars, they get bonuses. So the records we're seeing for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ also come from the data. Looks like a Fed rate cut is pretty much a done deal for next week's Fed meeting after we saw the consumer price index coming in on expectations, at least for the core. At the same time, initial jobless claims, they jumped to the highest in almost 4 years. Right now, the S&P 500 50 points higher. That's up 0.8%, 6582 on the index. The NASDAQ right now, NASDAQ Composite Index up 148 points, and that's a rise of 0.7%. The Dow up 558 points. 2-year yields 4 basis points lower. That's at 350. The 10-year down about 3 basis points, 4.01%. But just north of Manhattan, it's a mega mansion sales boom in Greenwich, Connecticut. 25 homes with a price tag of over $10 million have been sold this year, according to data from the Realtor Compass.
Remember before the pandemic, Connecticut was seeing an exodus of people?
Who knew?
And now it's like a hotbed of activity.
That could have been your opportunity.
Clearly, I missed it. I missed the boat. Not so unusual.
For only 10 million. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Nora and Scarlett.
John Tucker, thank you so much. And you set us up perfectly when it comes to the equity market to bring in our next guest. David Kudla is founder and CEO and chief investment strategist at Mainstay Capital Management. John Tucker talked about the record highs that we see in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. David, you point out in your notes that we have a data confidence crisis. How do we have a data confidence crisis and are trading at record highs? Help me merge the two here.
Well, this is one of those times when we have to reiterate that phrase, the economy is not the stock market and the stock market is not the economy. Clearly when we look at PPI, we look at this revision in jobs over the past year and over the past 2 years, all the jobs that weren't really created, right? That's the data crisis that we have. And it points to the economy feels like it should be in trouble right now. But at the same time, we had 3.3% GDP in the second quarter. We have 3.1% GDP now for the third quarter, the Atlanta Fed. So we have some conflicting hard numbers, soft numbers in looking at ISM and PMI. We go to the stock market and we had, we have very robust earnings season for the second quarter. Originally, it was going to come in at 4.9%. That was the estimate on June 30th. We're in double digits for earnings growth for the S&P 500. We've got 7% earnings growth forecasted for the third quarter. We'll beat that again. And as we saw with Oracle, the mega scalers, the hyperscalers, the second derivative plays on AI, these companies are coming out with just incredible guidance, these hockey stick projections. And that's what the market's trading on, good earnings and continued good earnings and a Fed rate cut that we know that's coming now next week. It's either going to be 25 or maybe even 50 basis points, and the market loves that liquidity injection.
Well, David, as you mentioned, we are seeing a real strength here in the equity market with equities climbing to new records intraday here, especially after we got that CPI report earlier this morning. What's your takeaway about the CPI report, given the fact that a lot of the market is expecting the Fed to cut next month or next week, rather?
Right. Well, CPI for the most part came in at expectations. And we've been expecting inflation to rise a little bit. So that's in the cards. But at the same time, with the dual mandate that the Fed has, we felt earlier this year that Fed Chair Powell was focused more on the inflation part of that affects their dual mandate. We think now he's turning more towards jobs and the concern there with what we had in jobless claims today, what we've had in jobs numbers over. The labor market is clearly weakening. Monetary policy, given where we are with the data now, and the Fed says they're data driven, that they need to cut, and maybe they should be cutting 50 basis points next week.
David, do we have an everything rally right now? You look at equities, they're higher. You look at bonds, they're higher. You look at gold, it has been climbing to record highs. You look at Bitcoin. I mean, everything that's risk related is gaining, and things that are safe haven related are gaining as well.
Yeah, we have an everything rally, and it's just all the liquidity that's still out there. And that we believe is really all the liquidity that was created during the pandemic. That money continues to keep looking for a home. Money seeks the best return. And so what is gaining? Assets are gaining in price. So we see gold going up, silver going up, Bitcoin going up, hitting a new high recently, and the stock market. And so all that liquidity, we're at financial conditions right now that are that were as easy as they were with a lot of the accommodation done during the pandemic, and we're going to cut rates going into that. So there's really easy financial conditions out there, easy money out there, and that's what's helping to drive the stock market higher.
Well, talking about this everything rally, I'm looking at the Russell here, up 1.2% today. Do you see any opportunity in small and mid-cap companies right now?
We do. We've been talking a lot about that in our investment committee. One of the frustrating things for the if there's such a thing as a small cap bug, or the people that really want to go towards small cap stocks, is we've had so many head fakes over the year, and the Russell 2000 is shining again now, right? Recently, the Russell 2000 has done well. The prospect for that, lowering interest rates, right? The rate cuts that are coming, but we see so many head fakes. And really, we believe, the best opportunity is AI related. Come back to our favorites in IT and technology, these mega cap tech stocks, the second derivative plays. But can small cap finally have a sustained rally if the Fed is cutting rates? Yeah, small cap can, but small cap has really struggled for a lot of years. That ratio of the price of large cap versus small cap, keeps setting record highs. Recently here, small caps done better on the prospect of rate cuts, so we could get a rally here in small caps for a while.
Yeah, but you worry that once you actually get the rate cut, it's buy on rumor, sell on news, that, all the benefits of a potential rate cut will have been priced in already. So when you look at small caps, I guess one of the issues that comes up is that, the head fakes come because the profit numbers, the earnings numbers don't back up the rally in their shares. When would that turn, David?
Yeah, that's a good point. The Russell 2000 has a problem in that 40% of the stocks in the Russell 2000 aren't profitable. And what's happening in the small cap sector? What happens to that index? When companies do well, they grow into the mid cap space. Also, we have a lot more companies that are staying private or going private. So small cap companies that, because of the increased M&A, are being taken out of the public sector back to private. So that index kind of gets hit from a lot of sides, and why it has a problem. But these companies that are not profitable, certainly with easier monetary conditions, that'll help. I don't know that 25 basis points or even 50 basis points saves a non-profitable company, but it certainly helps.
Well, thanks to David Kudla for joining us. He is founder, CEO, and chief investment strategist at Mainstay Capital Markets. And let's move over into the airlines industry. We are about to be joined here by George Ferguson. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace Defense and Airlines Analyst. George, we always love speaking with you. What's the latest right now with Delta?
Well, so Delta came out with an 8K this morning, right where they disclosed to the marketplace that they're going to speak at the Laguna conference. I think it's Morgan Stanley's Laguna's conference. And they said that their revenue numbers would be at the high end of the original range they gave. So that's a good sign, I guess, that fares have come in the current quarter, at least not worse than what Delta thought, right? And again, maybe ooched a little bit to the higher end of their expectations. We didn't see any change to EPS, though, guidance or any other guidance. So makes you wonder if some of the expenses aren't a little bit higher. So I thought it was okay news, but this was no sort of raise guidance because the quarter's been going much better than they expected.
Okay, so it was encouraging, but it was not an all clear, like, let's increase our guidance and tell you that things are notably better. What's interesting is that the CEO, Ed Bastian, spoke at the Economic Club of Washington earlier this week and gave a little more color about what he's seen. And his takeaway was that the lower income customers remain challenged, but they're seeing a lot more enthusiasm from business travelers and premium customers. And this is where Delta has really staked its claim on that segment of the market.
Agreed. I mean, we saw a CPI number this morning, right, that has airfares in it. It was up about 3% year over year, and I think the sequential was up 4 to 5, if I remember correctly. So, I mean, those were decently strong numbers for airfare growth. But I still suspect we have the same trend going on inside the business that we saw in 2Q, and that is, as you said, I think the high-end consumer continues to travel and want more amenities, want better seating as they travel. So if you're American, United, Delta, you're well positioned to capture that and subsidize what I think is probably still weakness at the lower end of the business. I think as we get into 3Q, we'll hear that. If you're a basic economy flyer, you're managing other increased costs in your budget, and so you may be not flying or flying less, trading down a bit.
George, is corporate travel back?
So at the end of 2Q, I think what we heard was that corporate travel was starting to surpass 2019 levels. So we definitely know corporate travel has returned slower than leisure, and I think frankly it's probably very structural and will continue this way. I think there are industries like consultants that traditionally sat at their customers' offices to do their work. I think now we've gotten a lot more comfortable with video conferencing and things like that. I think you'll miss some of that old demand for corporate that had supported airfares. I think it has become much more of a leisure business, but 3Q is going to be a wash on that because 3Q is really a leisure story typically for the airlines. We'll find out more, I think, in 4Q.
All right, George, always appreciate your joining us. George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace Defense and Airlines Analyst on Delta, narrowing its revenue guidance to the upper half of its initial range. We'll keep an eye on the airline sector there. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Nora Melinda and Scarlett Fu. We are looking at an S&P 500 near session highs, up 0.8%. This is Bloomberg Radio. Keep it right here.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom, with this Bloomberg Business Flash. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, again, pushing into record territory. You have 10 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 up right now, and it's being led by healthcare. Today, communication services, that's actually the worst performing group. And after its surge yesterday, you have shares of Oracle. Right now, they are down 2.7%. Again, the major average is higher. Treasury yields, they are lower after the data this morning. We learned the consumer price index, when you strip out volatile food and energy costs, inflation rising 0.3% last month. And then you had jobless claims, also up, reflecting weakness in the jobs market. While the data seemed to seal the deal for a Fed rate cut when the Fed meets next week, Steve Chiavarone at Federated Global argues the Fed still risks acting too little too late.
If home prices are coming down and wage inflation or the ingredients for wage inflation are not there, then at some point you got to make the call that inflation is heading lower. If you wait for it to get to 2 before you start to remove restrictive policy, then you're going to find yourself very much behind the curve.
Right now, the S&P 500, 49 points higher. That's up 0.75%, 65.81 at the index. The Dow up 564 points. The NASDAQ right now, the NASDAQ 100 up 149 points, and that is a rise of 0.6%. 2-year yield down 3 basis points. That's at 351. The 10-year down 3 basis points at 4.01%. Just an update on that plant in Georgia. Construction on the Georgia battery plant that was raided by U.S. immigration authorities being delayed as the companies involved grapple with worker shortages. Hyundai's CEO says the work's being set back by 2 to 3 months. The South Korean car manufacturer building a plant with the battery maker LG. This is huge news in South Korea. Front pages all over. And the people there, I think it's safe to say, were actually really outraged at this raid on the factory.
On the one hand, all these companies, these foreign companies, are trying to prove to the administration that they are going to move jobs to the U.S., they're going to invest in the U.S., and then they try to do that, and they're finding that it's difficult to get the work visas for folks to get the factory started and to be able to train up talent locally.
Well, these were the experts that were brought in to get the plant up and running. So anyway, the saga continues. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Nora and Scarlett.
Well, the saga definitely does continue, Tucker. Thank you so much for breaking all this down for us. Let's move over to talk a little bit about food. I love to talk about food here, and we're talking about the grocery industry.
My stomach is growling, so
mine is too. So this is very timely here. But apparently, we're seeing through Kroger's results here that it's attracting value-seeking customers who are now opting to eat at home as opposed to potentially ordering out. I don't know that I can include myself in that segment, but clearly the street likes what Kroger has to say here. We're seeing shares that are up as much as 4.2% in trading today, now trading about 1.5% higher. It's really been a great year for Kroger. They're up about 11% year to date, but we are joined by somebody who's able to break this down more in depth for us. That's Jennifer Bartashis. She is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst of Retail Staples and Packaged Food, here to break down these earnings for us. Jen, talk to us about what you're seeing from this report. Are people apparently cooking more?
Well, it would appear so, especially with middle and lower income consumers. They're being a little bit more careful about where they're spending. And this is something we usually see when there's any kind of threat of inflation. People sort of retrench and they cook more at home. And it's also complemented by, a growth in awareness about health and wellness, whether it's GLP-1 drug related or whether it's just self-induced. People are trying to live healthier lives, and that's generally easier when you prepare your own food.
So when you look at comparable sales, Kroger's saying that for the full year, it now sees comparable sales gaining 3.4% versus a previous guide of 3.25%. So kind of a marginal move higher. Jen, what does Kroger's future look like overall? Because not so long ago, it was trying to get through this deal with Albertsons, this $24.6 billion deal that it later abandoned and is now, stuck in a legal mire.
Yeah, it's, Kroger, I think, is at the point where they're retrenching and they're reevaluating their core business and they're figuring out what is the best way to move forward. And I think there's some really encouraging signs in the business of how they're approaching that. The first thing, and they've talked about this a little bit over the last couple quarters, is they're really taking a hard look at their e-commerce business and all of the investment that they had lined up for the Ocado automated fulfillment centers that they were building. So we're expecting to hear a lot more detail on that next quarter. But they're also talking about really looking at non-core assets. And so to us, that means things like the Fred Meyer jewelry business. It means the Vitacost business. So that approach to becoming leaner and more efficient and more cost effective is really a positive trajectory for the company.
And just jumping in here with a headline that just crossed the Bloomberg, it's at hothead, which means it's one of those that we deem really important. Gold has just surpassed its inflation-adjusted record high set in 1980. Wow. So, Nora, we talked about that everything rally, whether it's risky assets or whether it's safe haven assets.
Absolutely.
You see that reflected in gold prices. Gold futures right now higher at the moment, and we continue to see this plowing into safe haven assets.
Absolutely. We are seeing that across the board. So this is definitely something to look at. Jen, back to you. I want to talk a bit more about the e-commerce aspect that Kroger has going on here. So essentially, do they have online ordering so that they're able to deliver groceries to consumers, or how does this work?
They do. So they offer the ability to order online, and then they fill that order in one of two ways. They either fill it from one of these highly automated fulfillment centers, which is Ocado driven. And those are the ones with all the robots that do all the work that you see images of, or and which is much more common in the network, they fill those orders in stores. So somebody walks around the store, fills the orders, and people either pick it up or it is delivered from the store to their house. So they have these, both of these models that are working well. What's interesting is that Kroger said today, for the first time ever, delivery sales in terms of e-commerce outpace those for the curbside pickup. And so that just shows how much the consumer has shifted to where they would much rather have things brought to them than to stop at a store, even if it's only to stop at the curb outside the store to pick up their order. So there's definitely some interesting trends moving there. And I think Kroger's just looking to stay in tune with where the customer is moving.
Right. I mean, they certainly want to cater to the customer and the changing preferences of this customer. I'm curious about the profitability of this strategy. Does e-commerce, are the profit margins in delivery higher?
No, generally speaking, they're lower. And so that's why it becomes so important to be able to be super cost efficient when you're filling orders. When you're talking about groceries, historically, grocery as an industry is a very low margin industry to begin with. But when people all used to go to the grocery store, you were doing the fulfillment and you're doing the last mile delivery yourself. You took it, you put it in your cart, you paid for it, you took it home. That is the most profitable transaction that a grocery store happens. The second most profitable is when you go to the store and pick it up. So that curbside pickup. And then the least profitable is when they have to bring it to you, because now the retailer is absorbing the cost of that last mile delivery and getting it to your house. So that's why there's such a focus on looking at the operations, looking for ways to cut costs, to help move that needle of profitability to where it will be neutral, or similar to what it would be for an in-store shopping experience.
Unless they start to charge people for that. I think about DoorDash and Uber Eats and all those services where, the delivery charge is almost half of what the actual product costs.
Yeah, the delivery charges help. But the other thing that's probably the more important part that's a little less visible to the public is the revenue that they generate from ad sales. And so that's when you're online and you get special offers for a certain brand of cereal or a certain type of soup. That advertising sales are driven through their retail media networks. And that is a very, very high margin, very profitable business. So the bigger that online e-commerce becomes, the more effective they are at managing that advertising business. That helps offset the profitability and the drain on the delivery costs as well.
Makes a lot of sense. Jen Bartashis, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for Retail Staples and Packaged Foods on the latest from Kroger. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Nora Melinda and Scarlett Fu. We are keeping an eye on the stock market, up 0.7% on this Thursday. Keep it here on Bloomberg Radio in New York.
Hey, Lord Titty, how you doing? Kind of a weird day so far. We've been creating all-time highs on the ES. We've been bumping the ES, and now NQ is starting to reach the all-time highs. So I guess maybe we're looking to consolidate at the all-time highs before the real pullback. There was this pullback here. There's this one here I kind of drew out. But, I'm not sure. I'm not sure those are real solid, I got my eval qualified, so I'm waiting for the PA email to come through. So I get back on track with the PA.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. I'm Nora Melinda, filling in for Paul Sweeney. Scarlett Fu had to step away to run the TV, but we have a lot going on as we are rounding out this hour. We're going to break down what's going on in the real estate market. Of course, this is an area that people are always focused on, especially as it pertains to real estate investment trusts. That's a place where you're seeing so many different segments really having some different moves here. And we're going to be joined by one person who is all over this, Jeffrey Langbaum. He is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior U.S. REIT Analyst. And we want to kind of discuss and break down what's the latest with real estate. Jeff, what did you take away from these earnings? As I'm looking at the REIT index here in the S&P 500, it's only up about 1.9% this year, so nothing to run home about. But what were you really seeing through these reports this earnings season?
Yeah, thanks, Nora. Thanks for having me on. One of the things we're thinking a lot about is what the future looks like. The earnings that come out, are less important than the outlook. And one of the sectors we're looking a lot at is rental residential. We're in a cycle now where rent growth has been slowing, impacted by some heavy supply, but the opportunity exists for rent growth to accelerate into 2026. And one of the things we just put out a piece about is the comparison between the cost to rent and the cost to own. And owning a home is still significantly higher than renting. And the REITs that play in the rental residential space are poised to benefit from that. Both on the apartment side and on the single family rental side. And so I think that as we look forward to next year, we could see rental growth accelerate for those guys.
So are you seeing any bifurcation at all between multifamily REITs versus single family rentals?
Well, single family rentals have had faster growth over the past year as multifamily growth slowed on the rental side, on the rental revenue side. And frankly, there's less competitive supply for single family rentals than there is for multifamily rentals. The growth rate may slow a little bit for single family just because their comps are a little bit harder as multifamily rents start to rise a little bit. But for the most part, I think they both are poised to benefit from this, attractive rental environment compared to the cost to buy homes, as mortgage rates remain at elevated, sticky elevated high, and there's just not enough inventory, and renters are winning from that.
Well, Jeff, of course, we know that we are working with a United States that is short a lot of housing here. And if you rewind about 1 to 2 years ago, there was a conversation about flipping some of these multifamily properties or office properties, into multifamily properties. Is that something that's still being discussed?
It's definitely being discussed, and it's happening, and it's going to happen more. It's not yet nearly as significant as I think The logic would tell you it should be, both in terms of how much housing is needed and how much unused office space there is. So there will be more of it, but it's definitely starting to happen. And New York City is an interesting place to look at on that. Right now there is excess inventory of office space, but the excess inventory and the availability is really at the lower end, and that's the stuff that's going to get turned into residential. The higher end office space is full, and there's not availability, and so tenants that want large blocks of high-end new space are really having to pay up for it if they can even find it at all. And interestingly enough, we're starting to see signs of new development of New York office buildings.
So you mentioned the new development here in New York for office buildings. Talk to me just regionally what the activity is looking like when we think about leasing, office leasing.
So leasing is different than building. And on the leasing side, again, New York really is one market where the leasing activity has been the most robust. If you look across the country, San Francisco is a kind of the two markets kind of get paired together as almost like the opposites of like how office markets have responded post-COVID. People came back to the office faster in New York. The demand came back faster in New York. San Francisco's a little bit behind, but we're starting to hear signs. AI is causing some ramp up demand there for office space. Leasing is starting to pick up as well as a result of that. And then you look around to some other markets. They all have their local nuances. DC is a market where kind of in the Northern Virginia, you've got tech and defense, really driving demand and driving leasing, and in the district itself, maybe a little bit slower. So, and if you look around suburbs, probably not nearly as significant demand as urban centers. But it's really going to differ market by market.
Well, definitely something to keep tabs on as we're looking at the health of the real estate market and office more broadly. Thanks to Jeffrey Langbaum. He is all over it. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior U.S. REIT Analyst. As we're looking at the hour kind of coming to a close here, we see markets that are still in the green. Of course, we were seeing us hitting intraday records here. So we're really seeing green all across the board here. But it's really just been a stellar session thus far. We'll see how it continues here. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access to the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now. We're also just looking at some other assets here that are in focus here, especially as we look at treasury yields. They are obviously in focus. The 10-year treasury yield is trading about 4% right now, a bit lower. The VIX, of course, we know that's Wall Street's fear gauge. It's about at the 15 handle here, so lots to keep an eye on. But if you look at the small cap Russell right here, that index is up about 1.3%. Lots to look at here. This is Bloomberg Radio.
A sitcom star from decades ago has died.
Her agent says Polly Holliday, who played Flo Castleberry on the 1970s and 80s CBS sitcom Alice, has died.
Mel, would you like to do something for me?
Yeah, what?
Kiss my grits.
The Alabama-born actress won a Golden Globe Award and 4 Emmy nominations and went on to appear in movies including Gremlins, The Parent Trap, and Mrs. Doubtfire. Holliday was the last surviving star of Alice. Her agent says she died at her home in New York City at the age of 88.
To Flo!
Oh, thanks, everybody.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Some 300 Korean workers detained in a Georgia auto plant raid last week are on their way back to South Korea right now. Seoul warns the detentions could impact Korean investment in the U.S. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
America tries to make sense of it. Welcome to the Thursday edition as the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination rolls into the 24th anniversary of the September 11th terror attacks. Today we talk it out with Frank Luntz, the CEO of FIL. He'll be here in just a moment, and we'll bring you some new polling with Cliff Young at Ipsos as well. Analysis of this political inflection point with our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano is with us alongside Republican strategist Greta Joins from Brownstein Hyatt. And it's all after a look at Wall Street. We start with the Thursday trade now. Charlie Pellet and his view of the markets live from New York. Charlie, what do you have?
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Best level of the day right now on the S&P 500 index. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all up by 0.7% or better. S&P right now up 52, higher by 0.8%. That relatively tame inflation reading combined with more signs of job cooling, spurring a rally amid speculation that the Fed will be slashing rates next week for the first time this year. So again, the S&P at a record 6584, up 0.8%. Dow Industrials up 581, looking at a record there, 46,073 on the Dow, up 1.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index up now by 0.7%. The 10-year 4.00%, with the 2-year that's currently yielding 3.50%. Gold retreating by 0.1%, 36.36 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude 62.45 a barrel. WTI right now down by 1.9%. This morning's reading on consumer prices was in line with expectations. Initial jobless claims, though, jumped to the highest in almost 4 years. David Kelly is Chief Global Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management.
Overall, the economy is still moving forward slowly. Inflation's gradually going up. The economy is gradually slowing down. That's what we thought tariffs are going to do. It's going to slow growth and it's going to add to inflation. But I don't think it's nearly as dramatic as either of these numbers suggest this morning.
David Kelly of JP Morgan Asset Management interviewed on surveillance. Construction work on that Georgia battery plant that was raided by U.S. immigration authorities is being delayed as the companies involved grapple with worker shortages. And Delta Airlines more optimistic for its third quarter revenue after business and premium customers led a rebound in travel this summer. We are seeing Delta shares, though, tumbling right now by 4.4% among rivals. JetBlue up by 0.4%, and also Allegiant up by 0.3%. Those smaller rivals joined Delta earlier this year in calling out improved revenue trends in the quarter. Recapping, S&P right now up by 0.8%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Live from New York, Charlie Pellet watching Wall Street, and we'll get back to Charlie a little bit later on this hour to see how things are progressing. It's obviously a good day on the markets for a number of reasons here, and we'll chew on the data a bit more later as we also address our political realities today live in Washington. Thank you for joining us on the Thursday edition here on Bloomberg Radio, on Satellite Radio Channel 121, and of course on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. If you'd like to watch the radio on TV, you can also catch us live on Bloomberg Originals. Just posted about 10 minutes ago a photo from the FBI in Salt Lake City. This tweet reads, "We're seeking the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. 1-800-CALL-FBI with a full frontal photo of this individual wearing a hat and sunglasses, appears to be climbing a set of stairs here. This just breaking now with, of course, a shooter who is still at large in a political world that has been left in tatters today for so many reasons. We heard from the President of the United States last evening, and of course, this was after we spoke on the late edition of Balance of Power when we had just learned of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There has been a great outpouring, and we went through a lot of this together last evening. You've heard it throughout the day here today on Bloomberg. Condemnation of political violence. We have also heard some of the blame game being played already. Let's bring you into the Oval Office. It was a 4-minute video that President Trump posted online last night. Listen.
I'm filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible.
It is unclear if we'll hear the president speak. He did talk to reporters when he was over at the Pentagon on this 11th of September. He's on his way to New York later, where he's going to at least scheduled to attend the New York Yankees game, and there may be more from the president there. But he said more than what we just played for you. After referring to Charlie Kirk as a martyr, the president said radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people, even though we don't know who the shooter is. Let's update what we have right now from the White House before we talk to Frank Luntz. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall has been handling this delicate story and joins us from the North Lawn of the White House. Tyler, do we suspect we'll hear from President Trump in New York or on his way?
We very likely will, Joe. He did come and speak with us reporters. As you mentioned, I was at the Pentagon earlier today, and at the top of his remarks there commemorating the victims of the 9/11 attacks 24 years ago, President Trump did say that he does intend to award Charlie Kirk with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He said that there will be a ceremony announced shortly, and then he also went on to tell us that he does intend to speak with Kirk's family later on this afternoon. When asked about any updates that he's been getting when it comes to the investigation into the shooter who still remains at large, he said that a, quote, virtual manhunt right now is currently underway. We do know that the FBI is working very closely with local and state officials. As you well know, and you covered this all last night, it is that officials say there was a single shot fired from the roof of a building about 200 yards away from where Kirk was addressing the crowd. And there's a few different developments that we got today. Moments ago, of course, you mentioning how the FBI has posted this picture of the suspect. But we also are learning that it does appear that officials were able to recover the rifle they believed killed Kirk. Earlier today, the special agent in charge said that they found a high-powered bolt-action rifle in the wooded area near the attack. We also know that officials are currently analyzing a palm print, a footprint, as well as a footwear impression that was found at the scene. But Joe, as you well know, this was a very crowded area. More than 3,000 people were there to see Kirk speak. So a lot of still big open questions when it comes to this investigation.
Yeah, Tyler, thank you so much. And if we do hear the president, Tyler will bring us the news here on Balance of Power, live from the White House. Our Washington correspondent, Tyler Kendall. I want to be clear here and not overpromise. This is Bloomberg Radio, of course. We're typically glued to policy here, the connection between Washington and Wall Street, and we're not going to solve this crime here on the air. There are other channels that are attempting to do that. We're going to do everything.
Hey, Lord Titty, you out there still? Sorry, man. I've been really busy today. I've had haven't been on the mic much today. Got a lot of regular work. Hey, cool. Yeah, I passed. I got through. I'm just waiting for the email. I emailed Lilu this morning, so I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the email so I can flip it over. And then we're going to get back on track. Yeah. Well, I can pass them like it whenever I want. That's not the problem. The problem is, when you're PA trading, you can't fall into the mental loopholes we've been talking about lately. So focus on that. That entry management is fine. It's the management of the trade after I'm in it. That's the struggle rate. That's like almost the final piece. So we're just going to focus on managing the trade once I'm in it, making sure we get out with profit, get to break even, and I'm gonna forget about worrying about the runner, man. If I get the runner, I get the runner, but I'm not gonna sacrifice made profit trying to chase the runner. I think I'm over it. You know what I mean? So I'll just pick up the PA. I'll trade copy and eval, and we're just focus on taking what profit's easy on the table and not try and get too fancy with it. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid adding unless it's like an obvious place of support or resistance. It's got to be super obvious and super confirmed. When you might only get one or two of those a week. If we're being honest. And just go from there and just keep the PA and not fuck it up. Because I've noticed that, like, the watchers, they don't like watching, like, me making mistakes like that. And they don't like watching the eval trading. Like, the viewers go down because, it's like a lot of new people and they don't understand the struggles as much. You kind of got to be in it and be around it to really understand. And I think,
And we have to say to ourselves,
yeah, but I don't anymore. You see, the thing is when you got the 10 pack and you kind of got good entries, you can pass quick. You know what I'm saying? So if you're to the point where you got good entries and you got a 10 pack, you can pretty much pass in a day and a half. Doing full ports or half ports. So it's like the eval trade. I'm over eval trading. I'm done eval trading. Yeah, now I'm focusing on PA trading because I can pass those evals anytime I want. But people don't like watching that. You know what I mean? I got to stay on the PA and build more PAs. Yeah. Yeah, new viewers, there's no value in watching somebody eval trade unless you're actually honestly, using your system to try and pass. There's zero value. Yeah. And the full ports don't even help you unless you've got the entries down. You know what I'm saying? Like, if your entries are like, 65 to 75% like mine, then that's different. But if you haven't even gotten to that point, then it's just insane. You're just not helping yourself, And people don't understand that just come by and aren't really in it every day. So
Frank Luntz said, there's some things that are more important than
so that's kind of where I'm at.
It's the next generation.
So I'm just going to focus on good trading, good content for the people who stop by. I'm going to start filling out the Discord next week. I'm going to start outlining sections, and I'm going to do like the explanations during the stream and clip them out and start adding them to Discord because I just don't have time to do it. Like I'm too tired at night, and the weekends something always comes up. So I'm going to try and get into the rhythm of creating the outline of the content I've got to have because I really got to do a really good video on the 3 steps to prop firm trading. And anyone new who pops in, they need to read that or listen to that, watch it and understand it because I think that's a thing too. As people get excited and they don't take the time to really understand what the 3 steps really are and how long it can really take.
And this is not, this is not Hollywood. This is not entertainment. This is a human being who was gunned down.
So those are kind of my plans over the next few weeks.
His constitutional rights to share his point of view with students who are there voluntarily. And that I really hope that we can, over the next 24, 48, 72 hours, sit down and discuss what is missing at home.
Call in about
why we seem to have lost the values of civility and decency and respect. I'm hoping that we will look at what's missing in our education system because our kids are not being taught to celebrate each other, they're being taught to condemn each other. I hope that we have a discussion about social media and its role in
in forwarding and endorsing and pushing out this kind of messaging that makes it potentially acceptable to behave in such an inhumane way. And in the end, I want us to look at ourselves, as I have been doing over the last 24 hours, and the things that I have said and I have done that could in any way perpetrate this and promote this. We have to stop, look at who we've become, and we should be a better union. And that's what we should be focusing on. Not what happened, but where we go from here.
We're spending time with Frank Luntz today on Balance of Power. I wonder your thoughts about what the president said last night. Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. The framing of this from one side to the other. Frank, the worry is that this could get darker, that the blame game could grow intense. We heard from Representative Derek Van Orden of Wisconsin telling reporters, he walked up to a group of reporters on the Hill and said, every one of you is responsible for Charlie Kirk's death. You are responsible for this because you're echoing the horrifically horrible political violent rhetoric produced by the Democratic Party. How does that make you feel when you hear that?
I want everyone, everywhere, from every community and every corner of the country to look at this and to make something reasonable come out of this horrific action. If we learn how to discuss without demonizing, if we learn how to debate without dehumanizing, and this sounds too much like a speech, and I don't even like my own language right now, but this is what it is. If we can be better people, and the reason why I always do your show, and I've got a commitment that I have to get to momentarily, I always do your show, always, because you have never asked an offensive question. You have never asked a question that's political or divisive or toxic. You have never behaved this way. And I want your viewers and your listeners to know that this is a place to come for the truth. And in fact, that's a great way to kind of wrap this up. The truth matters, but we don't know where to go to get it. The truth is essential to a democracy, but we don't know who's telling it. Let us commit today, at this moment, that we only speak the truth, even if it hurts us. That we only speak the truth, even if it helps somebody else. Because in the end, we will be a stronger country, and we will grow from this horrible moment if we affirm the importance of the truth, and if we don't, then this is only the beginning.
This is why we called you, Frank, and I just appreciate your honesty and candor today. And thank you for hosting on the show. It means a lot to me and to all of us at Bloomberg. FIL.
It's an honor.
Well, it's our honor to have Frank Luntz with us on this day of days. And so I hope you let that sink in a little bit. We're going to try, as always, on this program, and I don't always succeed at this either. We tried to create a bit of a safe space for people on both sides of the aisle, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, to come here and say something. We might poke you a little bit or ask you to justify it, but we try not to get into the corrosive and toxic form of politics, which is why we've been on the air here for a couple of years, and we'll continue to do our best at that. It's 9/11, and we've got some tough news to digest, and we've got some very smart people and insightful, nuanced people to help us do it.
No, I'm good.
Later on, we'll talk to Cliff Young. He's here from Ipsos with some really interesting research, actual polling data on political extremism and political violence. You might be surprised how much people agree on this, as a matter of fact, and we'll talk with our political panel a bit later on today as well. Jeannie Shanzano is with us. Greta Joins is with us, too. And our dear friend Charlie is also with us. He's live in New York with a look at Wall Street. We're going to do that first and get to the Thursday trade with Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. 9/11, always a tough day on Wall Street. Brings back a lot of memories. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing right now. Up 54, 65.86. We're looking at a gain of 0.8%. We did get that relatively tame inflation reading combined with more signs of job cooling. That is spurring the rally that we're seeing right now amid speculation of the Fed will be slashing interest rates for the first time this year. Fed, of course, meets next week. Right now, the S&P, as I mentioned, up 0.8%, the Dow up 1.3%, NASDAQ up 0.7%, the 10-year 3.99% on the 10-year, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.51%. Gold just about flat on the day right now at $36.38 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2%. WTI 62.42 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 0.7% at 114,000 now. 454 on Bitcoin. Centene Corp shares surging after the insurer gave upbeat views of its Medicare quality ratings. Shares of Centene up now by 11%. Novo Nordisk's new CEO wants workers back to the office as the Ozempic maker struggles to catch up with Eli Lilly. Shares of Novo Nordisk, they're down 0.8%. Eli Lilly up 0.6%. And just getting some comments out of Lockheed, it does see about $200 million in tariff costs for this year. Lockheed Martin right now advancing by 1.5%. And just an update on the Charlie Kirk killing. Federal investigators have recovered what they believe is the rifle used to kill Charlie Kirk. They have also released a photo now of a person said to be of interest in the slaying. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pallett. He'll have a lot more in about 15 minutes as we work our way through each hour. We check in with Charlie to keep tabs on markets. And so far, it's been a pretty impressive move today. Once again, people start calling the top. Just hold your breath for a moment as we consider the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We're going to be talking about this a lot today on the program, as we just were with Frank Luntz, one of the first people, and certainly the first lawmaker I had a chance to speak with after this news broke last night, was Senator Mike Rounds, the Republican from
Hey,
South
Lord
Dakota,
Titty.
who's coming
Yeah,
on to
that's the
talk
plan.
about
Is I'm
any number of
going
issues, but
I'm
not
going
least,
to
when we got into the prospect of
I'm going to run the PA, and I'm
we're
just
going
going
to
to
learn
copy,
some
trade,
things
and
just through
eval
learning
at 2 or
the
3
issues
times
with the
contracts. You know
members
what
of
I'm
Congress.
saying?
Here were his thoughts.
So I'll do like a times 3, and then just, you know, run my normal strategy, but I'm not going to add, unless, you know, unless it's super fucking obvious. I'm not going to add or try and get fancy. I'm just going to take my profit off and wait for the next setup. Yeah. And I'm just going to continually do that. As soon as I pass one, I'll do another and copy trade it and just get them built up. And then I'm done. I'm done with just the straight up eval trading and the nonsense. Try and build the viewership up a little more. Fill out the Discord content. SM. What's up, brother?
Appreciate your point of view on that, Senator. We were looking at some polling from Ipsos.
Did you pick up another
from back
eval
in
yet
July
through Top
that
Step or
asked
anywhere?
voters about
Are you
political
still doing your
extremism
paper
and
trade
threats to our
strategy?
democracy. This poll with Reuters showed 27% of Americans ranked political extremism as the most important problem facing the U.S.
Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah, it's my own mental mistakes where, you know, the revenge trading and the self-sabotage and all the nonsense that goes with that. It's just, I'm done with all that, man. It's so stupid. I'm not going to add the way I was. That's the trigger. Adding like that and not moving your stop right up behind it and then letting it come back against you, that's a trigger for me to do stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? So I just got to eliminate that. And it's not very responsible looking unless the trade is going your way to the point where, you know, really you should only be doing that on a front run, not the B setup where you're looking for the pullback and continuation, because the front run always runs longer than the continuation.
And with dignity, and here in the Capitol, in the offices that we have, I can tell you personally.
But you don't get as many front runs. You might only get one front run every, one a day maybe.
We respect one another. We consider
Yeah, absolutely, 1,000%. I'm crushing it. It's total mismanagement on trying to get to the second target. I'm probably like 75, 80% or better
that we remember that we are all
all day long.
Americans and that we have a whole lot more in common than we'll ever disagree on it.
Mike Rounds. Really poetic. Didn't know I was going to ask him that, and I had no idea what his
Yep,
answer would
that's
be.
that's
I
it.
saw that side of Mike Rounds.
That's all there is to it.
But that's got to be the most important message anybody can hear. Because if you're not here in Washington, you may not realize that, yes, these guys and gals work out together.
All right, guys, I got to make a phone call for work. I'll be right back.
They might have their private quarters, but they come together a lot. A lot of them are friends. They play on softball teams together. Sometimes they're targeted together. Now, I mentioned that research with Ipsos when I was talking to the senator. That came courtesy of Cliff Young, who is back with us right now, Ipsos U.S. Public Affairs President and Professor, Texas A&M University's Bush School of Government and Public Service. The agenda when it comes to political extremism. Cliff, welcome back. I'm really happy you're here.
It's great to be here.
You ran these numbers again to find that that priority is, in fact, even more urgent.
Yes, indeed. Even before yesterday, political extremism was the #1 issue in America. It's outstripped the economy, which was very important over the last couple years. Indeed, it was the issue that Trump won on in 2024, last year. But right now, it's extremism. And historically speaking, it's been a Democratic issue. But what we're finding today, it's actually an issue that Republicans and Democrats are fairly even on when it comes to their worry. Now, it's a whole host of different things they're worried about when it comes to political extremism, the friction, the polarization, and even the violence in the past. So that definitely, and without a doubt, is the #1 issue today in America.
Fascinating. You find as well nativism, an animating force in America today. What are you learning when you talk to voters about this? This is really what's driving.
So driving most, I would make the argument that it's driving most of our politics today, right? And nativism, what is nativism? It's favoring native-born over foreign-born. Those that have a more restrictive view of it tend to be Republicans. Those that have a less restrictive view tend to be Democrats. And that is the conflict today. We see it across America, right? And it cuts ultimately to identity, who we are an American. And a lot of the vitriol that we see today in politics is around this specific issue of who really is an American and who isn't.
What do you think about what Mike Rounds said? You've been in Washington for a minute. There does seem to be a real misunderstanding. And it's the fault in many cases of the filter, right? And yes, that's the media, but that's also social media. The clips that get out there, the ones that go viral are the angry ones. If you want to make headlines, you go on the floor, you drop a bomb, and you say horrible things about the guy you just worked out with in the gym. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe they don't get along. But the fact of the matter is, the contrast that you see across the country is born of a perverted vision of Washington, is it not?
Well, I think it's a function of distance, social, cultural, political, right? I mean, indeed, we are very polarized, and we have been over the last few decades, and it's only gotten worse. But this polarization, as I said before, is cultural, it's geographic. As an example, we see it play out in these sort of ecosystems, virtual ecosystems that can be very, very hateful at times. But ultimately, the problem of distance is a problem of empathy, the inability to put oneself in the other one's shoes. And I think that's what the senator was hammering home, that at the end of the day, we might disagree on many things, but we can sort of model the other one's life. We can understand where they're coming from. But for many, that's very difficult when they just engage in ultimately the virtual or social world.
It's a version of road rage when you don't have to actually talk to people face to face. You act like a different person.
Well, it's much easier to criticize online
100%.
and social media than it is face to face. Ultimately, the last point I would make there, which I think it's very interesting the way he framed it. Leadership matters in a world that's fractured, where we don't engage. I don't know my senator or my local town leader or the local dog catcher like I used to. I just walk down the street. I know them mostly virtually. And often, and we know this based upon public opinion data, often I'll follow their lead. It's called queuing. I'll follow Trump's lead. I'll follow Biden's lead because I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and I trust him. And when leadership calms things and says, we work together, this has a salutary effect. But when leadership and leaders basically throw barbs back on the other side. This is problematic because the average American doesn't necessarily have, as you said before, you were alluding to, have contact with the other side.
Yes, right. And so here we are on this 24th anniversary of 9/11, and you're going to hear a lot of people talk about the unity that we all felt in this country. There was an American flag on every house. Does this feel like the opposite?
Yeah, we're in a difficult place right now. I think this assassination of Charlie Kirk obviously is devastating. It really weighs heavy on the body politic.
Yeah.
And a body politic that was already strained. A widespread belief that the system was broken. It no longer worked for the average person. He was for many, a shining glimmer of hope for something different. 9/11 at the time rallied the troops, moved public opinion immensely. I think Bush gained 30 or 40 points in the end. But ultimately, we're in a place where people no longer trust the system.
Interesting to think that this president of the United States is also headed to a Yankees game this evening, and we'll see what kind of unity he can strike while he's there. Cliff Young, great analysis and great insights from our friend at Ipsos. Thank you, Cliff, for being part of our conversation. The panel's next on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks and bonds rise as this morning's data seal a September Fed rate cut. S&P up 51 now to 65.82. We're looking at a record there, up by about 0.8%. The Dow up 585, up 1.3%. S&P is off session highs, but still holding close to a record. We've got NASDAQ up 0.6% right now. Our Mag 7 index pushing higher by 0.8%. The 10-year after this morning's data, 4.00%. The 2-year, 3.51%. Gold down $5 the ounce, down 0.2%, 36.34 right now. And West Texas Intermediate crude is down 1.9%, 62.46 a barrel. Bitcoin at 114,577, up by about 0.8%. Again, S&P 500 index up 0.8%. This morning's reading on consumer prices was in line with expectations, while initial jobless claims jumped to the highest in almost 4 years. As for the economic backdrop, Tiffany Wilding is economist at PIMCO, and she was interviewed this morning on surveillance.
You know, we are really entering this kind of period of weakness, potential weakness. We'll see some fiscal supports that are offsetting the tariff effects, but they don't kick in until, the beginning of 2026, call it February, March, when consumers are starting to get really big refunds from retroactive tax cuts. But until then, we're really kind of in this period of weakness.
Tiffany Wilding of PIMCO. Apple hit with a pair of downgrades today in the latest sign of caution toward the iPhone maker, which has sharply underperformed its large cap tech peers this year. Apple shares, they're trading higher by about 0.8%. And Oracle retreating after yesterday's 36% surge. Oracle right now lower by 4.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. And once again, here he is, your host, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, great to have you with us. As always, Charlie will be back coming up top of the hour around 1 o'clock as we welcome our global television audience to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power with the latest on Wall Street. It has been a boffo session so far. A lot of breakouts following that Oracle earnings report on the AI front. It's really been something to watch. We are, of course, consumed with politics on this program, and today in Washington, it does feel a bit different coming off the news last evening on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, now moving into the stages, of course, that we walk through each year on the 11th of September. There was a ceremony held, as we do each year at the Pentagon. President Trump attended that ceremony, and he's going to be making his way to New York a little bit later on today to attend the New York Yankees game. Of course, recalling former President George W. Bush's triumphant night at Yankee Stadium, when the nation felt like it was in a very different place than it is today. The unity that followed 9/11 is something that many wish they could duplicate. As we've heard more than once, and following this assassination yesterday, I think to many it seems even further out of reach. There'll be much more news to follow, and we'll update things with the help of Bloomberg and CBS News along the way throughout the day here on Bloomberg. We're focused on seeking context and perspective. There was a briefing held last evening, and it was stark to listen to on Bloomberg Radio. Doug Krisner was on the air, and I was driving home from the late edition of Balance of Power when the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, started speaking. And I think you might remember the headline that I'm referring to. Let's listen to the governor before we bring in our panel. Here's Spencer Cox.
And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also very much politically involved.
And this is where we start with our panel. I'm glad to say that Jeannie is with us today. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, joined as well by Republican strategist Greta Joins, Policy Director Brownstein Hyatt. Greta, welcome back to our conversation. It's great to see you. And Jeannie, I want to start with you here. With so many questions, most of them are pretty simple. I think people are asking this morning when you talk to somebody in the office. I got a couple of calls from friends earlier than usual today because they wanted to get me before I left the house. I was really happy to hear from them. Questions like, how did we get here? And how do we move on? Some folks are very worried in some cases about the rhetoric that we heard from President Trump last evening, some of the blame game that has followed. But Jeannie, they haven't even found the shooter yet. And I wonder what you think the proper conversation is to be having right now. What questions are you asking?
You know, I think the proper conversation is, of course, to extend our condolences to Charlie Kirk's very young family and to celebrate the work that he did. I am obviously a Democrat, but I know of Charlie Kirk's work very, very well because I am fortunate enough to spend much of my professional life on college campuses. And you can hardly have been on a college campus in the last 10 years without being introduced to Charlie Kirk in one form or another. And just today, Joe, I, like you, was hearing from people, and I heard from an alum who had started the Turning Point group on campus. And I had worked with her as a faculty member on that. And she is now working on the Hill. And she just recalled how life-changing Charlie Kirk and Turning Point were for her and other conservative students on campus. And so I think that's the proper conversation to have. And then I think the other proper conversation to have is about, you mentioned the rhetoric, and I think that is the rhetoric we use to respond to this. Because one thing I think we all have to be careful about, particularly those on my side of the aisle, is to say political violence is unacceptable, but. And remember, anything before a but is a lie. We should never be saying, but we disagreed with them or we found it offensive. It's got to be political violence is unacceptable. And the same goes with the other side of the aisle. And that is something I think we need to have a conversation about because rhetoric does seem to, according to the research, play some role in this. I don't think it plays a complete role or explains it completely, but it does play some role.
Greta Joins, what's going through your head here today? As a national conversation gets started, I keep hearing that we're at a political inflection point. Do you worry this is an inflection point that leads to something worse or something better?
I don't know. I think as you talk to Republicans today, the anger is palpable. Charlie's enduring legacy was certainly his commitment to engaging with and discussing things with the other side. And I think what is so frustrating is here as a Republican is hearing from, those on the far left and certainly not my partner here on the panel today, really encouraging and mocking the tone and tenor of what Charlie did from when he was basically a teenager to the engagement and the movement that he started. And I think that as we move forward, his legacy, he would certainly want to be his family and his faith. And I think it's just, as Republicans, I think we're trying to reconcile that with how frustrating and vilified I think we feel that Charlie was unfairly for many years. So I think that it is it's a challenging moment for the country, but I think that frankly conservatives' feelings on this point I think are valid.
Mm-hmm. There were a lot of progressives who felt vilified by some of Charlie Kirk's comments as well, which I'm not going to spend a lot of time exploring on the program here. Greta, I just wonder your thoughts on what we heard from Congressman Don Bacon today, Republican from Nebraska. He says he wishes President Trump would unite the country after this shooting, but, quote, he's a populist. He says populists dwell on anger. And I have to remind people, we had Democrats killed in Minnesota too, right? Does he have a point, Greta?
I frankly, I don't know Congressman Bacon well enough to sort of comment on like where his thoughts are and where his feelings are in this moment in time.
Just on the fact that Democrats have been targeted by political violence as well.
I think, the comments that we're hearing on both sides that political violence is a terrible thing are accurate. I think what has been challenging in particular in recent weeks for Republicans to see is certainly seeing individuals like Gavin Newsom post mocking pictures of the assassination attempt on President Trump. And, that I think the more insulated that we become from the seriousness of all of these conversations, and I think, really aggressively using terms like fascist and Nazi, and we are at war with our opponents, as we heard Senator Murphy say just a couple of days ago. I think that emboldens those who are attacking Charlie Kirk, who are attacking President Trump, and are certainly going after any political stripe out there. That is a challenging moment for sure.
Well, of course, Jeannie, we remember in June, the Minnesota Speaker of the House Emerita, Melissa Hortman, was killed in a shooting at her home along with her husband, Mark. Her fellow Democratic lawmaker, State Senator John Hoffman, and his wife were also shot and wounded. I could go through, of course, a list like this, but I recall the president's remarks last evening when he sent out that video from the Oval Office and referred to radical left political violence hurting too many innocent people. Are we going down a dangerous path here with blaming one side or the other?
I think so. And I think that Representative Bacon's words are well taken. And I too wish the president would not have said that last night. You mentioned the shootings of the state senators. We also had the horrific firebombing of Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania's house, a Democrat, where he and his family were. We had the attempted kidnapping of Gretchen Whitmer, Democrat, Michigan governor. We had the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi's husband, brutally beaten.
Hey, John Wilkes.
Political violence.
Yeah, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. I agree.
And in every
And it really
situation
bothered
is
me, man.
deplorable. I would also just caution that when you look at the research on political violence,
Thanks for posting
and
that.
when you look at the history of political violence in this country,
How you doing today?
probably the most politically violent decade before now was in the 1960s.
I got a PA. I tell you what, man.
We are certainly at a different point with social
Charlie
media
Kirk
and
was
our
making a real
access to
difference,
it,
and they just couldn't
but
let him
that
keep
is
going.
not the primary or only factor. Another key factor,
Dude's
and
just
probably
up there
the
saying
key
what he
factor
thinks.
in the drumming up of political violence is the inability of people to get their government in Washington, D.C. to respond to their needs. And people don't want to talk about that. They want
Good.
to
That's
talk
good to
about
hear,
the
John.
rhetoric because it's much more enticing to talk about. But the reality is we have
You get any
structural
trades in
problems
today?
in government
I've been
which
busy.
drive
I've had a lot of work
vast
the
amounts
last
of
day,
political
day and a
violence in this
half.
country, and that needs to be
But this
addressed.
here was
And on
was the
Charlie
short.
Kirk,
I was almost gonna
said
call it out, but I was
exactly
on the
what
phone.
Greta said. He
Like the
was
front run for the
this
short. This was
person
looking
who
pretty
loved
good
to
up
go
in
on
here.
college campuses where we
Had
celebrated free
resistance up
speech and
above.
engaged with everybody.
This was a good trade
And
right
he
here.
did so with joy. And I'm always reminded he was joyful right before
Afternoon.
the horrific
Okay.
shooting yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm reminded of what the guys
Yeah, I
on
can't really do
Capitol
anything
Hill
till they
said.
convert my
The
PA, and then
Democrats
I'm
need
back
to
on the
find
PA
some
again.
joy
Took me
in
about a
their
day and a
party.
half
You
to
can't have a party without
get it
fun and
back.
joy, Joe Matthew. And
But
that
I'm
is
done.
what Charlie Kirk brought to
Self-sabotage.
the
I'm
party of
done.
the GOP.
Revenge trading. I'm
And
just gonna
that is
keep
why
this thing. I'm
so
gonna
many
copy
young
another
people are
eval with it
attracted to him. And again,
and just move
unless
forward.
you are surrounded
It's
by
like
young people,
I lose
it's hard to know
watchers
that. That
when I
doesn't
do
mean all of
stupid
them,
shit
because
like
there's
that. I just
vast
got
and
to make
progressives
myself
and liberals
stop.
who didn't like him. But Charlie Kirk had fun, most fun, more fun.
I
just
trigger
like his
myself when
mentor
I
has
add
about
too many
engaging
contracts.
people who disagreed
When
with him
I
as
like trying to
individuals
get to
who
that second
listened to him.
target, I get
There was a
excited and
joy
add
to him that we
contracts,
should
and then when
not
it comes
forget.
back
And
against me,
Democrats want to emulate that on the left. They haven't been able to
really
because
kind of
there's only one
triggers me. I
Charlie
move my
Kirk.
stop
But
loss and I
that
start
is
doing
something
crazy
important
shit.
to keep in mind about
So we're not
his
gonna do that
flaws and
anymore.
what
It's destroying
31,
everything.
32 years old he was able to bring.
It's a really great point. I was talking to producer James about this. I'm not sure there is an equivalent on the left, which is why people have been looking
to lawmakers in the Democratic Party to
Yeah,
respond to
you
this.
listen to Charlie Kirk talk,
Jeannie
it's just
Shanzano,
such
great stuff
like
from Greta
logic
Twins.
and
Thank you so much
sense.
for your honesty and your
And
analysis.
see a
Our
young
interview
guy
will
like
be back
that,
in
you
our
know,
second hour. As I mentioned, we'll welcome our
really
global
trying
television
to
audience to the
make a
conversation.
difference.
Congressman Brian Stile will join us, along with Congresswoman
Yeah.
Haley Stevens. Up next, only here on Bloomberg.
A lot of people are saying it was Israel. He was about to turn on Israel because of the Gaza Strip stuff, and they're starting to say it was like a professional hit from the IDF. Yeah, they don't want that. They don't want young people listening to that kind of critical thinking and rationale. Yep. Yep. Yep, they don't even want young people exposed to the fact that there's a different way of looking at things, you know. You know, he's getting crowds 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people every time he does one of his events. You know, that's making a real impact. Yeah, I think so too. He was starting to ask too many questions about what's been going on in the Gaza Strip for the last 6 months, and yeah, he did. He was huge. He had an absolute like the kind of impact that can like throw you over the line. You know, those 2 million people. If you didn't have them, he might not have been able to overcome all the fraud and the illegal aliens and everything else they had going on in the blue states. Yeah, I honestly believe that too. He would have at least been a senator at one point, and he would have won handily. I mean, how can you not like the guy? You know, he's got a beautiful family. You know, he talks about nothing but greatness, and if you got something to say that he disagrees with, he's okay with it. You know what I mean? It's like you can say anything you want. This is another way of looking at it, and then when the conversation is over, we just move on with our lives. Oh, they couldn't. They could never win that debate. Never in a million years. The left can't win against logic and actual data from what's happening around you. They can only win on emotion and projection. That's the only way the left can win. Yeah, absolutely. At 1,000%. It's like a warning for anybody else to stand up in a crowd and say the things that he's saying. Yeah. All right, guys, I got to make a phone call. I'll be back in a minute. I appreciate you guys being here.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Washington responds to a dark day in politics. Welcome to the Thursday edition as the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination rolls into the 24th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you're with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Over the next hour, we're going to bring you to the White House for the very latest, and we're going to talk it out with Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, will join us as well. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, the Democrat from Michigan. as we try to make sense of the last 24 hours. And we start, as always, with a look at Wall Street, his view on the markets. Charlie Pellet is at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, what do you have?
I thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, looking at records right now on the S&P 500 index, the Dow, NASDAQ as well. NASDAQ 100 index pushing higher. We got that relatively tame inflation reading this morning, combined with more signs of job cooling. Bottom line, all adding up to speculation that the Fed will indeed be slashing rates for the first time this year when policymakers meet next week. So the S&P right now close to session highs 65.80. That is a gain of 48 points, up 0.7%. Dow Industrials up 567 now, up 1.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 128 for NASDAQ, an advance right now of 0.6%. Our Mag 7 Index pushing higher by 0.8%, with the 10-year right now at 4.00%, the 2-year 3.51%. Gold lower, little change, down 0.1% right now. The precious metal 36.36 the ounce, and Bitcoin up 0.7% right now, 114,460 on Bitcoin. West Texas Intermediate crude oil, by the way, down 1.9%, 62.44 a barrel. A downgrade for UPS at B of A as small package tariffs inflict pain. Shares of UPS, so they're higher right now by 0.4%. Rival FedEx also gaining in today's session, up now by 1.4%. Recapping stocks higher, looking at a record, the S&P up 0.7% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie, thank you so much. We'll hear more from Charlie Pellet in about 20 minutes with his view on Wall Street here. The Thursday trade looking pretty good so far. As we talk politics here in Washington, welcome to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew, tracking President Trump from Washington to New York today. He started his day on this 11th of September at the Pentagon. You saw it and heard it live here on Bloomberg earlier this morning. The ceremony at the Pentagon that takes place annually. He did make a few remarks to reporters there, but off camera, off microphone. We may well hear from the president later on as he travels to New York to attend the Yankees game this evening. Vice President Vance was at the World Trade Center site this morning along with other dignitaries. But the president did address the nation last evening, not live. He recorded a video from the Resolute desk in the Oval Office to condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Here's part of what he said.
I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible.
The president went on to say a lot more, in fact, condemning what he referred to as the radical left for the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and said much more to reporters this morning. In fact, the president's going to be speaking with Kirk's family, and that's where we start with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, our Washington correspondent on the North Lawn of the White House. Tyler, what else can you tell us?
Yeah, Joe, a very solemn day here at the White House, which started with President Trump traveling to the Pentagon to deliver remarks remembering the lives of those lost in the 9/11 attacks 24 years ago. And he started his remarks by actually commemorating Charlie Kirk and announcing that he intends to award him with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He said that that ceremony date would be announced shortly. He then came and he spoke briefly with us reporters who were there at the Pentagon, and as you mentioned, he confirmed that he will be speaking with Kirk's family later this afternoon. And when asked what sort of updates he's been getting on the search for the shooter, who still remains at large, he did call it a virtual manhunt, in his words, since we know that the FBI is working very closely alongside state and local officials in this investigation. We did get an update in the last hour, though, a pretty significant one, the FBI releasing photos of the suspected gunman, two photos that were taken from the campus at Utah Valley University. We also learned a few other updates when it comes to the evidence as it's evolving in this case, including that it appears authorities think that they found the weapon that was used to kill Kirk. The special agent in charge saying that they found a high-powered bolt action rifle in the wooded area near the attack. Now, still a lot of different pieces that need to be pieced together here, Joe, because as you well know and covered last night, there were nearly 3,000 people in attendance at that event to hear Kirk speak.
All right, Tyler, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall with the latest from the White House. And again, if we hear the president speak, we'll bring you his remarks. He'll be leaving the White House for New York a bit later. I just want to make, by the way, one quick correction to something that I mentioned. J.D. Vance changed his plans. Instead of attending the 9/11 ceremony this morning in Lower Manhattan, he is making his tracks to Utah, where he's going to be meeting with members of Kirk's family. We heard from the Speaker of the House earlier as well. We've been hearing from a number of members of Congress, so we should start with the Speaker. This is commentary from Mike Johnson on CNN last night. This news was only hours old. Here's what he said.
There are deranged people in society, and if they are encouraged along this way, they will do dangerous things, increasingly so. We see that. So I think that members of Congress have come to that recognition. I think many of them are nervous, of course. They're public figures. They're exposed all the time, everywhere. We have great security measures for members of Congress, but there's a desire on many people's parts to have more. These are the new realities. I think social media has been a toxin in politics. I think it has added to this vitriol. But at the end of the day, I think the call is that we've got to recognize once more that we are all fellow Americans. We should see one another as colleagues and fellow citizens and fellow countrymen, and not as enemies.
The Speaker of the House. As we turn to Brian Stile, the gentleman from Wisconsin joins us, Republican from the 1st District, who chairs the House Administration Committee. He's live on Capitol Hill today. Congressman, it's really good to see you. We were hoping that we could connect on this today because I think we have a pretty long history of candid conversations. And before I ask you about the security component, which, by the way, is critical to the chairman's committee here, I just wonder what the feeling is like. Everyone who's joined us today talks about the anger that's being felt today on Capitol Hill. Is that what you're feeling?
Yeah, as I received the news yesterday that Charlie Kirk had been shot and killed, it was both a moment where my heart sunk, but also a frustration of this type of political violence. President Trump was shot last summer at a political rally, and then you have Charlie Kirk shot and killed today. And so it's a frustration, but it is also a really sober moment, I think, for a lot of us that knew or interacted with him.
All right, guys, I'm back.
Such a leader
I'm
in the
back
conservative movement,
for a few minutes, and I got a Zoom call in about 15.
have the courage to stand up for their convictions.
Let's see here.
On college campuses.
So our first real trade of the day, like this was the front run for the short. I kind of saw that out of the corner of my eye while I was working a lead, and this looked really good, this short here.
Listen to our conversations. They see you in committee hearings. I've seen you in a hearing room working with Democrats.
That's over now, though, so we got to look for the next one. But this was like, this was a really good trade right up until, you had, you probably would have hit your second target on this candle.
And part of the conversation that we've been having here on the
Yeah,
program,
this would have been a great trade. But this is also one where if you add it on this candle, you're risking it coming back on you.
The fact of the matter is, you guys work out together.
This would have been the golden ticket candle where you want to follow it down and probably get out on it.
And I wonder if we need to talk about
if we were to analyze, how this trade went.
Except that there should be robust debates on policies, but that doesn't mean you need to be disagreeable.
Yeah, that's the perfect A+ front run to the direction change. This is like the standard A+ setup. You only get maybe one of these a day, maybe. And sometimes it'll come during high volatility areas and you can't really get in on it. So now we're looking at either for it to front run to go long again, or you're looking for a pullback to continue the short, but it's a little tough to take a long straight into a fair value gap like this at a double top. So, I mean, this would be a very tough long to take here. So your stochastics, once they get overbought, we're looking for them to roll over up in maybe,
yeah, there's a lot of dangerous rhetoric out there. And by the way, I've never
I don't know, man, something like this up here.
But ask Nancy Pelosi, who Donald Trump also referred
or
to
maybe
as
you
an
wait
evil person.
until
He's called
we
Rose
double
City
top
Media
and
the
then
enemy of
roll
the
over
American
again.
people.
unless you think we're going to challenge all-time highs again today. So somewhere up in here would be the rollover to maybe go for the short again. But I don't know. All right, I got some stuff to clean up. I'll be back in a few.
That is trying to incite individuals to act. And again, I don't think it's lost on us that President Trump was shot at, and then Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. And again, if we think about what Charlie Kirk was actually doing, he was actually having a policy debate on a college campus. That is actually really core to our democracy. We should be having those types of robust policy debates. And this action where his life was taken is not only frustrating, but it causes a lot of kind of that anger, and you got to look and say, we need to make sure that there is no place for this type of political violence anywhere in our country.
You heard what the speaker said in that cut that we played from CNN, that there's a desire, he said, on many people's parts to have more security, that these are the new realities. You chair the admin committee, and you're intimately familiar with this idea. Congressman, every time somebody gets hurt or threatened or a horrible fatality like this in the political world, it renews the conversation in Washington about whether members like yourself should have security details, or maybe there's another way to secure those who serve in the Capitol. But you also have to go home to the district, and I wonder if it's time to address this new reality.
It was just a couple months ago, following the horrific incident in Minnesota, that we implemented new programs here to provide additional security for members, for staff, and the public at large. But it shouldn't be lost that you can't simply secure your way out of the challenges that we face right now. Again, I'll go back to the President Trump assassination attempt. He had the protection of Secret Service. And so it's not simply security. We do need security. We need to make sure that we're providing that to members, to staff, and to the general public. But there's something deeper going on in our society as well that we have to address.
Well, that's absolutely right. I just wonder, with the enhancements that you made, though, or do you feel they're adequate now, or do you go back to the drawing board after this?
We're continuing to look to make sure that we have the resources that are needed to keep everyone safe here, not only in Washington, D.C., but when they're home in my home state of Wisconsin or across the country. And so we're constantly looking and reviewing our programs, making sure that we're being wise with taxpayer dollars, but to provide that security. And again, it's not just for elected leaders or for public figures. It's also to keep the public safe. The individual who would ultimately lose their life at the president's rally in Pennsylvania was a father who came to attend in his support of President Trump. And so a lot of the security protocols that are in place are not just for the benefit of an elected member or a public figure, but it's the public at large to make sure that these types of events and discourse and conversations are safe for everyone to attend.
Well, yeah, this is a great point that you make. We're spending time with Congressman Brian Stile of Wisconsin, who chairs the Administration Committee. Just learning from the Associated Press, Congressman, that Charlie Kirk's casket will be flown from Utah to Arizona aboard Air Force Two today. Of course, as we just reported, Vice President J.D. Vance changed his plans to go to Utah to meet with the Kirk family. You know, one of the terrible side effects that we could be talking about here, Congressman, is another conversation you're familiar with. It leads fewer people to want to serve. Do you worry that fewer hands will be raised to run for Congress because of events like this?
Well, it's a challenge. It's a challenge to find individuals of high quality who are interested in stepping up to serve our country. That's true on local school boards. That's true in state houses across the country, and it's true in Capitol Hill as well. It's a challenge. And some of this, right, is the broader challenge that we're having right now as a society to learn how to have a discourse and dialogue with each other about the challenges that we face. I mean, I held a town hall in Wisconsin, and a group, not the whole group, but a group of activist protesters booed the Pledge of Allegiance, to give you a little flavor of how the event started. And so I think there's a moment where we need to be able to reflect and to say, we need to have much more productive dialogues about the policies we need to get this country back on track. And we see time and again really hostile rhetoric, in particular hostile rhetoric directed at President Trump, that I think is not only unproductive, but can also be dangerous.
I don't know if you were on the floor when things got hot yesterday, Congressman. I was just reading about this, emotions boiling over as Representative Lauren Boebert yelled, "Silent prayers get silent results." After a moment of silence, Democrats shouted back about the school shooting in her state. Does that represent the tone up there right now?
I think it represents that there's a lot of raw emotion around the events that we're seeing take place. Like I said, when I received the news, my heart sunk. I was also frustrated as I learned that Charlie Kirk had been shot and killed. I don't think the yelling back and forth is uniquely productive. But what I think we need to do is to sit down and say, how do we have a far more productive conversation? Because there are huge challenges our country faces. And we were looking at a spending lapse at the end of the month. National defense is a massive priority with kinetic wars taking place across the globe. And so these are real serious policy challenges in that we need to engage in that productive dialogue to find solutions. And the incident that took place in Utah is, I think, an example of how some people are reacting rather than engaging in productive dialogue, which is what this country so desperately needs.
Well, I appreciate this conversation, and I wonder if you think this is a Congress that can be productive enough to generate a spending plan, either a continuing resolution or some other form to avoid a government shutdown at the end of this month, Congressman. Can we compartmentalize this enough right now to do something good?
Well, we're going to have to. I think it's imperative that we navigate this to make sure that we keep the government open. If we get into that policy side of that, I think there's a lot of false rhetoric going on right now on the left about the spending debate, in particular on the rescission packages that went through. That's no excuse to shut down the federal government. In fact, that received a majority vote in the House and the Senate was signed into law. We should be looking at ways to save money for the American people at a period of time when the debt and deficit is higher. But pulling us together to make sure that we avoid a shutdown at the end of the month is going to be absolutely essential.
Does the extension of Obamacare tax credits help to pave the way, or has that been shelved for now? This was being discussed as at least a point of negotiation with Democrats.
Well, I think there's a lot of things on the table right now, but at a period of time with massive spending, with our debt increasing, I think we should be looking at ways to reduce spending here in Washington. And so the Biden administration put this sunset in place. Why they did that, you can go ask the Democrats why they built the law as they did. But we have an opportunity and a need to make sure that we keep government funding open. At the end of the month, there's going to be a lot of conversations about what it will take in the United States Senate to get 7 Democrats to come on to this legislation. But it would be negative for the American people if we find ourselves in a shutdown because they refuse.
All right, guys. You've got the fair value gap of support, and then you've got a fair value gap up above. This is the support. This is the resistance.
First district, he chairs the admin committee here in Washington, which, as you just
So,
said, is going to be having a deep conversation about security going forward.
It's tough, you know.
We've got more conversations ahead.
Let's see what happens here. This is kind of a weird zone.
Next here on Bloomberg.
If we break this to the downside, then maybe maybe the short would be right here, but we got to break this support zone. Yeah. Yeah, this is when the fair value gaps are close like this, it's a tough range to trade in. It's like you're kind of caught here at the highs, and then your range is probably down here to this resistance. So you're kind of in this range. So there might not be a whole lot that's worth getting into unless you're just looking for 4 or 5 points or something like that, you know. You know, if you're that kind of trader, if you like the range for a little bit, for a few points, you know. But for me, this is, you know, the trade was right here. It didn't really break out to the VWAP. And now we got to wait for a real setup, and we got to confirm and get rid of one of these fair value gaps. Yeah. Yep. Quick scalp's fine. That's something I can do too, you know. I've got a scalp trail that's a lot tighter. Maybe I'll start using this more instead of just using the long one and trying to add and crack a home run every time. I'll start trying to use this one more in conditions like this. I can do a sim trade and just try it. Not right now. I don't want to start screwing around. It's at 21. I'm not gonna screw around. All right, I got a Zoom call in about 10 minutes, guys. I'll be back. I'll be back after 2. But just be careful, guys. We need to clear. Like, really, we need to clear this fair value gap or clear this one, and then maybe we can run to the VWAP. But we're kind of caught up right now for a while. But all right, I'll talk to you guys a little bit.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all advancing, all at records. We are close to session highs right now on the S&P. 65.82 is where we stand, up 51. That's a gain of 0.8%. The Dow up 88, now up 1.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 143, up 0.7%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares, the outperformer, up 1.5% right now. The 10-year at 4.01% with a 2-year that's currently yielding 3.51%. Gold lower, little change, down under 0.2%. 36.34 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 2%, 62.42 for a barrel of WTI. A relatively tame inflation reading combined with more signs of job cooling spurred that rally on Wall Street amid speculation that the Fed will be slashing rates for the first time this year when policymakers meet next week. Delta Airlines is more optimistic for its third quarter revenue after business and premium customers led a rebound in travel this summer. The stock, however, trading lower. Right now we do have Delta down by 2.1%. It says main cabin demand is lagging, and that's why the stock right now is lower. Kroger is raising its full-year sales forecast, illustrating that the grocer is attracting value-seeking consumers who are opting to eat at home. Kroger shares after earnings up by 1.4%. Recapping stocks lower, stocks higher right now with the S&P very close to a record 65.83, very close to an intraday record. They should add up by 0.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks to Charlie Pellet, as ever, watching Wall Street for us here as we talk politics in Washington. And it is a more challenging conversation today, but we've lined up a number of voices of experience and nuance for you to better understand the context of what we're going through right now in a political world that has been shaken by the assassination of Charlie Kirk against the backdrop today of the 24th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. Yeah, we're hearing about a lot of anger on Capitol Hill and inside the White House, which is going to happen at times like this. As we just discussed, though, with Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, conversations are continuing here as they try to find a way forward on government funding along with any number of issues. First lawmaker we spoke with after this news broke on the late edition of Balance of Power yesterday was Senator Mike Rounds, senator from South Dakota, who did not display anger when he spoke with us. In fact, we were struck by his words that everyone should hear. Listen to Mike Rounds and his first reaction to the killing of Charlie Kirk on Bloomberg.
it is an opportunity for us to once again tell the rest of America and the rest of the world that we can have differing points of view and not be violent about it. And so anything that any of us can do to offer as an example the way that we should treat one another with respect, that's a positive thing. I think that's what Charlie Kirk would have wanted to have had happen. And most certainly that's something that I think we should continue to carry on, which is peacefully discuss, have your differing points of view, argue it, debate it. It's healthy for America, but our founding fathers wanted that to be done in such a fashion that we could still be one strong, unified nation, even if we have differing points of view. And there's nothing wrong with having differing points of view.
Well, I appreciate your point of view on that, Senator. We were looking at some polling from Ipsos from back in July that asked voters about political extremism and threats to our democracy. This poll with Reuters showed 27% of Americans ranked political extremism as the most important problem facing the U.S. How about you?
I can just tell you from personal experience here in Washington, we work across some of the most polarized areas in terms of ideas and ideologies. But if you talk to members of the Senate, Republican and Democrat alike, we get along with one another. We have visits with one another. We go to lunch together. We have a prayer breakfast together. We have Bible studies together. We are not enemies. We may have differing points of view, but that doesn't get across very often. And so the example that we should be able to offer is one of unity in terms of making America better than what it is today. Our founding fathers said that they wanted to create a more perfect union. They didn't say our union was perfect to begin with. They wanted it more perfect. Well, that's what we should be focused on here. And sometimes in the middle of our strong emotions here, we forget to finish with that particular part of the message, which is regardless of our points of view, we're Americans first. And we treat each other with respect and with dignity. And here in the Capitol, in the offices that we have, I can tell you personally and that behind closed doors, Republicans and Democrats alike get along. We respect one another. We consider each other as colleagues and friends. And we would hope that across America, whether it's a coffee clutch or whether it's a political meeting, a city council meeting, or a state legislative body, that we remember that we are all Americans and that we have a whole lot more in common than we'll ever disagree on.
I hope everyone hears what Senator Rounds had to say, because I'm pretty sure most Americans do not view Washington that way, frequently projected as a city of enemies. We assembled our political panel for their take on this. Jeannie Shanzano is back with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst, and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Republican strategist Greta Joins is with us as well, policy director of Brownstein Hyatt. Great to have both of you with us, and thank you for being willing to talk about such a difficult material here. Greta, do you take heart in the message from Senator Mike Rounds?
Of course. I think every political persuasion here in Washington wants to have a debate that is based in facts, less on emotion, and hopefully, a comfortable disagreement on places where we can ultimately come together. I am encouraged by his statements. I worked on the Hill for 14 years. Some of my best friends were Democrats when I was up there, and the same with my boss. So I am hopeful and appreciate his thoughts and his comments on all of these topics.
That's the point, Greta. You know what goes on Capitol Hill. You probably have a pretty good sense of the relationship with the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue as well. Real people live here, and real people work on Capitol Hill. Whether you're a staffer or a lawmaker, this is just part of life. How do we transmit that to the rest of the country?
Well, I think Charlie is a great example of trying to bring that across the country. Having respectful debate on college campuses should be a cornerstone of our democracy. And that's why this is so tragic, and I think makes so many Republicans so angry and frustrated to go through an election cycle being called Nazis and fascists and all of these comments that have continued to percolate. in political discourse in 2025. I think we were all hopeful post-election we would be able to take a breather and move past this, and clearly that hasn't happened yet.
Jeannie, you spent a good chunk of your time and have spent a good chunk of your career on college campuses. You're also, of course, political science professor at Iona University. And I wonder your thoughts about what this means for campuses. There's reporting now that a series of historically black colleges and universities are in lockdowns today amid reports of threats to campus safety. We're talking about Virginia State University, Hampton University, Virginia Southern University, and A&M College, Baton Rouge, Alabama State University. What are we in for here? And I don't know if you've been interacting with students yet today. I know this just happened, but what are you hearing?
Yeah, it's a very fraught moment on university and college campuses across the country. To Greta's point, Charlie Kirk was doing what he always did very joyfully, which is engage in heated debate, particularly with people who did not agree with him, on college campuses where we encourage a free flow of communication. Of course, that communication has got to be respectful on both sides. And as we hear threats of violence and colleges and university campuses closing, it is so troubling, because one of the great things for all of us who either went to college, work on college campuses, or alums, is the beauty of a college campus is it is open, it is free. You can go in. They are beautiful, beautiful places, particularly this time of the year, to go and think and talk and debate. And to see that shut down is terribly troubling. And I think what's so troubling to young people about what happened yesterday is whether they liked and agreed with or vehemently disliked and disagreed with Charlie Kirk, they grew up with him on social media. And yesterday, they watched him killed on social media. You could not escape that gruesome video. It was everywhere. And we don't know in 2025 what the impact of that is. Is there a contagion of violence? Is this going to increase the number of copycats? Which then brings up what you mentioned, which is university security teams. They aren't as big as, say, a president's team. They are trying to manage thousands and thousands of young people peacefully and safely so they can get educated. And this is what they're contending with. They don't have the resources, and that's why this is so very scary.
I'm glad you pointed out that video, Greta. What is the impact of this? Maybe Jeannie's right. It may be immeasurable. It may be abstract right now. But the fact that Americans of all ages, but of course, we're thinking about the young people in this country, were watching this video within moments of this happening, before headlines broke that he had died. I'll be really honest with you. I wasn't sure it was real when I first saw it because it was so quick. Does that desensitize us? Does it inflame more violence? Does it repulse us? Or is it all of them?
I think it's all of them, really. I think that in particular on the Republican side, I don't believe it desensitizes Republicans. I think it really makes Republicans incredibly, incredibly angry to watch a young father and someone who effectively changed the world with his engagement this past election cycle and propelling Donald Trump to victory to be removed doing what he did best. And in my opinion, doing something that was fundamentally American, which is our strength is in debating ideas and not destroying those ultimately you hold, those that you disagree with. I think that this is a turning point in American politics, and particularly in Republican politics. I hope that the temperature dies down, but it is difficult to see past this right now. And I'm hopeful that J.D. Vance and President Trump and others will bring Republicans together in a moment of really reflection on ultimately what Charlie stood for.
I'm really happy that you're both here today. Greta, thank you for your time and your insights. Greta joins Brownstein Hyatt and, of course, Jeannie as Ramirez, our Bloomberg Politics contributor and a member of this program every day, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Thank you for your grace and nuance in a very difficult story here, and it's one that continues to develop before our eyes. We'll keep tabs on these colleges that may be in lockdown at this point and what else may be happening here today in Washington. As we add a Democrat to the mix next, Haley Stevens, the Congresswoman from Michigan, will join us as part of our coverage from Washington, only here on Bloomberg TV.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story, a major media merger possibly in the works. Right now, we have got a headline on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Paramount Skydance said to be preparing a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. That news breaking right now, reported by the Wall Street Journal. Looking at the stock reaction, shares of both companies are surging right now on that report. Paramount Skydance up by 8.2%. Warner Brothers Discovery up now by 21%. Again, Wall Street Journal reporting Paramount Skydance preparing an Ellison-backed bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Stay with Bloomberg as we follow this story, and we'll bring you the latest developments. But again, worth reporting that Warner Brothers Discovery up by 21%. U.S. stocks higher across the board right now. S&P up 52, close to session highs. A lot of economic data sealing a rate cut. We've got the S&P at 6584, record there, up by 0.8%. The Dow right now up 598, up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 158, higher by 0.7%. Your 10-year at 4.01% with a 2-year 3.52%. Spot gold is declining 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, 62.54 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 0.9%. Bitcoin right now 114,692 on Bitcoin. So again, repeating that headline, Paramount Skydance preparing a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. That according to the Wall Street Journal. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington once again. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet with the breaker. Charlie, thank you. We'll be watching those stocks as we go deeper into the session. And Mr. Pellet will have more live from World Headquarters in New York coming up at the top of the hour, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, as we move into Bloomberg Business Week Daily. There is a photo out, as you may have seen or heard about today, on Balance of Power, and thank you for being with us here on the Thursday edition on Bloomberg TV and radio. There it is on your screen on TV or on YouTube. The FBI Salt Lake City posting the photo of a man wearing a hat and sunglasses, dark, long-sleeve shirt, jeans, and what appear to be sneakers, climbing a stairwell. Picture was taken from above looking down. We are asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, reads the Post. Still at large, although authorities say they have found the weapon. We heard in the most recent FBI update from Bo Mason with the Utah Department of Public Safety. Here's what Commissioner Mason had to say.
That individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now.
Bloomberg News national security reporter Miles Miller joins us with the latest on this investigation. He's at World Headquarters in New York as well. Miles, what do you know?
Yeah, so right now there is an intense manhunt for a suspect in this incident. You saw him there on the screen. And what we know about this suspect as of right now is that he apparently used what's known as a Mauser bolt-action rifle to carry out this attack. We're told by law enforcement sources that he was perched up on that rooftop and that they have recovered a palm print. They're going to be using the bullets and the shell casings left behind, the cartridges, to try to see if they can get a full latent print, which they hope will connect them to this suspect. Now, in incidents like this, you have to hope that a person of interest, a suspect, is in any database or has had their fingerprints run. You saw the picture of this person. They're relatively young, so there's no guarantee that that'll happen. But they have already started to piece together the timeline about how this happened, when he got on the roof. They know that this is the right person, they say, because they are tracking when he jumped off the roof and the track that he took into the woods where that gun was found. We know the ATF did the initial look at that weapon, and then now it's going to go to an FBI lab, and they're going to continue to do that work to try to figure out what the profile is of the shooter and why he would do this, and what the reasoning was behind it. And we've reported this morning about some of the etchings on some of that stuff that was with the bullets and all of that. That'll be investigated as well to see what the meaning behind any of that is, and who the suspect is and why he carried out this attack.
Really interesting, the decision to put this photo out now, Miles. Before we start our conversation with Haley Stevens, does that tell you anything about the nature of this investigation and some of the obstacles they may be facing?
Yeah, this is a difficult operation for them. The FBI's Salt Lake City office, not one of their biggest, but one where Kash Patel has put in, a new person to run that office. And so they're going to need all the help they can. Utah is a huge state, and they're going to need all the help they can. Anybody, there's 3,000 people who were in that crowd. They hope that someone saw something, and that always leads to an arrest in these kind of cases.
No, it's really great to have you on the story, Miles. Thank you so much. Miles Miller with us live from New York. We spoke earlier with Republican Congressman Brian Stile, who joined us live from Capitol Hill, and we want to reach to the other side of the aisle for the take of Haley Stevens, the Congresswoman representing Michigan's 11th district and a Senate candidate, is with us right now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Congresswoman, thank you so much. We've been specifically reaching out to members with nuance and sensitivity to this topic. You are not a firebrand, which is why we wanted to spend some time with you. There's been a very difficult conversation here politically happening. We don't even have this manhunt resolved, and we're already hearing the blame game get going here. What do you want Americans to know about the way Democrats and Republicans can work together in Washington, or are we beyond that conversation?
Well, what happened yesterday was tragic. It's unacceptable. My heart goes out to the family, the students who were there. Rising political violence is not acceptable, has never been acceptable, and cannot be accepted. And I want to see this temperature in our country get taken down in terms of the political rhetoric and certainly the violence that we're seeing. And I appreciate that. You had a colleague of mine on who is from the other side of the aisle, and someone who I engage in political discourse with, and who I know quite well, who I came into Congress with, and that's what our country's supposed to be about. It is not supposed to be about seeing violence taking place at this type of level. It's just, we just need to find ways to come together and to take the temperature down.
It's been a lot. We remember Minnesota. We remember the Pelosi's. Of course, we remember Donald Trump. Congresswoman, what does it feel like to be a member right now? The point has been made a couple of times, by the way. There's no progressive equivalent to Charlie Kirk. So a lot of folks are looking to Democratic lawmakers to see what the answer is on the other side of the aisle. Do you feel safe when you're out stumping? You're holding campaign events right now. You're stepping in front of crowds of people. You've got to do your business walking around Washington here, and a lot of people know who you are. Do you think about taking that congressional pin off your lapel sometimes?
Well, I'm very proud to serve the people of Michigan, and of course our governor was also threatened by political violence a handful of years ago as well. And I don't think putting our heads in the sand is going to be the answer to this. And we've got, and I'm going to continue to call for the rhetoric and violence to be taken very seriously. Certainly the violence. it's a concerning time. I have a lot of questions about uh, who this person is. I had the same questions when the incident happened in Minnesota. He had a hit list. There was a lot of elected officials on that. And it's not so much about me personally. This is also just about our country. You know, the targeted figures and figureheads is awful, but it's what it means for all of us who want to, meet constituents or voters, people who want to achieve, an element of the American dream, exercising our democracy, our freedom of speech rights. I've been campaigning all over Michigan, working to meet people where they're at, and that's a beautiful thing. And the minute that starts to get chipped away at, we can't let fear take over. We can't be driven by fear, which leads to anger. And we've got to make sure that everyone hears loud and clear that violence is unacceptable and not to be condoned. And again, our heart goes out to anyone who's been impacted by political violence, the people who were impacted yesterday, and and certainly the remaining questions about what happens next.
Well, I've just, I really appreciate the sentiment of your comments, Congresswoman, but the fact of the matter is we do need this to be about you to a certain extent, and Congressman Style and all the rest of your colleagues up there, because if we don't keep you safe, there's no one there to represent the people. There's also fewer people who are going to raise their hand to run for Congress, and we start running into candidate quality problems. The spiral here could be very real. And with that in mind, I wonder, with the couple of weeks ahead, if Democrats and Republicans will be able to get their heads together on a spending plan to keep the government from shutting down. What are you thinking today?
One of the things that I tell people back home who feel confused or let down or questioning what direction our country is going in, I actually tell them to tune in to the floor of the Congress, go to clerk.house.gov and watch the debates, watch the committee hearings, and you'll see the incredible exercise discourse of democracy taking place. I've taken thousands of votes since I've been become a lawmaker, and I know that when I get bills done, they are bipartisan. They have to be, and in terms of how we're going to negotiate this upcoming spending package, we've got to do it in the way that is the rules and the beautiful way in which our democracy operates through discourse, discussion, and also a commitment that everyone, I believe, who puts up their hand to run for office or who gets elected, should have as a North Star, and hopefully very much likely does, which is what's best for this country. And we have a minority party right now that has a viewpoint. I certainly have disagreed with some of the direction that this current administration's policies have taken us down, particularly with cuts to healthcare. I want to have that discussion. That's why I show up to work every day. That's why I shoot out of bed in the morning, and I remain eager and hungry for that dialogue. And I've seen it now in my 4 terms in Congress, and knowing that there's been some tough moments that have gotten some national attention. There's also been some good moments where we have been able to pass things like the CHIPS and Science Act, where we have been able to put differences aside to fund the government responsibly or protect our security. And look, that's what I'm going to expect to see happen over these next handful of weeks. And I of course, am always going to be standing up for the people of Michigan. I'm eager to tell Michigan's story in this moment.
You have been known to tell Michigan's story right here on Bloomberg. Congresswoman, it's great to have you back. Thank you for your insights today on what I know is a very delicate matter. And I thank you for your service, along with Congressman Steil, all the Democrats and Republicans here who have raised their hands to come to Washington to represent the people. To Yankee Stadium, we'll have more for you on the late edition of Balance of Power. That starts at 5 p.m. Eastern every weekday here on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew. Big thanks to all of our guests. And I'll meet you a bit later here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Tim and I back here on the East Coast. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily for this 9/11, the 24th anniversary of 9/11. So there is a lot on our mind on this Thursday. Having said that, we're thinking about that. We're also thinking about what's going on in the markets because, Tim, we've got stocks and bonds both higher today.
Yeah, relatively tame reading on inflation, signs of a cooling job market, investors speculating the Fed are going to cut interest rates for the first time this year. That's the expectation. We'll hear from Jay Powell and co. next Wednesday.
We're going to talk a lot about the economy over the next 60 minutes. We do also want to point out something that's definitely sparked our interest at this hour. Paramount Skydance, the Hollywood studio taken over in August by independent filmmaker David Ellison, is preparing a bid for rival Warner Brothers Discovery. This is according to a person with knowledge of the matter. So we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on when it comes to the world of media and a story coming from our Lucas Shaw out there on the West Coast. We should point out the Wall Street Journal first putting out a story on that. And then we are going to talk, Tim, a lot about the economy.
Yeah, we'll hear from Citi CEO Jane Fraser weigh in with a Bloomberg exclusive. Also, we're going to hear from Matthew Lazzetti, chief U.S. economist and head of U.S. economic research over at Deutsche Bank. He's going to be joining us in just a few minutes.
And we're talking national security, geopolitics, U.S. economic policy so much with Democratic Congressman Gabe Amo. So a lot to get to. First up, though, let's get to the trading day on this Thursday here in
I thank you very much, Carol. Tim, welcome back. Indeed, we are trading at records right now. Got to begin with this developing story. Paramount Skydance, that, of course, the Hollywood studio being taken over by independent filmmaker David Ellison, preparing a bid for rival Warner Brothers Discovery. This, according to a person who is familiar with the matter. Right now, we do have shares of both companies are moving higher. Paramount Skydance up 7.3%. Warner Brothers Discovery, though, just about the high of the session right now, up 31.7%. All of this a developing story. Now, the Wall Street Journal reported earlier that the mostly cash offer will be for the entire company. Paramount declined to comment. Our Lucas Shaw writes that Warner did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Again, developing story, major transaction in the works, said to be in the works. And again, Paramount Skydance up now by 7.7%. Warner Brothers Discovery, it is surging now by 32%. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest on this developing story. All of this with U.S. stocks trading at a record, with the S&P up another 54, 65.86. Where we stand right now, that is a gain of 0.8%. We do have the Dow Industrials up 1.4%. NASDAQ Composite Index up by 0.7%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares, it is surging now by 1.7%. After this morning's economic data, consumer prices, jobless claims, we've got the 10-year 4.01%, with the 2-year 3.53%. Gold down 0.1%, 36.35 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2%, 62.43 a barrel. So again, we got merger speculation here. Paramount Skydance up 7.2%. Warner Brothers Discovery up now by 34%. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest on this developing story. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We do want to get an update on the murdering of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Federal investigators have recovered what they believe is the rifle used to kill him during that campus event in Utah. This is according to FBI officials, Tim, as the manhunt for the shooter entered its second day.
The FBI treating the case as an attack on free speech, with the special agent in charge saying, quote, any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. Here with the latest is a Bloomberg News senior reporter who covers Homeland Security and the FBI, Miles Miller. He joins us here in the studio. Miles, as Carol mentioned, investigators have recovered what they believe is the rifle used to kill Charlie Kirk. They've also released several images of somebody they say is connected to this. What is the latest?
That's right. A young gentleman with a American flag T-shirt seen leaving in the minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot. So the type of gun, very important here, high-powered Mauser bolt action rifle, and you see just to be 200 yards away and to fire with that kind of accuracy is another one of those clues in this that the investigator is going to look in to figure out who this person is. Was he trained? What was the motive behind this? This is all part of what they're trying to figure out this afternoon.
There's still, I guess, so much to be known. We've talked about this certainly in our planning call, to be very careful about how we characterize this because there are so many unknowns. Is it safe to assume he was acting on his own, or do we still not know that even yet?
Yeah, that's unclear too. You know, you have an incident here where you have a large public event, 3,000 people on a college campus, where you have 6 police officers protecting this event of so many people, and then you've got a suspect who is relatively unknown in any way. No one saw him get on top of the roof, and no one saw him leave. But what they're working on right now are footwear impressions, palm prints, seeing if they can get a latent print from a cartridge. But that has to be linked to, you know, fingerprints in a system, right? Like I worked for the city, so my fingerprints are in the system. That doesn't happen for everybody, so it just makes it that much more difficult to figure out who this person is.
The technology available today, the fact that there were people who were taking photos and videos of the event separate from this, obviously, and separate from what we've seen circulate online in the last 22 hours or so. What technology are law enforcement officials able to use from civilians, from people who were there, and also closed circuit television? This is a college campus. These places are very heavily monitored.
Yeah, you know, one thing that's going to be crucial in this is facial recognition, right? You know, they'll be able to put that image into, say, a Clearview AI and figure out, does this match any of the people on social media, any people seen in any public setting? Another thing that they'll do is they'll track the surveillance video from point A to point B. So they'll see him getting up onto that roof. They track him through the woods. What about ring cameras? Did anybody see anything on the ring? You know, did he drive there? I mean, Utah is very spaced out, so he'll have to have driven there likely, or was he dropped off? You know, did he use a credit card? You know, at a gas station. These are all the things that investigators have to do in a case when it's not as clear cut. And this is about not as clear cut as it gets. One that's definitely going to be puzzling for an FBI office that's not as big as, say, the Denver, Colorado office, or here in New York, one of the smaller offices that just had its special agent in charge swapped out by the current FBI director. And so there's a lot of upheaval happening in Salt Lake City, and you've got this massive case. Again, 6 officers protecting 3,000 people.
What's been the impact on college campuses around the nation? I heard Joe Matthew earlier talking about some security concerns at some universities.
Yeah, I think, you know, HBCUs, so historically black colleges and universities in this country, have gotten some threats, and, you know, those have been investigated, but so far nothing there. There was word of a scare at a university here in New York City, but that's been unconfirmed. So, you know, it remains to be seen how you keep, you know, you have to figure out how you're going to keep a campus full of students safe. But again, this is about much more than that. This is about political violence rearing its head again. We saw it in Minnesota months ago. We saw it in Pennsylvania, and now again happening in Utah, in a place where 3,000 people came to see Charlie Kirk, and if they didn't agree with him, they at least wanted to hear him debate.
Yeah, not to mention the attack on President Trump's life last year in Butler, Pennsylvania. Miles, before we let you go, thinking about this from the perspective not just of security, but also from Kash Patel and the FBI and what we've heard from the FBI over the last day or so. Yesterday, we did hear something about subjects being questioned in custody. Nothing came of that. That's done.
Right. One gentleman who was taken into custody, you know, his family said he was a big supporter of Charlie Kirk, would never be involved in that. Another person was a local rabble-rouser who wasn't involved either. But, you know, this does point at, I think, a point that you're getting at, which was the FBI director being eager to tweet, and then those tweets both, you know, not bearing out being the person responsible. It's something that we haven't seen in the past, but this is a more vocal FBI director. All of President Trump's agency heads are very vocal on social media. That rush definitely hinders the investigation, because then investigators are like, whoa, we have this one, oh, it's not that person. Now we've got to move back on. And then you've got social media identifying people incorrectly and then having their families doxxed and all of that. So that plays a big role in this as well.
Which is a reminder, if you think about all other moments of either terrorism or domestic uncertainty that involves shootings, that, you know, investigators and officials have often said, let's wait until we have all the information, be very careful about putting any information out there until it is really confirmed. Miles Miller, thank you so much. Miles is, of course, senior reporter covering Homeland Security and the FBI here at Bloomberg News, joining us in studio. All right, we are keeping a watch on that. And then there's several stories that are going on today that are certainly impacting the markets. At this moment, we are seeing news of Paramount Skydance getting ready to make a bid for rival Warner Brothers Discovery, according to a person with knowledge of the matter. This story initially reported out by the Wall Street Journal, now matched by our own Lucas Shaw. We see shares of Paramount Skydance up about 9% in today's trade, and Warner Brothers Discovery as the target. No surprise, you're looking at this one, Tim, up more than 30%.
And Caroline Hyde is the co-host of Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg TV. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Caroline, initially, we did see shares of Paramount Skydance lower on this, and then they ended up moving higher. Not typical that we'd see both companies higher with news like this, but I guess, hey, people aren't concerned about the cash source of David Ellison.
So right, because it looks as though the cash source would be family Ellison.
Okay.
And who was at one point the most wealthy person in the world yesterday and then settled just $1 billion below Elon Musk, but Larry Ellison. And that was on the enormous move we saw in Oracle. Now you see a similar plus 30% move on Warner Brother Discovery, which would be the target in this particular area. It's a record move for the stock. But I think so many people feel that fundamentally this is what we need to see in the industry, consolidation. You're seeing David Zaslav over at Warner Brothers Discovery unwinding the deal he did several years ago. Right. Because ultimately you've got cable on one side and then you have studios and streaming on the other. You want to split those apart. And likelihood is Paramount would be interested in the studios and that area.
Well, to that point, we should note Netflix shares hitting a session low, down more than 4% after this report came out. So this is all about...
It all starts to get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about, though. It's all about Netflix. It's all about streaming.
And it's all about M&A. And I think you'll speak to so many analysts on the street who've just been waiting for this sort of thing to happen. But you did need certain areas to come into force. You needed, of course, Comcast to be starting to split itself in two. You needed Warner Brothers Discovery to be talking about splitting itself in two. The interesting deal is, why is Paramount trying to buy both bits? Most people feel that the value for Paramount as a key studio maker, as a key streaming focus, would be, of course, the areas of growth, Harry Potter and the DC Comics and the studio side of Warner Brothers Discovery. Why do they want CNN? Why do they want some of the more struggling cable parts of the business? Or maybe they feel that they could get more than some of their parts if they then sold those off in more interesting M&A.
Right, like just buy it all, right? And then figure out like the parts that they don't want. Any chance somebody else comes in? Could there be another interested party? I mean, as we've heard, like the expectations around consolidation in this industry.
Exactly. And look, you talk to some of the new leadership that have been thinking about, when you see Versant that's been splitting off, for example, from the other key areas of Comcast, they've been saying, look, we're not going to be like a dying ember of cable news here and cable sports. We're actually going to be acquisitive. But many feel that they're actually going to be acquisitive more in the area of startups, more in the area of the future of sports growth, the future of news, but perhaps not other cable networks, but they haven't taken their name off the table when it comes to, remember, there's A&E out there. There's so many of these other companies that could be really interesting targets. I think Bloomberg Intelligence are basically already saying, look, from a Warner Brothers Discovery perspective, you're looking at maybe $17 would be the right sort of price for the whole business as a whole. And you're seeing it move up to that as we speak.
Yeah.
You know, at the beginning of like our careers, this would be a regulatory issue.
Yeah. So true.
The government would get involved and say,
point.
we don't want this much media consolidation. Is that not even part of a concern for analysts right now, because the ecosystem has been so beat up?
And the competition just isn't from cable network to cable network, but it's from it's eyeballs.
Yeah.
The competitor to TV now is YouTube. The competitor to the streaming platforms is TikTok. Everyone is fighting for your and my eyeballs. And what is the future growth story? Is it advertising? Well, advertisers are all going to new different platforms. Is there different ways in which you can charge subscription-based driving for this value of the business? I think this is an entire industry that has been upended, and I think most feel to even allow them to sustain themselves going forward, you've got to allow M&A. Otherwise, they just start to die out.
You cover this world. You know, it just feels like media, technology, everything is just kind of merging. I don't know, what are you watching out for? Like, what might be the next kind of shoe to drop here?
In terms
of this story.
Well, I think of this story, it is going to be interesting as to, you know, whether we see these purchases happen in cash only, whether you start to see interesting ways in which of financing certain deals. I think a lot of the storytelling for these new businesses, particularly in the cable areas that we're going to be splitting off, is they're saying we're going to be cash rich, actually. We're going to have the balance sheet to be able to put to work. For me, this is just, look, we are at record highs in the stock market. You are seeing people going all in on the artificial intelligence story, but there is still so much optimism in deal making. And I think it's pretty phenomenal that you're seeing these sorts of cash bids come. I don't know how many more billionaires are out there who can start buying all these bids, but Larry Ellison is clearly something different.
Or how many could say, "Hey, Dad, I need a little help here."
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
So finally, on the streaming side of this for consumers, should we think about this from the context of one option perhaps in the future for Paramount Plus subscribers and HBO Max or whatever it's called now, subscribers? This becomes one thing. It's supercharged, and you can get everything from Warner Brothers Discovery and Paramount Skydance.
I think you're really smart to put it that way, because look how we're seeing Disney trying to interact with its own bundling and the way it's bringing Hulu on a little bit more.
ESPN, Hulu, Disney, $30 a month. I just bought it.
And suddenly it makes more sense. Like, what old is new again? Before we wanted everything to split off, now we want it all once again back in our bundle. And I think that ultimately has to be the way in which they can drive cross-pollination. And you will see people want to be able to just go to a one-stop shop. Look, you're seeing even deals done across the aisle with Amazon being able to offer other rivals. I mean, we will just generally want one go-to button that we can click, and suddenly, voila, we can get all of them.
I think you could do that with a cable subscription. I think you can do that.
Right, exactly.
It's called Revolution, not Evolution, guys.
Exactly. Incredible story. Bloomberg News and Bloomberg Technology co-host Caroline Hyde. Catch her and Ed Ludlow every day at 11 a.m. Wall Street time. Hey, she talked about, Caroline, about more consolidation, certainly when it comes to the media world. We heard Jane Fraser in an exclusive interview. Of course, she's the CEO of Citigroup, talking about clients becoming more active on M&A. She did a wide-ranging conversation with our team in Dubai. She also talked a little bit about the economy, the business environment, and the investment backdrop.
You've got to look at the collective impact of the tax policy, what's been happening with tariffs, and indeed the increasing deregulation that we're seeing. And they work together as a package. I think the most important piece for a corporate, clarity. We hate uncertainty. We like clarity. And our client base now is really starting to act with more confidence now that we've got clarity on those three fronts. So active in the capital market arena, in financing, much more active in investing, less sitting on the sidelines. And M&A has been very, very active indeed, as we talked about. And on the consumer side, pretty robust spending through the summer. And we saw that really across all categories, helped a bit by lower gas prices. But the consumers being fiscally responsible, being more mindful around some spend, but still the spending levels were very pleasing.
So the momentum was pretty strong across all lines of your business in the second quarter. Of course, I don't want to precipitate the upcoming earnings, but can that momentum continue into the end of the year, just in terms of what you're seeing in advisory, in deal making, and in trading? Because it was a very strong quarter for trading as well.
It was exceptional for us on all fronts. I still see very strong pipelines. I see high level of engagement from clients. I see a sense of urgency as well, given the speed with which industry structures are changing. And there is still growth opportunity. I think growth will be a notch lower. We're keeping an eye on the labor market. It's a low churn market. So not everything is rosy, but we don't see a recession on the horizon.
All right, that, of course, was Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser, and exclusive with our team, Bloomberg TV team over in Dubai. So she and her team at Citi are keeping an eye on the labor market. Keep in mind, we are too, and we also got an inflation print this morning that we also were awaiting eagerly. That read... Actually, we got the read on inflation. Forgive me, lost my place. But we also got a read on the U.S. jobs market. Applications for U.S. unemployment benefits jumping last week to the highest level in almost 4 years. So there's a lot coming at investors. What I wanted to say is that the U.S. inflation print that we got, that we were eagerly awaiting, as expected in August, they rose, but it was in line with what the street was expecting. So curious to see what our next guest has to say. Matthew Luzetti is Chief U.S. Economist and Head of U.S. Economic Research at Deutsche Bank, joining us here in studio. Forgive me, there's a lot coming at us.
There's a lot going on.
Do you agree with Jane Fraser that you're not worried about a recession? She doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There's a few kind of interesting comments, and as she noted, a robust consumer. In an environment where some of us are worried about the labor market, the robust consumer, strong growth. The Atlanta Fed is actually tracking 3% for GDP growth in Q3. There's a lot of mixed signals on that front. I would watch items like the labor market and the jobless claims data that we see. The loan churn environment that she was talking about in the labor market is absolutely there. And the thing you get worried about is if layoffs begin to pick up, then undermines the consumer, and then we have recessionary dynamics. I would caution about interpreting this morning's data point as that. There's a weird spike in the Texas jobless claims, which seems to be associated with the floods that you had earlier in July. So I don't think that that was actually a real print. I would expect that that comes back down.
I have to be honest, I'm really confused about the inflation side of this economic story right now and why we're not seeing tariff price increases pass through on the data. And I can share an anecdote yesterday. Looking at an e-bike battery, for example, went to a shop, an $800 battery that a few months ago was $800 is now $1,100 as a result of tariffs. We're not seeing that 20% increase in the data yet. Why not?
So I think we are actually seeing it. If you were to decompose the consumer price basket between those items that have high import content, those that have low import content, we are seeing a big acceleration in inflation in the high import content items. In past months, we saw household furnishings rise, recreational goods rise. We've now begun to see that in motor vehicle parts,
trucks,
motor
right?
vehicle repair. Apparel inflation actually rose pretty robustly this month. So it's been a mixed picture. Used cars and trucks, new vehicles have not shown it. In prior months, you had seen some offset from airfares and from services items. But we are seeing it. What has not happened, I think, is the scary large inflation prints that we were all worried about. But inflation's at 3%, and it's been well above the Fed's target for the past 4.5 years. And most of the recent increase is being driven by tariffs.
So you, in your notes that you shared with us, say that there's still scope for the first round of tariffs to have a further impact on inflation in the near term. What kind of impact, Matt?
So I think that comes from our view on PPI data. So earlier this week, yesterday, we got the PPI. And again, that was actually weaker than anticipated when you looked at the headlines and the core. But when you look at the underlying details, there's a lot of pipeline inflation that's coming through with that. And so I would expect that you actually continue to see an acceleration in core goods inflation through the end of this year. Now, for the Fed, and as we look forward to monetary policy next week, a lot of Fed officials have taken the view, look, we're going to look through a lot of this tariff-driven inflation. And as long as it is isolated to items like core goods that we think that it's tariffs, we can still cut rates. And of course, for the Fed, they're a dual mandate central bank. So it's not just the inflation picture. What's happening in the labor market matters a lot there. And so the fact that we got a weak jobs report last Friday, big downward revisions earlier this week, leans them in a dovish direction in the near term.
What I don't understand is, though, if we are in a higher tariff rate environment that's going to exist going forward, why is it we can look forward to it? Because it does mean higher prices, right? And either companies have to eat it or we have to eat it.
So it does, but the theory is that it's
and
really
doesn't that mean inflation ticks higher?
In the near term, yes. But if it's a one-time price increase, it should not be a sustained inflation shock.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know, there's a word for that.
Numerically.
There's a word for that.
The word is transitory.
Okay,
I'm not going to. I'm not
just
use
making sure we're
after
on the same
going
page.
through having a forecast in 2020 and 2021. I'm trying to avoid the transitory language, but yes.
Yeah.
The idea is that it is a one-time price shock. Now it's going to take a while to play out, and I think for the PPI data we see this is going to last into 2026. And so even if it is one time or quote unquote transitory, it takes a while to play out.
Hey, on the labor market, going back to fundamental shifts that we've seen in the last few months during this administration, and Carol's mention of that weak jobs report, do we need to think about labor completely differently with immigration shut down in this country?
Yes. And absolutely how we think about those monthly jobs prints has changed dramatically over the past 2 years. I think if you go back 2 years ago when we were having the surge in immigration, 200,000 plus was the norm for payroll gains. Now, some of those have been revised down. But in this current environment, given demographics, given immigration flows, 50,000 is probably a perfectly fine number to keep the unemployment rate steady. And so I think we should revamp how we think about things. But the uncertainty around that suggests that we should focus on other things. The unemployment rate matters more than payroll gains matter. Things like the quits rate, job openings, unemployed, these measures of labor market slack are the most important indicators for our assessment of the labor market. And although they haven't weakened a lot, they've started to show some early signs of modest weakening.
Just real quickly, they're going to kill me. 20 seconds. What should the Fed do? Should they be cutting rates?
I think they will cut rates by 25 basis points next week.
Do you think it's right?
I think they should, given the change in the risk assessment. Where I disagree with the market pricing is more next year. The market has the Fed continuing to cut rates below 3% next year. We don't see an economy that necessitates that. Now, if you get a different reaction function because there's a turnover in Fed personnel, we might have to revisit that view.
Great stuff. Matt, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Matthew Luzetti. He is Chief U.S. Economist and Head of U.S. Economic Research at Deutsche Bank, joining us here in studio.
Hey, let's get an update on everything happening in the markets and the business news world. Standing by in our studio, here he is, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. Right now we are looking at records for stocks, but do want to bring you up to date on a developing story. Source telling Bloomberg, Paramount Skydance, the Hollywood studio taken over in August by David Ellison, is said to be preparing a bid for rival Warner Brothers Discovery. Right now we have got Warner Brothers Discovery surging by 26%. Shares of Paramount Skydance, they're up by 7%. This on a day as the S&P 500 index pushes higher after the morning's economic data. S&P at 6583. That is a record up 0.8%. The Dow right now up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 0.7%. The 10-year 4.01%. And the 2-year 3.53%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, we are, as you know, noting the 24th anniversary of 9/11 today. It's a day when we continue to see geopolitical threats and tensions and unease here at home following the shooting and killing of conservative
Hey,
activist
Azur
Charlie
Bent,
Kirk
how you
at
doing?
that
Just
campus
got off my
event
call.
in Utah. And on a global scale, we see tensions.
Yeah, I kind of like the buy here. If you could have got in at the 20, you got 5 to 8 points here.
Certainly watching, and we would assume the U.S. is as well. For perspective, we want to head to the U.S. House of Representatives.
Yeah, it's tough. This is tough. You like if you're trying to get in off the EMAs, you know, you want to keep it tight, try to get 3 to 5 points, maybe chase another couple and just get out and be happy.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can never get the full 10 to 20, you know, when you're trying to trade the chop, the range.
In the U.S., we've seen other forms of political violence, numerous shootings of political figures and officials, and of course, we're talking about Charlie Kirk today. Your reaction?
I bought down at 66.
Well, first and foremost, remember all those lost on 9/11.
Oh, on the ES.
Who stepped in, and of course, we have another somber note today as we reflect on the killing of Charlie Kirk. And I start from a place of great sympathy, sympathy for his family, his spouse and children, and I turn to.
Oh, look at this.
Political violence.
When you say 66, are you talking about?
In a way that we
Oh, you lost.
be experiencing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It is not acceptable.
Yeah, it's tough. You just get chopped up if you try to keep getting in and out right now. It's just not moving in any direction.
Lives away.
It's just a tight range.
Political divisions. You can have divides, but
Look, we thought we were going to go long. We thought we were going to be funny and go long, and look at what happened. We got this candle.
And yet, it happens.
We got this candle that would have just snapped us down. Yeah, it's a tough day.
Legislators, Steve Scalise, Nancy Pelosi's husband, attacked, of course, the attack on President Trump's life twice last year, including that assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. What is the right way to turn down the temperature in the United States right now?
I think the right way to turn down the temperature is to treat one another as neighbors. Treat one another as people who belong in the same community. America is great because we have origins that span the globe, but we come here because we can achieve great things, and they always happen when we work together. And so I say that to every person with a platform, a title, a place where you can influence others, to today recommit to moving forward with rhetoric that isn't going to inspire action like violence in our communities. We, yes, have things that we don't agree on, paths ideologically, paths based on our belief that might be different than those of other people in our community. I, as a Democrat, do not need to be mad to be angry at a Republican. We can disagree on the substance, but at the end of the day, come back and realize we're in the same mission for the same country and in advancing leadership in the world. And that's what I'm going to commit to. And I encourage others to look inwardly and see how they can do that today.
But Congressman Almo, with all due respect, that political discourse, that productive conversations, and debates when you don't agree with someone's thoughts on something, it doesn't seem to happen anymore.
Well, we have to do better. I'm not going to suggest that we have found the way to resolve our conflicts in the best way. But I'll tell you what isn't and will never be acceptable, and that is violence. And so we have an extra burden today to keep trying, to keep working towards meeting the ideals that I know that we share.
So let me ask you about geopolitics, because you are vice-ranking member of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. We did have a big story today about Poland seeking a consultation with NATO specifically and NATO powers after shooting down drones that crossed into its territory during Russia's latest massive airstrike on Ukraine. They called the incursion an, quote, act of aggression. What are you hearing from U.S. officials and the White House on this?
Well, look, I go back to the president's summit with Vladimir Putin, his deadlines that weren't met. Vladimir Putin is testing limits. He is testing our resolve and our commitment to NATO and to our European allies. And the way we must respond is by recommitting to Ukraine's fight against Vladimir Putin's aggression that has only become harsher, has been more aggressive against civilians, and is seeking to undermine our strength and our alliances in Europe. And so I need to hear from the White House, and we need to see a commitment to Ukraine in an even stronger way.
What does that commitment look like?
Look, that commitment goes to certainly supporting them militarily and continuing to provide the support they need on that end. But beyond that, when you have rhetoric that is uncertain about our commitments to NATO, that helps to fuel Vladimir Putin's test. And he certainly wants us to have uncertainty in our relationship with Ukraine, our relationship with Europe, and continuing to see an inconsistency from this administration provides some of that continued motivation for Putin to try actions like he did in Poland.
All right, so there are definitely geopolitical concerns with everything that's going on overseas. The other thing we think about a lot is security and independence when it comes to energy. You're a member of the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, ranking member of the Subcommittee on Environment. Wind power is something that has been singled out several times critically by President Trump. Talk to us about how important offshore wind is to the state of Rhode Island.
It's very important. Offshore wind is incredibly important.
All right, guys, I don't think there's any real trades here. I would be really, really very careful. If anything, see when the control EMAs are pinned together and they're on top of each other and they're not moving away from each other,
not only imperils our
it's tough to know what direction we're going to go. The stochastics are heading on the way down, but that could easily change based off this historic line of resistance here. So
all of the above strategy has to include wind. And
so this is the range at the top we're in, and this is kind of the range at the bottom. I would want to clear either of these two zones to the up or to the down before I started looking for entries, I think.
We're continuing to work very aggressively across the aisle.
So I would want to confirm here to move down or confirm here to move higher, I think. Anything else is kind of, you're playing the range chop.
Northeast are considering dropping resistance to natural gas pipelines and other fossil fuel.
Yeah, that's my plan. We got to break the range. Yep, like usual when I draw this, we got to break the range. It's kind of like in the morning when we got volatility, we got to break the range and get organized. So if we confirm here and go lower, then that might be a trade. Confirm here and go higher, that might be the trade.
Troubling turn. However, when the president has been at the negotiation table,
you are a diddle in the middle. Yeah, that's right. We're just diddling in the middle. Dead in the middle. Diddle in the middle. That's right. All right, I got to lead, guys. I'll be right back.
Making very tough decisions. I think in the long term, renewables are going to be the path that achieve our cost objectives and our climate objectives but this has certainly been part of what the president has put forward when he has engaged these governors alongside members of his administration.
Okay, so let's talk about engagement of those governors. You did say working alongside Republicans here, working across the aisle to come to a resolution here. Has the president actually agreed to discuss offshore wind with the governors of those Northeast states, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Massachusetts?
I know that there are conversations ongoing with members of the administration. I don't know of a specific commitment from the president, but the facts are clear. We need wind, and I'm hopeful that the president and his cabinet members see the wisdom in continuing a project like Revolution Wind. It is important to my state of Rhode Island, but it's also a linchpin to growing the industry across the eastern seaboard, including in places like Virginia, including in Connecticut and Massachusetts. So I want to continue to see progress here, and I know those governors are working vigorously to get to the table.
All right, so appreciate your time on this Thursday. Congressman Gabe Amo, Democrat for Rhode Island, joining us there from the nation's capital. All right, folks, we are headed for a break. We've got stocks higher across the board, pretty much hovering near their best levels of the session, pretty broad-based rally. When we come back, we're going to talk wearables and the impact on women's health and more. That's coming up on Bloomberg Business Weekday.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. CPI Thursday, a relatively tame inflation reading and signs of a cooling jobs market spurred a rally on Wall Street. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher. Could see record closes today. We've got the S&P right now up 52. That is a gain of 0.8%. The Dow up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 0.7%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares surging by 1.4%. The 10-year 4.01%, with the 2-year 3.53%. Gold down 0.2%, 36.32 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 2.2%, 62.28 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now up 0.6%, 114,273 on Bitcoin. We're keeping an eye on Paramount. Skydance said to be preparing a bid for rival Warner Brothers Discovery with a mostly cash offer for the entire company. Paramount Skydance up now by 10.6%. Warner Brothers Discovery up 27%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, well, this week, Apple introduced its first new AirPods Pro model in 3 years, adding new health tracking features. The new device will feature a heart rate monitor, allowing the earbuds to work with an iPhone to track a wearer's pulse and measure calories burned during exercise. And Tim, our next guest, knows a lot about the relationship between technology and wearables specifically and how it all plays into the health world.
Let's get to the Business Week Women's Health segment, where we focus on key issues and developing technologies impacting the present and future of women's health around the world. We've got with us Rosalind Picard, Doctor of Science, Grover M. Herman Professor of Health Sciences and Technology at the MIT Media Lab, also Director of Effective Computing Research. She joins us from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Effective computing, what is it?
Hi, it's such a pleasure to be here with you. Effective computing with an A is defined as computing that relates to, arises from, or deliberately influences emotion.
Wait, okay. So wait, walk us through that. So it's in use today, and how is it, what is it enabling us to do?
Lots of things. It's an area started here at the MIT Media Lab decades ago. And initially it was about giving computers the skills of emotional intelligence. Then we started learning that a lot of people could use better understanding about emotion also. Working with many people who had difficulty understanding others' emotions as well as their own, we started building wearable technologies that could monitor physiological changes in our body even when we were leaving the lab, not just here hooked up to racks of equipment.
Then those physiological changes were documented, obviously for research, but in terms of helping others understand what a person is feeling or experiencing, how does that work?
Yeah, so obviously emotions are very personal and very private, so we don't do any of that sharing of it without people's fully informed prior consent. However, there are a lot of times when people are confused about their own feelings. For example, a person's heart may be racing and they may think that they have a cardiac condition, but in fact, it may be their fear of a cardiac condition that is causing the heart to race. So the wearables let you collect data in the real world. In fact, we built some of the first wearables here in the Media Lab, at least the first ones I know of, that could monitor the cardiac information and the autonomic nervous system information, like your fight or flight response.
So walk us through, because this is, as you said, wearable computers at MIT. You've been working on this for over 2 decades. Walk us through a little bit of kind of where you guys, or how you were thinking about it a couple of decades ago versus kind of where we are today and the progress you've made and how it's evolved in terms of what wearables can do when it comes to really assessing our health.
In the beginning, we were interested in emotions that could help make people's experiences better, say in a learning experience. Is the learner frustrated or bored? Or usability? Is this software driving users crazy? Or is it a great experience? And automobile driving too. Is this situation on the streets stressing out people? Could we change the situation and have lower driver stress? So we started by building wired systems that could leave the lab. And then later we built versions with small wireless sensors that could go on jewelry and in wrists. We built the first wrist watch that could monitor simultaneously signals like electrodermal activity and PPG, the photoplethysmography that's used to extract heart rate today. And also, you mentioned the Apple thing. We built some of the first earbuds that actually worked with an iPhone that measured heart rate with consumer quality data and published that, I believe it was back in 2009.
Well, I love what you are talking about. And I think about, as a woman, as a mother of a daughter, that when it comes to women's health specifically, I feel like there is a lot that's not paid attention to. And obviously there's been studies and research that really bear this out. So I'm curious about how technology or wearables can improve the health and health outcome and knowledge and assessment when it comes to women specifically.
Thanks for asking about that. Women have definitely been left out of a lot of health studies. I learned that it's less than 10 years ago that the National Institute of Health started even requiring scientists to include female mice and rats in their studies. Before, they were sticking with just the males. Amazing. To avoid the complexity of the female system. The opportunities are huge for health with wearables, and especially for women's health. There are so many conditions that are different for women than for men, and they're not only vastly understudied, but the kind of data is very undersampled. It's like asking somebody what they feel or what they experience instead of actually counting the way that the pain each month is affecting their life, or the way that the disruptions at night are affecting their sleep. And now we can do those kinds of
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me? I just wasn't on the mic. I've been working leads.
That people, and specifically women, need to adopt in order to.
Are you long right now? Or are you short still?
Well, I'm not
Hazard
really
Matt.
promoting a particular product here today. At the Media Lab, our job is to make possible those future things. We're building the things that are pre-product.
Can you hear Bloomberg?
In some cases, decades ahead of what will be out there. Sometimes we're also using commercial systems to gather data. So one example of that is we use a smartwatch that collects autonomic data and movement data, and we're looking at the structure of what is enabling people to sleep better. Sleep is such a huge problem, and it affects women differently than men, and we need to help people fix it.
So let me ask this question in a different way, which is, when you look out at the products that are available with the context of what you've been working on for years at the MIT Media Lab, what has been harnessed and sort of what is still in the pipeline? What is still being researched? Like what percentage of the opportunity that you think is out there has actually been achieved with the products?
All right, so we're almost to the upper range. We're almost to the upper range. Doesn't mean go short. Doesn't mean go long. It just means we need to confirm that we're going to go higher, and then we can start looking for an entry.
As you saw, just like even
Because we could just triple or quadruple top here somewhere and head right back down to the bottom of the range. Can you hear me, Hazard Matt? Are you still out there, bud?
Did it 10 years ago, so I don't know why they're just doing it now.
Well, let me know if the audio is okay. I've had a lot of leads today. I've been busier than usual. I haven't been able to be on the mic as much as I have been. But I'll be back in a few minutes.
And make it really comfortable and easy to monitor changes to avoid the kinds of nightmares of detecting cancer changing very fast between screens, or people not going to get a mammogram or get screened because it's uncomfortable or it's expensive. So she has built conformable technology that shapes to the breast and allows people to get clinically significant, great data without the discomfort of being pancaked.
Unbelievable. And it is really interesting to see maybe how technologies, we talked about kind of the health gap when it comes to men versus women, whether or not technology can really help us and wearables. Fascinating stuff. I hope you'll come back and continue to kind of fill our minds with what's going on, especially when it comes to technology and wearables specifically. Rosalind Picard, she's Doctor of Science, I should say, Grover M. Herman, Professor of Health Sciences and Technology at the MIT Media Lab, Director of Affective Computing Research, joining us from Cambridge on this Thursday.
Really cool stuff. 1% in terms of what's available.
Which is exciting to think about what's to come, but I also thought it was fascinating what she said about the AirPods and how long this stuff is taking.
Listen, I monitor my sleep, and it's not pretty.
I'll take anything that's going to help me make me sleep better. Hey, when we come back, check on trading and also some of the stocks on the move. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Master, Tim Stenovec. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we're just coming up on an hour to go until we wrap up the trading day on this Thursday. We've got a rally underway. We are up about 0.8% on the S&P 500. Dow Jones Industrial Average, the outperformer, up 1.3%. And you've got the NASDAQ 100 again, Tim, of just about 0.2%. Again, we're staying near our highs of the day.
It's broad-based, too. 430 names higher, 74 declining in the S&P 500. Every sector in the green, Carol, except for energy, down 0.2%.
I'm Carol Masser, along with Tim Stenovec. Let's get to some stocks on the move on this Thursday. With us is Bloomberg News senior reporter and deputy team leader for U.S. Equities, Jess Menton. And Jess, we are seeing IPOs and another one today.
It is, and it's really hot on this, especially we're keeping a lot of our reporters busy with Bailey Lipschultz, our key IPO reporter, as well as Georgie McKay on our equities team. So looking at Figure Technology, the ticker is FIGR. So this is the latest tech company to benefit from investors' newfound appetite, like Carol was talking about, for the IPO space. So this company is actually a blockchain lender. And if you're looking at what happened with today's trade, so it actually began trading on the NASDAQ under that ticker, and it opened at $36. While it's pulled back slightly from that, it's currently trading around $31.50. That's still above where it IPO'd at $25. So that actually gives it a figure around raising around 787 million here. And it really joins this growing list of unicorns, which is really important context when we think about the IPO market the last few years. But then looking ahead and what it means here, so this buy now, pay later lending company Klarna actually made its stock debut just yesterday, so it rose nearly 15% from its IPO price. Then you also have other stablecoin providers like Circle earlier this year, as well as design software platform Figma. So you really have a lot of momentum going right now as far as what's going on in that type of space, and particularly in the crypto area as well.
Yeah, Gemini, the Winklevi crypto exchange. Then outside of crypto, even more IPOs on the horizon. BlackRock Coffee, Legence, and then Via, the rideshare app. Expected IPO too.
So we have a busy few weeks this week as well. And then, of course, actually, if you put in context for this week, this is the busiest week for IPOs since ARM in 2023.
Wow.
So we have StubHub actually coming next week. So that's the ticket resale company.
Unbelievable. But, you've got a market that's hitting records, right? So if you want to introduce a new issue, this is probably the market
Good
to
sign
do
for
it
the
in.
economy, too.
Yeah. Centene is another one that you're watching, and that's moving.
The ticker is CNC. So this is a health insurer. It was the top performer in the S&P 500 earlier today if you were looking at the MOV function. Now it's in the top 3 behind Synopsys and Warner Brothers, but it actually reaffirmed its annual earnings outlook that it actually had already issued in July. So it did reaffirm positive views on Medicare star ratings, and it said it expects cost improvements in its Medicaid business. If you look at some of its peers like Molina Healthcare, MOH is the ticker on that, up 6%. Also, Elevance Health is up 2.6% as well. So you're seeing its peers moving. But I want to put in context, if you look at year to date through yesterday's close for Centene, its stock had dropped nearly 50% this year. So still has a long way to go. If you look on the sell side, the A&R function in the terminal, 5 buys, 15 holds, 1 sell. Barclays strategist Andrew Mock, he actually has an equal weight rating on the stock. He was talking about how that Medicare update was better than feared, with the company seeing medical cost improvement in the second half of the year. So you're seeing some bright spots there, but still really tough year when you're looking at where that year-to-date performance was before today's gains.
Okay, well, not a tough year for Oracle.
No.
This was a big one yesterday.
It was.
And today maybe giving up some of those gains.
ORCL's the ticker, down a little over 6% right now. So on pace for its worst day since April 4th from earlier this year. So you were just alluding to, Tim, the massive run that we saw in this stock yesterday. So it had really historic rally. It actually was up 36% on Wednesday. So that was its best day since 1992. So the context there, it had reported this stellar cloud demand numbers. And then the Wall Street Journal on top of that yesterday also had reported that Oracle had struck a $300 billion deal with OpenAI. But if you're looking today, actually JP Morgan, the derivatives desk, they actually had been crunching numbers on the retail investor side of things. So you actually saw retail investors selling aggressively into Oracle's rally yesterday after buying those shares on Monday and Tuesday. So you have a bit of a retail story there. And then, of course, if you look beyond that, as well as some of the other peers, that were outperforming yesterday too. Broadcom, AVGO is the ticker symbol. That stock's also down more than 2% today. That had been among some of the big gainers yesterday. And then, of course, I have to point out Vistra, VST, is down more than 2% as well. That's tied to the data centers. That had been jumping yesterday, as well as AMD, Advanced Micro Devices. But both of those stocks are also lower on the back of this, after a lot of them had a tremendous run yesterday.
Yeah, some big movers, certainly in today's session. All right, going to leave it there. Jess, thank you so much. Bloomberg News senior reporter and deputy team leader for U.S. Equities, Jess Manton, here in studio. Be sure to check out our new Stock Movers podcast. They're 5-minute episodes, biggest winners and losers in the trade. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
A redhead crossing the Bloomberg terminal. A majority of judges on a Brazil Supreme Court panel found Jair Bolsonaro guilty of attempting a coup after his 2022 election defeat, making him the country's first former president convicted of such a crime. Justice on Thursday became the third member of the 5-judge panel to vote in favor of Bolsonaro's conviction on charges that he sought to stay in power by plotting a military coup that included plans to assassinate President Lula da Silva.
Just another thing we're watching when it comes to the geopolitical. Hey, folks, we are getting ready for the last hour of trading on this Thursday. And as we said, we've got quite a rally underway. If you're watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I continuing, though, on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, continuing to watch all of kind of the concerns, national security concerns around the world. So we're going to dig into that in the next hour. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about an hour away from the close on this Thursday, and we are seeing a rally underway, pretty broad-based rally. We'll get to the trade in just a moment. We're hovering near our highs of the session. We've got a little M&A action happening that we're keeping an eye on as well. Paramount Skydance preparing a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery, with the offer being backed by the Ellison family. This, according to people with knowledge of the matter, are Lucas Shaw putting that out after an initial report in the Wall Street Journal. So, yeah, some M&A action, some IPO action. There's a lot coming out of investors.
Also want to mention that we're awaiting an update from law enforcement officials in the case regarding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We're going to be speaking with Miles Miller in just a minute to get the latest on that, and we'll bring you any headlines as we get them. On the economy, though, Carol, the yield on the 10-year, did you see that?
I did, and I was listening to Surveillance this morning when the 10-year dipped below 4%. It's right now at it, but we did get an inflation print largely coming in as expected. We also got weekly jobless claims, but we want to talk about what's going on when it comes to expectations for U.S. rates and the trade that we are seeing. We've got a great duo, Stuart Paul and Michael McKenzie. They're going to be in the house.
Also today, the 24th anniversary of the September 11th attacks, the evolution of security and American foreign policy in those years since 9/11. We've got a great couple of folks joining us throughout the program. A retired colonel from the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve, as well as our Pentagon and national security reporter, joining us separately, both of whom were in the Pentagon when it was attacked. We're going to get an idea of just their view on how things have changed since then.
And then we've got a most read story on the Bloomberg. It's also the Bloomberg Big Take. It's Epstein's inbox. A trove of emails reveals Ghislaine Maxwell's secrets. It's a most read, as we said, and today's Bloomberg Big Take. So we're going to dig into that story because it's a pretty significant one and leading to some changes around the world. We're going to get to that in just a moment. Let's get a check on that trading session. Here is, once again, Charlie Powell.
Hi, thank you very much. 58 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. We are looking at records for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Right to the numbers. CPI Thursday, we've got the S&P at a record 65.85, up 53 right now, up 0.8%. The Dow rallying 1.3%, up 585 points, trading above 46,000. NASDAQ higher by 0.7%, and the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up now by 1.4%. The 10-year, as Carol mentioned, 4.00%, with a 2-year 3.52%. Gold lower a little change, down $7 the ounce, 36.33, down by roughly 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, 62.29 a barrel. Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser says merger activity is rebounding as U.S. companies gain confidence from clearer policy signals. She also says a recession in the U.S. is unlikely. All of that in an interview with Bloomberg Television in Dubai.
I still see very strong pipelines. I see high level of engagement from clients. I see a sense of urgency as well, given the speed with which industry structures are changing. And there is still growth opportunity. I think growth will be a notch lower. We're keeping an eye on the labor market. It's a low churn market. So not everything is rosy, but we don't see a recession on the horizon.
Citigroup's Jane Fraser speaking with Bloomberg in Dubai. Citigroup up 1.4%. Briefly, JP Morgan Chase working on plans for a potential new office building in London's Canary Wharf district that would be the biggest in that city. And a source tells Bloomberg Paramount Skydance, the Hollywood studio taken over in August by David Ellison, is preparing a bid for rival Warner Brothers Discovery. Right now, Paramount Skydance up 9.1%, Warner Brothers up 27%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Appreciate it. We are awaiting an update from law enforcement officials in the case regarding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The press conference was scheduled for 2:45 Wall Street time, but it was pushed back for, quote, rapid developments. Here with the latest is Bloomberg News senior reporter covering Homeland Security and the FBI, Miles Miller. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. What's the latest, Miles?
Yeah, so the investigators are poring over all the evidence they have in this case. It's the latent prints, the prints they found on that rooftop. It is some of the forensic evidence they have, which are the bullet shell casings and the cartridges, and then that picture shown now around the world offering a $100,000 reward for the capture of this suspect who shot and killed Charlie Kirk during an event in Utah.
In terms of updates, so we are expecting anything, but it's a fluid situation. Any indications that they are getting closer to identifying who this is?
Officials for the Department of Public Safety in Utah said rapid developments. I think certainly this will be something that they'll want to, once they identify a suspect, really confirm that this is the person responsible, and they'll have to link that to some sort of evidence. We saw yesterday 2 missteps, 2 people identified and then released who were detained, and so they want to.
Hey, see you later, Lord Titty. Have a good day.
In this instance, but also, important to note that the vice president is on his way to Salt Lake to meet with the family of Charlie Kirk, and so any new development they'll want to share with the White House too, and so it's a delicate game that they're playing here of trying to get the information, get it quick. But then also, do that choreographing with the vice president's team and the FBI as well.
And as our Bloomberg News team has reported, the vice president will escort Charlie Kirk's body back to Arizona after being in Utah. Hey, the pictures that have been released by law enforcement, how have law enforcement characterized the person of interest in these pictures? What have they called him? Did they say he's an alleged shooter? Did they say, what did they call him?
They're calling him a person of interest. And
Okay.
I think, if you take a look at the photo, it's wraparound sunglasses, a dark colored hat, long sleeve shirt that has an American flag on it. But the pictures are grainy. And that's not to say that they won't find better pictures later on. But the initial picture they have are grainy. This is a person who was perched on a roof 200 yards away, takes that shot, jumps off the roof, and if you look at the roof, it's tiered. So it's not like he's jumping just onto a lower platform. He's jumping.
I want to clarify: we don't know if the person we don't know if the person really in the photos is the person who jumped off the roof.
The person who's in those photos is who police believe is the person of interest who was on that roof. They think he's the person who's they have the handprint of and the shoe print of. This is the surveillance video is the video of him leading up to the roof and then leaving the roof. And then also what law enforcement said when they did the briefing was that the gun that they found was consistent with the area in which the suspect jumped off the roof and fled into the wooded area behind the campus.
Impact. I just think about Homeland Security more broadly on this 9/11 when, you know, there are individuals who are pretty young and can't believe that there was a time when we could walk to basically all the way in if you were seeing somebody off on an airplane, right? There was no TSA and extreme security. Homeland Security, and when they think about college campuses, are there changes that are beginning to be thought that are necessary in this environment?
Especially in New York, right? You know, this morning, arriving here at work, Strategic Response Group moving around the city, a caravan of 5 cars. I was looking at a friend of mine who covered 9/11 and saying, you know, she was reporting back then in 2001 when the attacks happened, you know, there are federal agents outside of the federal building with guns in their hand. And that's what we see, you know, every day now. The way that this event, that 9/11 had changed the way that we think about physical security, it has been monumental, right? The Homeland Security Department was created in the wake of 9/11.
Right.
And I think, you know, without that kind of intelligence sharing and knowledge, we wouldn't be able to have the sophisticated network we have now to be able to get a picture of the suspect within 24 hours and track his movements and eventually find out who he is.
A lot has changed, no doubt about it. Miles, thank you so much. Appreciate the update. Miles Miller, Bloomberg News senior reporter covering Homeland Security and the FBI. So we're going to, of course, keep on our radar this expected update, if you will, on this action.
Yeah, just a reminder that the press briefing by the FBI and the Utah Department of Public Safety that was scheduled for 2:45 p.m. New York time, it was postponed due to, quote, rapid developments in the investigation. That's according to the DPS.
All right, so it's been a busy day. We've gotten a bunch of economic activity and data, I should say specifically, a read on inflation where we did see, and Tim and I keep talking about this, we're talking about the equity rally, but what's been really interesting in terms of what we have seen along the U.S. rates curve. Right now, we've got a 10-year just at 4%, but we did dip below it earlier. Shorter end of the yield curve, we're looking at a 2-year of 3.52, but that certainly caught our attention, what happened with the 10-year this morning.
So we got to talk rates, and we got a great duo to do that. Stuart Paul is U.S. and Canada economist for Bloomberg Economics. Michael McKenzie is Bloomberg News rates reporter. Both join us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Stuart, I want to start with you and just the move that we saw today, the significance of the yield falling below 4% for the first time since early April. What specifically was the catalyst here?
It looks like most of the move came after we saw jobless claims this morning. Certainly, it was not the inflation data, which I think was actually pretty poor.
Poor but expected.
Poor but expected. A lot of the items underneath the surface of the inflation data were pointed to more pervasive inflation. It pointed to not just tariff-induced inflation, but inflation in core goods generally, inflation in discretionary services categories. And the only real reason you could expect to see any sort of additional Fed cutting based on the data that we saw today at 8:30 this morning is because there was a blowout in initial jobless claims. The thing is, and this is really what caught my attention, all of the increase in jobless claims was concentrated in Texas. Now, there's some hypothesis floating around that the increase in claims in Texas is some sort of residual consequence of the floods that we saw earlier this summer. But one would think that if that were the case, you would have had more initial jobless claims in Texas in previous weeks. So there's something peculiar in today's jobless claims data that is idiosyncratic, it is unique to Texas, and it might just be a data anomaly that can vanish in the weeks ahead. And if that's the case, a lot of the optimism that we're seeing in markets across the board right now after this data was released might be completely unfounded.
Wait, so, okay, Michael, come on in here because we are certainly seeing expectations about what the Fed's going to do. I mean, what are the markets saying right now?
25 is nailed on. We're trading bang on 25. We briefly priced in 25 basis point rate cuts for the rest of this year. After the initial jobless claims numbers come out, we're still pretty much holding on to that. And as you've highlighted, the 10-year yield dipped below 4%. It's been a big move in the 10-year, as well as the 2s and 5s. 5 is very close to its low yield for the year.
Right now at 357.
Yeah. So again, I mean, I think the bond market is looking at the Fed's dual mandate and saying, you know, we know they're going to cut next week, but what are they going to say about labor versus inflation? And any kind of shift from either Powell or in the statement that suggests that the Fed is becoming more worried about unemployment, that is what the bond market is waiting to hear, because they always know in the back of their mind the job market is always the last thing to crack, and you start going down this path where the economy is a lot weaker than what people thought. And is the Fed potentially behind the curve? And do they need to do something in the coming months to catch up? And that's up for debate. But at the moment, that's how the bond market's trading.
Is the Fed behind the curve, Stuart?
The Fed is behind the curve. I feel like I've been in here very frequently saying that there's way less labor demand than there is labor supply right now. The number of discouraged workers who have dropped out of the labor force, I mean, if you counted them in the labor force and as unemployed, the unemployment rate would be past where the Fed expects to end the year.
Can you explain how they're characterized right now, or like who you're talking about? Are you talking about people who have dropped out of the traditional labor force and are maybe doing gig work?
Well, so I'm specifically talking about people
Danielle
who
DiMartino
report,
Booth was in here talking about that recently.
Yeah, so I'm specifically talking about people who report that they have not been looking for work in the past 4 weeks, and so they are not counted as either unemployed or in the labor force. Now, these are people who would like a job if they thought that they could find a job, but because they're so discouraged by their job prospects, they stop looking. And so the Bureau of Labor Statistics no longer counts them as either in the labor force or unemployed, when in reality...
Hey, Hazard Matt, did you get out on the green side?
They're just really discouraged. If you counted them in the labor force, it would be so evident how much additional slack there is, how much additional labor supply there is relative to demand, that the Fed would be cutting rates. They are a little bit behind the curve. My only hesitation is to say that today's labor market data, the initial jobless claims data, is not the screaming red flag. And if anything, today's inflation data, the CPI report, shows inflation becoming a little bit more pervasive. It should give the Fed pause. Expectations of 3 rate cuts this year is probably a little bit ambitious. 2 is plausible.
Well, that's what I wanted to get to. Like, I mean, how quickly, depending on, I guess, what we hear from the Fed, right, Michael, that we could see the market shift in terms of its expectations once again.
Again, the dot plot gets updated next week, and that'll be very interesting because back in June, we had 2 cuts penciled in for this year. So get one next week. Presumably, we get one in December. However, you may see some Fed officials begin to shift, and we certainly know one, if they do end up being on the Fed at the Fed meeting next week, if they're confirmed, could very well put in a very low number on the dot plot. So that's already kind of sort of known or expected by bond traders. But I think there is a sense, is the Fed beginning to shift more towards, yes, we probably need to follow what Christopher Waller's been saying, better to be preemptive. And
an insurance cut is what we heard at a financial conference out on the West Coast this week.
But ultimately, it's going to come down to the data, which I'm sure Jerome Powell will say this next week when he's asked. We're data dependent, and when you're data dependent, that means you are at the mercy of pinging like a pinball, back and forth, because you're essentially saying if we get a really bad number in the next few months, say on the labor side. Not with, and obviously something that doesn't have some of the sort of, the stuff that Scott's pointed out about regarding today's initial jobless claims numbers. If it's a clear-cut sign that Labor is really weakening, this bond market will price in a 50 basis point cut. It'll even start talking about an intermeeting cut. So it's going to be really important to see how the Fed how Jerome Powell and the statement classify or describe how the Fed is looking at the labor market here, because that will keep the market primed. And if you see any weakness in labor going forward, bang.
I do think that we are going to continue seeing weakness in the labor market, and I do expect that Fed Chairman Powell is going to say that he's waiting on additional data. I expect that he's going to see some sort of confirmation that the labor market is cooling, that it is warranted that we get a cut. But I think that they're going to be especially hesitant to offer that sort of insurance cut, because it would look like capitulation to political pressure. So as much as they're trying to stay data dependent, as much as I expect the data to move in that direction.
Right?
Look,
you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
This is like Prisoner's Dilemma on acid or something.
It almost feels that way.
It's really tricky because you could frame it as political. You could frame it as a sort of game theoretic, strategic decision that you need to make. But I think that the reality that a lot of the more academically oriented policymakers will take is that if we were to appear to capitulate to political pressure, inflation expectations would start rising, and that is essentially what we're trying to defend against, and that is us reacting to expectations for the data. That is us skating to where the puck is going.
We need another hour. I'm really sorry. We got to wrap. You guys, amazing. Stuart Paul, U.S. and Canada economist for Bloomberg Economics. Michael McKenzie, Bloomberg News rates reporter. This is why we're so lucky to work here at Bloomberg. Folks like this. Hey, coming up, our focus shifts to 9/11 24 years ago. That's next.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all holding on to gains. And right now, we are looking at records on the S&P 500 index. We got the Dow also at a record above 46,000. NASDAQ higher by 0.7%, trading above 22,000. Right now, the S&P up 54, 65.86, up 0.8%. The Dow again up 1.3%. NASDAQ up by 0.7%. Russell 2000 index cannot ignore the move there, up by 1.6%. 10-year 4.00% with a 2-year 3.52%. Gold down $3 the ounce. A little changed on the day, down 0.1%, 36.37 right now. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 2.2%, 62.27 for a barrel of WTI. A source tells Bloomberg Paramount Skydance, the Hollywood studio taken over in August by David Ellison, is preparing a bid for rival Warner Brothers Discovery. Now, according to CNBC, the Paramount Warner Brothers Discovery deal could be announced as soon as next week. Shares of both companies are surging. Paramount Skydance up 13.3%. Warner Brothers Discovery up 27.1%. And we are continuing to monitor developments in the hunt for the killer of Charlie Kirk. A press briefing by the FBI and the Utah Department of Public Safety have been scheduled for 2:45 Wall Street time. It has been postponed to what the DPS says, quote, is rapid developments in the investigation. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest. We'll carry it live whenever it takes place. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. 24 years ago today, the U.S. was attacked. President Trump made comments earlier from the Pentagon, one of the sites that was attacked on 9/11. He paid tribute to firefighters, police, service members, too. One service member who was there on 9/11, Mark F. Cancian. He's a retired colonel, U.S. Marine Corps Reserve, now senior advisor for the Defense and Security Department at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He writes about military forces and operations. Mark also served 2 tours in Iraq with the Marines. Mark's with us now from Washington. Mark, first, thank you for your service. We're going to talk about the change in U.S. national security since 9/11, because as you've written about for years, it's significant, and there was a significant shift a little over a decade ago. But first, a day like today, as somebody who experienced it up close, what does it mean to you?
Well, I actually called one of my former staff members and reminded him where we were 24 years ago and what had happened. It was an overwhelming experience to be in the middle of it. I think what people often don't appreciate is just how confusing it is, because nobody really knew what had happened. You know, we could see that part of the building was burning and evacuated our offices, but it was a long time before we knew exactly what had happened. We heard a story that a plane had hit the Pentagon. I was thinking a Cessna. Didn't realize that this was a passenger aircraft, that many people had been killed, and that it was part of a larger terrorist plot.
You know, since then, I feel like there are so many different security levels that are now part of our world. I just think about when I go to fly, whether it's face, finger, hands, like it's just amazing things that we now just assume to be kind of ubiquitous in our world. And I'm just wondering, do you think we are more secure here in the United States? And I ask this on a day when we have had what we assume to be, what we've seen is the shooting and murder of one conservative activist. We see politicians really under risk, whether it, attacks and other shootings, if you will, even the president. I'm just wondering, do you think we are safer here in the United States?
Well, I think the general public is safer. There hasn't been a hijacking in the United States. There have been very few terrorist incidents. Right after 9/11, there was great concern that there were going to be other terrorist attacks like what we had experienced with 3,000 people killed. And nothing like that has happened. We've endured a lot of inconvenience, TSA, taking your shoes off for all those years. I mean, all of the security, every building now, you have to be badged to get in. People forget that at one point in my early career, the Pentagon was an open building. I mean, you could just walk in. Anybody from the public just walk into the Pentagon. You could walk up to the Secretary of Defense's office if you want. You couldn't get in the office, but you could walk up to it. Then in the 90s, they put in some sort of basic security. And of course, after 9/11, they put in really very severe security measures but were required given the new environment.
But to Carol's point, is it a bigger threat? Is there a bigger threat coming from inside the United States, from our own neighbors who are close to us, fellow Americans, than from people outside of the U.S.?
Well, I think both threats exist. And we have seen, of course, this terrible incident with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We saw legislators in Minnesota murdered, and the attempts on President Trump's life. Those are different, though, because that is political inspired murder, which unfortunately has not been is increasing. Has not been part of our culture. But then we have the broader question about the public, and if you are not, politically prominent, I think that the threats to you are much reduced compared to what they were on 9/11.
Mark, as I mentioned, I want to talk a little bit about what you've been writing about for years, military forces and operations, and the evolution or the change that we saw when the U.S. moved away from counterinsurgency and instead focusing on Russia and China. When was this, and what was the reason for doing this?
Yeah, there's been an evolution. If we go back to the end of the Cold War, there was a period of time when it wasn't clear what the enemies were, what our adversaries were. Article, for instance, Fukuyama, the end of history, question mark. And that ended at the in the 90s. The defense budget came down by 40%. Forces shrank by 40%. But then we had Bosnia, we had Kosovo, we had some incidents with Iraq. So the defense budget plateaued and started coming back up, just for these general concerns that the world, was not always a safe place. Then we have 9/11, and two things happen. Of course, we embark on these two huge counterinsurgency campaigns, first in Afghanistan, then in Iraq, and then Homeland Security becomes part of our national security strategy. But back after 9/11, it was only in a small part of what DOD did. It was much more of a law enforcement effort. DOD did do ballistic missile defense.
Hey, Drew Daddy, how you doing? Sorry, guys, I haven't been on the mic a lot today.
Most of it was TSA.
I'm starting to get caught up now, but I still got some calls to do.
It was domestic
Is Charlie Kirk's death going to affect the market? I don't think so.
Up until 2014. And in
I don't think so.
Three things happened. Russia
It's definitely a political. It's going to shape a political movement. It is very crazy. Well, he was starting to touch some nerves. He's getting some big crowds. He's making a real change. He's making, he's getting young people being brainwashed by these colleges to think critically about what's going on around them.
Threats in the future. Initially, they put Russia at the top and then China. The first Trump administration reversed that order. China, then Russia, but again, focused on great power conflict. The Biden administration essentially didn't change that, although they probably wouldn't admit that they were very close on national security policy with the first Trump administration, but you get a lot of continuity there. What we've seen in the last couple of months is a shift. Early in this second Trump administration, the focus was still on China. Secretary Hegseth was talking about how Taiwan was our driving scenario. And in fact, we were going to shift forces into the Western Pacific. Of course, a couple of things happened. You have
Well, today has been a pretty flat day. We've been in this little range here most of the day. There was a short earlier this morning that I drew out, but I never got in. But my eval is qualified, so I should have my PA tomorrow. But we've been in this range waiting to break out of this range for the real move, and it just hasn't happened yet.
Retired Colonel with the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve. One thing I want to ask you is that we've had President Trump come out with plans to change the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And in doing so, our Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, has said, Secretary of War, so the department is now about maximum lethality, not tepid legality, violent effect, not politically correct. We're going to raise up warriors, not just defenders. What's the message? If China is, as things have evolved, our biggest threat, what's the message? Is that we are willing to go to war with China in this new environment, this new reality?
I think what Hegseth is trying to signal is that the United States is able to conduct a conflict if that becomes necessary. There is some tension between that notion about lethality, which is appropriate in a conflict, and the focus on homeland security, where it's not lethality, it's a variety of other tools to reduce crime, reduce immigration, reduce drug smuggling. And that tension has arisen in the last couple of months. The department still hasn't resolved it. I understand that their new national defense strategy is going to try to straddle that, put homeland security at the top. Those initiatives we've seen with the Trump administration, they've had tremendous policy implications. So far, they haven't demanded a lot of forces. In other words, what we've seen in Washington, D.C. for law enforcement, huge political and law enforcement implications, hasn't taken a lot of troops.
Well, and that's what I was thinking about, too, like the military aspect of the U.S. I mean, are we attracting enough if we are building out this Department of War? And we've just got about 25 seconds. Because it does, I don't know, I'm just curious your thoughts on that as a veteran.
Well, people have worried about that, but that isn't reflected in the numbers, at least yet. The recruiting and retention has been very good. The administration has highlighted that, said it's due to their policies. It might be true, hard to say. The increase in recruiting started under the Biden administration. It's possible that some of these recent actions will discourage people, but we haven't seen any indication of that yet.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Really appreciate you joining and sharing your perspective. Mark Cancian, he's Senior Advisor, Defense and Security Department at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. As we said, retired colonel at the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve, joining us from Washington. All right, folks, we're about 26 minutes away from the closing bell. A rally underway on Wall Street. We're seeing investors buy both stocks and bonds on this Thursday. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks trading at the best level of the day. 20 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in rally mode. Let's find out why as we head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks with a strong bid today as the S&P 500 hits a new all-time high. The Dow is currently up 624 points. The S&Ps are higher by 58, and the NASDAQ is higher by 0.8%. The U.S. 10-year yield drops to 4%. Gold and oil are in the red, and Bitcoin, that's trading higher by 1.6%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders in materials and healthcare, only energy was in the red, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, 3M and Sherwin-Williams, while Boeing fell 3% and led to the downside. In deal news, Paramount Skydance is said to be preparing a bid for Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers is up 33%, and in the IPO space, Figuretech opened at $36, was priced at $25. Wrapping things up, Goldman Sachs rose as much as 3% to a fresh all-time high. The stock went public back in 1999. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
All right, guys, I'm finally caught up here. Sorry I haven't been around much today, but it looks like we're gonna grind it out in our zone and maybe go into MOC. I'm not sure what direction we're gonna go, but if you're gonna play MOC with an eval, you're pretty close to having to pick a side right now.
As you just heard from Charlie and Bill Maloney, up almost 0.9% on the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, a gain of about 2/3%, and the Dow, some outperformance there, up about 1 1/3%. But you've got investors moving into equities, also into bonds, which is why we've seen yields all along the yield curve move down. We talked about this earlier with our team. The 10-year right now still at 4.01. But as we know, Tim, earlier today, and as we heard from our Stuart Paul, he really was on the weekly jobless numbers, and he said you saw that movement down when it comes to U.S. yield.
Yeah, I want to see what Christy Akulian has to say about all this. She's head of investment strategy for the Americas at BlackRock. She joins us once again from San Francisco. Curious how you're reading this macroeconomic data, the sticky inflation, but also a weakening jobs market. What do you see?
Yeah, it's great to be back with you, and happy CPI Day to all who celebrate.
Thank you.
You
You
know,
too.
I think that what we got today was a good enough reading. Obviously, there was some acceleration in pockets. Some of the places we expected to see acceleration. Some of that tariff pass through happening. Things like food and apparel. But I think the market is really reading this as, again, good enough for the Fed to be able to continue to focus on rate cutting. In terms of kind of the balance of their dual mandate, it seems like attention is fully focused on the jobs market right now. So again, I think we're seeing a reaction of good enough inflation data to allow for some cutting to happen through the rest of the year.
Do you think that makes sense in terms of a rate cut? And I'm just curious how much you think is already kind of baked into the equity trade, where we've kind of hit record after record after record.
Yeah, absolutely. Our view is that the Fed is going to cut 25 basis points next week. We think that that's more likely than going for a jumbo just to leave themselves more optionality into the rest of the year. Obviously, that can be good for equities, but to your point, it's pretty well expected and well broadcasted at this point. So, I think that I'd characterize our equities as we're still constructive, but we prefer, those companies that have pricing power, that are highly profitable. We prefer the more quality end of the spectrum. You've seen a bit of a junk rally. You've seen small caps rally over the last couple weeks in anticipation of some of these rate cuts. But in our view, you need to see both the amount of rate cuts that are expected actually be delivered, and you need to see growth stay really strong. It's a tightrope in terms of that, both of those things being able to happen at the same time. It leaves us cautious on small caps. So we like equities. We like leaning into large caps. We like staying really nimble and dynamic. Something like DYNF, which is our factor rotation actively managed fund, it makes a lot of sense in moments like these.
So when you want to remain nimble, does that mean you increase the amount you have in cash or cash-like investments so that you can maybe reallocate as you feel like some of the uncertain aspects of the market maybe become more certain?
I mean, normally I think the answer would be yes, but when you look at the data, investors already hold so much cash. We think it's actually more of a time to get invested. If you look at just flows over the last 3 years, more money has been allocated to money market funds than to stock or bond funds. And so again, there's a pretty big wall of cash. We still think it makes sense to get and stay invested, even though rates are coming down. I think, we're having a lot of conversations in fixed income about where to seek the income that you're maybe losing on some of your cash, your money markets, your high yield saving accounts. And within fixed income, we like kind of the intermediate part of the curve, and focusing on the income component more than the duration is where we're really going to get returns for the next kind of 6 to 12 months.
Is that where you think the cash is going to go? More so than in equities or different products? I just having a hard time understanding if people are used to these high yield savings accounts or products with higher returns in fixed income. Where does that trillions of dollars go when rates fall?
Yeah, I mean, I think one answer is SGov, which is our short-dated ETF. It has taken in a tremendous amount of money that we do think is investors considering that as sort of an alternative to high-yield savings accounts. So short-dated fixed income, we don't see this as, every investor is going to pile into the equity market. It's dry powder to an extent, but it's in cash for a reason. I just think that there's more opportunistic ways to source that yield now, since it's going to be coming down in some of the very front end or some of those cash-like instruments like money market funds.
Christy, do you find it interesting that there's still so much money in cash? And there always is a fair amount of money in cash. It's just the way it goes. But do you feel like when you see record after record on Wall Street that there is still not more movement out of those cash investments or what's sitting in money markets? Like, what does that tell you? That maybe investors don't buy it, or they're just like, thinking
there's
that maybe
always
there's
a reason to be concerned, right? There's always some risk on the horizon, and so I think that that's part of it. I also think that there was a bit of a structural shift in terms of cash and where it was held, and maybe moving from deposit accounts into things like money market funds. So some of that cash is really just set aside for emergencies. It's not investable. But even that said, we've seen really strong participation out of the retail community and equity markets. Where we see the institutional community is actually still relatively muted compared to what it was at the end of last year. So certain pockets of the institutional community maybe look a little bit longer in terms of positioning, but kind of the traditional asset managers, some of the pension funds and some of those long onlys, they're not as they're still well off the highs in terms of equity exposure.
All right, guys, 2 minutes till MOC.
So we think that there's still room for some of that cash to move into markets for sure.
Writing a couple deals here.
Equity markets right now?
Yeah, I would characterize us as still fairly risk on, but we're really focusing on where the growth is happening. So if you look at the composition of returns for U.S. equity markets so far this year, if you look at kind of the large cap growth, if you look at technology, 80% of those returns have come from earnings growth. So it's incredibly fundamentally driven. It's only about half for the broader S&P 500 index. It's about a third for the value portion of the index. So we are still risk on. We still see opportunity in equity markets, but we do prefer being really focused on where the growth is. And so even though, I know that investors get concerned about valuations, a lot of I think that some of the valuations and some of the concentration that you see in U.S. equity markets, it's a feature and not a bug. So much of the growth is coming from the top, and so much of it is coming from the AI trade that we think it's really hard to sit out. But being really deliberate about diversification elsewhere, being cognizant of some of those risks that you introduce.
All right, Christy, good to get some time with you. Christy Akulian, Head of Investment Strategy for the Americas over at BlackRock, joining us from San Francisco on this Thursday. Folks, we're coming up on about 10 minutes left in today's trading session, continuing to hold on to gains on the equity side. So we're pretty much at our highs of the session. And this, of course, we saw investors move into both equities and bonds today. We've seen yields back off on expectations that, yes, indeed, we could and should probably get that Fed rate cut come next week. Kind of crossing off the list of all those important economic data points.
Can you imagine the questions we're going to get next Wednesday?
What do you mean?
For Jay Powell?
That should be interesting.
A lot of Lisa Cook questions, I bet.
I bet. I mean, there's so much. Get a dot plot. So there's there's going to be a lot coming at investors. Do not go anywhere. Tim and I continue right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Looks like that might be the guy in that long sleeve black shirt. And they said it's 2 cents, man. They won't let me back on after 230 with some appeal. Yeah, I have too many videos of Jay Six with the nuggets for the fun. Let me back on. I get it. Big cat. Okay, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I mean, and it's just crazy too, as well. Everybody's been talking. Example after example after example. This is so saying terrible. Celebrating the death, the assassination of Charlie Kirk yesterday. We're being identified. And they're making real change now. We are showing that the leftist international was to where they're tolerating it for no longer. If you're like a political figure and you want to go to some political event, it's a lot more dangerous to do it in a liberal white area than in the ghetto area. I've been in the ghetto, I've been in the liberal area, but in California, and I swear in the ghetto, one thing that works in California. Trying to know that really got to start going to where people are and stuff like that. These people, they know more than the people in the ghetto, so they know that they can do this stuff against the conservatives and get away with it. You know what I mean? Like, like nobody does that. They know I ain't trying to put it down. Because you got to know, but the people that are liberal, they know something that you can make years by the way. She's just a valedictorian cheerleader type. She's nice to she says all the right things.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just a moment. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues, counting down to the close on this Thursday, September 11th, 2025. We also have some earnings coming our way, so we'll be watching out for Adobe, RH, Rent the Runway, and breaking those numbers as they cross the Bloomberg terminal. In the meantime, we are certainly focusing on the killing of Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist. And this is something we talked about with our Miles Miller of Bloomberg a little bit earlier about what's going on in some of the college campuses across the United States, specifically historically black colleges and universities. Some of them place students and staff under lockdown today, citing potential threats one day after the killing of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. So we're seeing some concerns, and for a good reason, across the United States.
Spelman College, Hampton University, Virginia State University, Bethune-Cookman University, Southern University, and Alabama State University were among those that suspended classes and required students living on campus to shelter in place. Everyone except non-essential employees was told to stay away. The killing that you mentioned, Carol, Charlie Kirk, he was 31 years old, executive director of Turning Point USA, a close ally of President Trump. It certainly represents an escalation in political violence in a country that increasingly has a society that's polarized.
Yeah, absolutely. And From my understanding, while a close ally of President Donald Trump and certainly someone that really organized or helped kind of gain, the younger vote, if you will, when it comes to the Conservative Party or the Republican Party. My understanding is he also welcomed being challenged and having a political discourse. And so I guess many would say that is what college campuses are supposed to be about. And yet we've seen over the last, I'm going to say at least decade, where there's been pushback when there's controversial speakers on a college campus, to the point where there have been cancellations at universities across the country. And so this certainly takes it to another level, and it does kind of makes it worrisome about whether or not we can have discussions, whether it's in Congress or here, in universities and colleges.
We should note that a press briefing by the FBI and the Utah Department of Public Safety scheduled for 2:45 p.m. Wall Street time has been postponed to due to what it is calling, quote, rapid developments in the investigation. Bloomberg Radio will carry it live whenever it does take place. Among the latest headlines on the investigation, federal investigators have recovered what they believe is the rifle used to kill conservative activist Charlie Kirk during a campus event in Utah, and released photos of a person of interest in the slang as the manhunt for the shooter entered its second day.
And the FBI has been asking for help, the public's help, in actually identifying the person of interest, offering a reward of up to $100,000 for information related to the killing. So as we anticipate something around rapid developments in this investigation, we are expecting, again, an update, a press briefing by the FBI. So we're continuing to monitor the situation. We'll bring you any new news as it is known.
In the meantime, taking a look at markets, as we are just 3 minutes away from the close of equity trading, the S&P 500 up 0.9%, the NASDAQ Composite up 0.7%, the Dow up 1.4%. In the S&P 500, Carol, everything is in the green in terms of industry groups, except for energy, which is down ever so slightly, 0.1%.
Yeah, I mean, investor enthusiasm is very clear on this Thursday. Again, it's less than a week that we can get the latest Fed decision and read on monetary policy and the economy. We will get a new dot plot in terms of expectations about rate moves to come. And so we're definitely seeing this enthusiasm in the market. What will be interesting is if indeed we get a quarter point cut, whether it's one and done, whether we get an indication that there could be more to come. But you also do wonder how much is already priced into certainly the equity side of things, and whether or not we'll see some selling based on what we get from the Fed next week.
Also, we'll hear from 3 companies after the bell, at least RH, formerly Restoration Hardware, Rent the Runway, and Adobe. So little tech and consumer too.
And while we're spending so much time on the equity side, don't forget the reason we're also seeing these moves is we've seen equities, rates really move down across the curve. Right now, that 10-year with the yield of 4.01. Do not go anywhere. The closing bell starts right now.
Look at this badass shirt, ladies and gentlemen. It's got a red InfoWars over the part of the left, and then it's got her on the back. I designed this shirt.
Conversation starts now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick here with Katie Greifeld, taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast that starts right now. Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic back from vacation. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, radio, television, our partnership with YouTube, here on a day where we're seeing the broadest base rally in U.S. stocks since at least late May.
I so love when you are jealous of something that we do.
I am. I saw your Instagram pictures on the beach.
We missed you.
I thought you were supposed to be working.
We missed you.
We were. There's nothing about talking about the markets and investing and doing it in front of the ocean, right on a beach.
It doesn't get much better than that, but we are back here and we are closely focused on everything happening and really, Katie, looking for the next kind of inflection point, at least for investors and traders. And we're squarely focused on Jay Powell next week and what the dot plot says and his answers to questions. I think there will be many.
Yeah, absolutely. You, of course, get the 2 p.m. decision, then the real action starts at 2:30 p.m. when Jay Powell actually starts speaking. But, I mean, you think about the CPI that we got this morning, taken in combination with what we got from PPI and the labor market that we have been focused on, it feels like, again, September's a lock, and increasingly the next two meetings too, maybe.
Yeah, and that seems to be the real story here. It's not so much what happens in September, but the idea of the market now pricing firmly in the chance of 3 cuts this year and maybe as many as 6 cuts as we head into 2026.
I would just say, whoa, slow your roll, everybody. Let's wait to see what Jay Powell has to say, because I feel like, you know, I don't know, it could change dramatically.
Absolutely here on this September 11th, we are getting the closing bells in New York. I just want to take a quick look there at the New York Stock Exchange. Angel Studios, this is an independent studio company behind a lot of the religious films like Sound of Freedom. They're going public today and ringing the bell at the NYSE. And over there at the NASDAQ market site, you're taking a look at the leaders of Cantor Fitzgerald, ringing the bell here on what now has become their annual charity day. Cantor Fitzgerald and BGC ringing the closing bell there on a day where we're getting record highs across the board. The Dow Jones Industrial Average at a record high, up more than 1% on the day. The S&P 500 up about 0.9% to a record high. The equal-weighted S&P also at a record high. The Nasdaq Composite, the Nasdaq 100 at record highs as well. And take a look at this. The Russell 2000 outperforming in a big way, and now barely a percentage point away from reclaiming the all-time high that it set all the way back in 2021.
Pretty remarkable. Makes me wonder how much of the Fed rate cut that everybody's expecting next week is already priced into this. I'm going to go back to the S&P 500, Katie. Most names in the index today gaining ground, 436 to the upside, only 64 losing ground.
Similar story when you take a look at the sector level as well. Almost a perfect score, 10 of 11 in the green, and you can see that circle is incredibly green, leading gains today. Materials, a sector we don't often see at the top of the leaderboard, but Dow Chemical in particular had a good day. Healthcare, consumer discretionary also big up there. Your lone loser, energy, but even that barely in the red.
Before we get to the gainers and decliners on the day, I'll actually start with the big gainer, and that was Rent the Runway, a 30% pop in the shares. But that's now moving lower in the after-hours trade. The company reporting revenue for the most recent quarter of about $80.9 million and a loss per share of about $6.55. I need to get you some comparisons here, but we should point out they are providing guidance for the current quarter of 82 to 84 million, which looks like it might be just a tad bit light than what the street was looking for. The shares pulling back just about 5% here in the after-hours session.
Right, but as you said, a gain of 30% in the regular session, so quite a different tone here. Hey, I'm going to get to some of the individual gainers. Got to talk about Warner Brothers Discovery, guys, up as much as 37%. Popping on the news that Paramount, Skydance said to be getting ready for a bid to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, a mostly cash offer. Are Lucas Shaw and also Wall Street Journal pointing this out initially. So this is your number one gainer in the S&P 500. So some outperformance there, finishing the day, Warner Brothers Discovery with a gain of just shy of 29%. Another top gainer in the major indices today, Synopsys. This one, a gain of almost 13%, up for a 7th day, rallying after Citi and Miller Tabak highlighted potential upside. Oh, forgive me. Let me go back to Synopsys, top gainer in the S&P 500. Got a lot of crazy notes because things are moving around today.
Just trying to shake the sand off your paper there.
Out of my brain, too. Application software company. It did drop nearly 36% in yesterday's session. That was its worst single-day decline on record due to U.S. export restrictions, contributing to a slowdown in China. So investors coming back into this name today, again, up about 13%. And then this one, Micron Technology, rallying about 7.5%, again, an outperformer in those major indices. Citi and Miller Tabak highlighting potential upside when the company reports earnings on September 23rd. They touted the chipmakers' growth potential in the data center market, where AI services have stoked demand. We know that story. Citi, by the way, boosted its price target, Tim, to 175 from 150, saying the company would guide well above consensus when it reports on September.
And just real quickly, 2 honorable mentions. I just want to point out Figure Technology, the fintech going public today, had a great day on the street, up 24%. And how about Opendoor, Tim? I know you've been following that. It's still a relatively small stock, but the founders are returning to the board here. 70% pop in the stock today.
Can I just say this is why my paper was a mess? I had Opendoor and I had Figure, and then I had to cross them out because
no excuses on this show.
Anyway,
you got to make the choices. For
I know it's
what we're
hard
doing for
sometimes.
gainers. That's okay. On the decliners side, easy picks for the worst performers in the S&P 500 today: Oracle and Netflix among them. Oracle down 6.2%. you know what? Yesterday was its best day since 1992, up 36%. In fact, just since those earnings on September 9th, 2 days ago, analysts raised price targets. 23 analysts raised price targets by an average of 35%. Still
Hey, Hazard Matt.
so far this year, not really putting a dent into
Market will drive you crazy, my friend. I can guarantee you that. It'll psychologically mess you up sometimes. But hey, I'm gonna sign off, guys. Sorry, I wasn't on the mic a whole lot, but I'll have my PA will be back tomorrow. I'm gonna have to take half a day off, but I'm tomorrow also. But I'll be here in the morning, and it'll run all day. It's just been a busy week, but we'll pick it up again tomorrow. And I appreciate you guys hanging out, and we'll see you in the morning. All right, have a good night, guys.
Airlines taking a little bit of a hit on the day today. This as the company said that the front of the cabin is performing well, but still seeing some laggards when it comes to the main part of the cabin, Romain.
A big after-hours mover right now is Adobe. That company out with earnings, the shares, the knee-jerk reaction is to the upside. The company saying that in the most recent quarter, revenue did come in slightly above guidance, $5.99 billion. A similar story for EPS, $5.31. The street was looking for $5.18. Here's your forecast going forward for the full fiscal year, which basically just includes one more quarter. Revenue of 23.65 to 23.7. That is a slight raise in guidance from the previous outlook that it had provided. Similar story for digital media revenue as well as the digital experience revenue. Digital media revenue for the fourth quarter, the company says 4.53 to 4.56 billion is what to expect. The street on average coming into today, guys, was looking for 4.51. That means the lower end of the range is above the average of street estimates.
And you can see shares flying right now as we have up on the screen. This is a story that needed to happen for Adobe. Shares down about 21% coming in to today's print year to date. And as we've been discussing, Adobe has become sort of the poster child for being left behind on the software side when it comes to AI and hardware. That's probably Apple that has that crown, but Adobe may be climbing out a little bit from that hole.
A little bit of commentary. The company's saying in its release, given our customer strategy, AI product innovation, and strong go-to-market execution, we're pleased to once again raise our fiscal year 25 total revenue and EPS targets. So that explains also why you're seeing investors pretty excited as well. Stock up about 7% here in the aftermarket.
Yeah, Dan Durn, Executive Vice President, CFO, echoing the comments from Shantanu Narayan, the company's CEO, saying that they're raising their fiscal year revenue and EPS targets. They're executing against a growth strategy to deliver category-leading and AI-infused solutions to meet the diverse needs of our customers. Shares taking a surge higher today as a result. But, you know, wait for the call, wait for more details, of course, too.
We will indeed. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow. And, of course, Katie and Romain continuing there on TV, and we're going to continue right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Carol Massar. I am Tim Stenivek. We got stocks moving in the after hours right now, including some prominent IPOs that are really having a moment.
It's like an IPO palooza.
It really is. Klarna today traded for its first full day. Shares fell about 6.7% at the close. Blockchain lender Figure Technology also started trading today. It opened 44% above its IPO price after a listing raised $787.5 million. Share price today up 24.4%. For all things IPOs and In-N-Out Burger, we're joined by Bailey Lipschultz. He's Bloomberg News Equities reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We didn't get to go to In-N-Out Burger when we were in California.
I'm so
you
sad
talked
for
about
you guys.
It's okay.
What did you have? Did you have tacos?
Oh, yeah. We had tacos,
cool.
burritos.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. That's the good stuff. That's the other stuff.
We had some fish because we were by the beach.
Nice.
I did get a burger at the airport.
You did? That was not an In-N-Out burger. I was there.
No, it was not In-N-Out, but I was grateful anyway.
We got some IPOs while we were gone.
We got IPOs.
And we got more to watch to price after the close today.
This is a busy week.
This is a busy week. This is likely from a proceeds perspective, the busiest week since ARM went public in 2023, which was north of $4 billion by itself.
Yeah.
But when you look at it, I would say from the buzz of the IPO market, the busiest we've been since late 21, early 22, just because we have 6 deals, we have real companies going public, we have crypto, we have fintech, we have a coffee chain, Blackstone owned asset. Like we have a little bit of everything, and it's getting busier.
Is it just because the market's rallying and we keep hitting records? I mean, does it just make sense that this is, why is it hitting now? Is there any kind of rhyme or reason, or no, it's just happening?
So structurally, IPOs happen after Labor Day. So these are the deals that were able to really kickstart their process. Post Labor Day, everyone gets back from the Hamptons and wants to put money to work. But it certainly helps that the S&P, I think, hit another all-time high. You have profitless tech rallying. Pretty much every company that wants to raise money to buy digital tokens is having a moment as well.
Yeah.
So
It's
the animal
remarkable.
spirits are certainly alive.
It's happening across sectors. I mean, does it give the analysts you talk to pause about the moment that we're in?
I think there's a lot of fear, not of missing. I hate saying FOMO, but there's so much momentum, and this is such a hated market rally, broadly speaking. And when I talk to investors, traders, people who manage books that are buying these IPOs, the feeling is kind of like you need to get in. So you need to put money to work because there haven't been IPOs really for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And we finally are having deals that are pricing well, that that are trading well, that it's finally a moment that the bankers are going to structure these deals to help make IPO buyers make money. There's a lot of excitement around retail investors chasing some of these stocks. You do have more trendy sectors finally coming back to the market. In terms of pause, I think the big thing is you got to look at the trading of these deals. So as you mentioned, Klarna, first trade opens up 30%, closes up 15% yesterday. Now that gain's closer to 6.5%. So what actually happens? Is there momentum? Figure opens up 44% and closes up 24%. So these aren't stocks that are opening higher and continuing to move higher.
I mean, is that considered a disappointment? Like,
it's tough. So I will say, I've talked to the majority of heads of either investment banks or sector bankers in the last week. The big question mark for them right now is retail investors and appetite in the aftermarket. So when we have deals like Figma opens up 250%, bankers feel like they're getting kind of laughed at. So it's kind of like, okay, well, we need to maybe price that better, or we need to kind of shake out some of that. So it's not that it's bad. Again, I don't think anyone would say Figure closing up 24% is a bad IPO. But when you look at it from a technical perspective and you look at the fact that we have 4 more deals pricing tonight and we have 2 more big deals next week, it's kind of like, is there fatigue, or where's the momentum going to take us?
Let's talk about some of these deals that are pricing tonight. There's one in the crypto space, the Winklevoss twins crypto exchange Gemini. That one's been a long time in the making. And then you sent a list to our team of some that were surprising to me, Bailey.
Yeah.
Like Via was a car service that had vans back in the
pre-COVID days. They were taking $5 rides around Manhattan.
Yes.
And now they're really leaning into being City Mapper and kind of being mobile navigation app, or partnering with cities in terms of transit. So kind of remaking themselves. The interesting thing, I feel like, Tim, we talked about this when Klarna wanted to go public earlier this year. Klarna is a 20-year-old company finally going public.
Klarna's almost as old. Klarna's like 1 year, 2 years younger than Facebook. It's crazy.
Klarna could almost drink alcohol if it was a human being.
That's crazy.
That is so funny.
But on the flip side, you have Gemini, which, again, this is a company that if you talk to investors a year ago, different backdrop, I don't think anyone would expect to really be around. But now everything's all in on crypto. We have a Figure. Their main business is home equity line of credit on the blockchain. If you said that 6 months ago, I think people would have laughed.
And this is a company that started back in 2018 and has seen a lot of success in this type of lending. They say they do it quickly. They can do it digitally. You don't really have to talk to people like you do at a traditional bank.
Their view is they're the use case of blockchain. But as you mentioned, we have an interesting slate. Legence, I think, is one that a lot of people are pointing to keep an eye on. It's a Blackstone asset. They're in the engineering HVAC space. They're trying to be kind of a one-stop shop as it comes to relating or kind of working on some of these data centers. So they're pitching that. That's going to be one of the bigger deals this week. But again, private equity assets have struggled to go public and trade well this year. And then one that just is kind of an interesting one, it's the smallest deal of the week, is BlackRock Coffee, which is a small coffee maker really catering to the West Coast.
Never heard of BlackRock Coffee
And
before
I don't know,
this.
it feels like a little bit of a crowded market.
Well, their pitch is that they're following like the Dutch Brothers model, and like I don't know if have you been to Dutch Brothers? Do you know what Dutch Brothers is?
I know it is, and I hear it's called Dutch Bros.
Dutch Bros. Sorry,
that's what I hear.
I
when I call
them
it
up a little bit.
When I call
Sorry.
it Dutch Brothers, I get yelled at. Dutch Bros. I've never been to one, but
So what is
it's all
it?
drive-through.
Ah.
And it's like the sweet drinks are pretty popular,
Yeah, they
right?
have energy drinks. I had it for the first time at a conference in January, consumer related. But this is a company that went public back in 21 at $23. Right now, it's trading north of 65. Like it's done well. Their whole pitch is kind of being a company that can grow store footprint, but also grow unit economics. And the interesting thing, talking to investors who like the BlackRock Coffee vision, they're comping it, biased, I would say, to Dutch Brothers, to Kava, which we've talked about, their massive growth, and to Starbucks. So the pitch is at least this is a smaller footprint store, but if you can lean into people wanting to spend money on coffee and kind of being a niche operator, then maybe there is a kind of vision.
So most of these, all of these are viable business. They've been around for like, are they showing revenue growth? Like at the financials, I know I'm lopping them all together, but I'm just curious. It's a lot of IPOs, and I understand the seasonality of it after Labor Day, but it makes me wonder, it's a lot to drop. And I'm just wondering, are these all, I don't know, maybe it's taking me back to 1999, 2000, and just thinking it's a lot of companies going public here.
I think it's more than people were expecting. When I talk to bankers, again, it's been a while since we've had this many deals on the road. And also the last time we had this many deals, everyone was working from home. So you're able to jump on a Zoom call for pricing some of these as opposed to going to a company HQ or to Goldman Sachs office. But a lot of these companies do have either pretty strong growth, real scale, or at least a path to profitability, which is what investors really want to see.
Right.
And kind of that's been the differentiation than, I don't know, some of the other companies we saw back at the peak of the SPAC boom or back in 20 and 21.
So more to come?
More to come. We've got Netscope next week, which is a cyber company that's growing pretty darn fast.
Netscope, not to be confused with Netscape from the Web 1.0 world.
I did
the Mark
think you
Andreesen,
might have read.
the Mark Andreesen
I
world.
was wondering about that.
Yeah, blast from the past. I mean,
Hey,
that's
folks,
how
come on.
Mark Andreesen got his fortune originally.
And then one that I think is going to be the most interesting to watch is StubHub, finally going public. Ticket platform company. They've been trying to go for a few years. Their second quarter earnings were not great. You file those when you go public. Investors were kind of surprised.
Is SeatGeek ever going to go public? Because that's another ticketing
they were
one,
supposed
and they were
to go in the SPAC boom,
years
like
ago.
everyone else, and I don't know. It doesn't. Again, nothing publicly on file, but when I talk to private investors, I haven't heard that name come up as a near-term candidate. But again, all it really takes is one peer to go public and trade well, and all of a sudden, maybe the executives at SeatGeek decide now's the time.
They're the ones who got my money for the U.S. Open.
Oh,
by the
they
way.
did?
Yeah,
They
they
did?
did. Yeah.
That was a lot of money. All right, Bailey, thank you so much. Bailey Lipschultz, Bloomberg News, equities reporter on the IPO scene. Hey, also on our scene and among our must-read stories, Paramount Skydance getting ready to make a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery, preparing that bid with the offer being backed by the Ellison family. This is according to people familiar and with knowledge of the matter, and we saw both stocks move in a big way, especially Warner Brothers Discovery just taken off.
Yeah, Warner Brothers had planned to split into two businesses, but Paramount's bid is for the entire company, so that merger would combine the companies with recognizable movies and TV shows. Take on the streaming services. That's what you do in the face of this
M&A,
consolidating world.
consolidation, right?
Yeah.
A little bit there. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Shares of Adobe higher now by 3.5% after hours. Adobe gave a strong quarterly revenue outlook, suggesting that the software maker is seeing a payoff from its investment in AI futures. Again, after hours right now, we do have Adobe trading higher by just about 4.5%. Also reporting after the close of trading, RH, it cut its revenue forecast for the full year down now by 11%. An update today, we saw a record for the S&P 500 index. Stocks pushing higher after this morning's economic data. S&P now at 6587, up almost 0.9%. The Dow up 617 points today. Record there, closing above 46,000. Right now, the Dow up by 1.4%. NASDAQ up 157, up 0.7%. 10-year 4.02% with a 2-year yielding 3.53%. Gold down 0.1%, 36.35 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, 62.29 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, 24 years ago today, the U.S. was attacked. President Trump made comments earlier from the Pentagon, one of the sites that was attacked on 9/11. He paid tribute to firefighters, police officers, service members. Bloomberg News Pentagon reporter Tony Capaccio was in the Pentagon that day. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Tony, our conversation is going to focus on how the U.S. approaches national security right now and how that's different just after 9/11 in the 2000s and even in the 2010s. But I do want to start with the significance of a day like today for you, somebody who experienced this at the Pentagon. And you also just returned from the Pentagon to the Bloomberg News Bureau just now. So what does today mean to you?
Well, today's a reminder of the resilience of the American public and the U.S. military and the national security apparatus when they focus on quick rebuild, basically. I was going into the Pentagon when the planes hit. I was there till like 2 in the morning, then doing press conferences and all that. But the place was pretty quiet today, very quiet. And this configuration is much different than it was 24 years ago. But it's a reminder that, as I said at the time to a reporter, it was like the Pentagon looked like a boxer with its front teeth knocked out, but still standing. In October of 2001, we quickly invaded Afghanistan to go after Al-Qaeda. It was a pretty well put together campaign melding the CIA and the United States military, including special forces. So today was a reminder that when the American military and civilian institutions need to move fast, they can. And in this case, they did very efficiently.
Do we still have those capabilities to move fast when need be?
Yeah, I think even more so now. That was more ad hoc. The CIA was first in Afghanistan, and then U.S. Special Forces dropped in there. You may remember the famous horse soldier story. Well, that was true. They had to drop in pantyhose and Vaseline so these Green Berets wouldn't get destroyed, their legs wouldn't be destroyed riding their horses. We have a faster capability now because there's an embedded national security apparatus that came from 9/11. A better melding of intelligence, the CIA, the Office of Director of National Intelligence, and U.S. Special Forces and our rapid capability units like the 82nd Airborne. So, yeah, we do have that capability today, I think in spades actually more, and it wouldn't be as ad hoc.
We spoke earlier to Mark Cancian, Senior Advisor at the Defense and Security Department for CSIS. He was in the Pentagon, too, actually, on 9/11. He was a U.S. Marine Corps Reserve Colonel. He's retired, served a couple tours of duty in Iraq. And he talked a lot about the shift that we've seen in national security and strategy post 9/11, and specifically in 2014 when we shifted from counterinsurgency to going after what he views as the big challenges, China and Russia. How do you view that?
Okay, so we left Iraq in December of 2011. We thought we had some breathing room there, incomplete victory, but we left. 2 years later, we had to go in because of the rise of ISIS that the intelligence community did not foresee. So that ISIS was our enemy then for the next 4, 5, 6 years. Afghanistan, we stayed. The allies were with us. It was a continuation of the counterinsurgency strategy up until the end there in Afghanistan. I mean, one of the good consequences, if you can say good in this context, is that NATO, 30 NATO nations contributed forces to the ISAF mission. That helped solidify bounds that I think today played out even in Poland a couple days ago when 4 NATO allies who were in Afghanistan with the United States executed counteroffensives against these Russian drones coming in. So Mark was right. But 2014 wasn't the shift, I think. It was a little later when we started emphasizing China, China, China. March of 2021, a famous admiral who was in charge of the U.S. Pacific Command at the time said he projected that China would have the capability to invade Taiwan by 2026, the so-called, 2027, the so-called Davidson mandate or Davidson timetable. And a lot of our thinking against China now is going on that timetable that was set in 2021.
All right, we're talking with Tony Capaccio. He is Bloomberg News Pentagon reporter, joining us from our D.C. bureau. You know, what I'm wondering too, though, and actually this came up on our planning call, Tony, is, you know, it seems like we're also, as a country, though, looking more inward. If it means protecting our borders and, you know, devoting military efforts and resources to things like that, also patrolling cities. And so I just wonder, I mean, are we reducing what we are doing overseas in order to do that? And are we putting ourselves at risk maybe when it comes to kind of our global defense?
Yeah, perceptually, it sure looks that way. I think we'll have a better handle when the Trump national security strategy finally comes out and they codify a shift away from Europe, possibly, to the United States, to the homeland. I think that's to be determined in a doctrine document, but it sure is playing out that way. China only comes up once in a while. Secretary Hegseth yesterday did a readout of a call he had with his Chinese counterpart. But the Trump administration is pushing Homeland Security. In fact, at the border now, they're using little micro drones that were developed over the last 7 or 8 years to help stem the flow of immigrants. But you have a good point there in terms of the shift to our homeland, our borders. And one of the dangers I see that the National Guard, which was expanded after 9/11 to do no more weekend warrior work, but they were part of the force. They were part of the force for good. If they may start being seen as a force for bad if they're not careful with these police patrols in D.C. and various places. So there's a risk there.
What is the risk if they're seen as bad?
The risk is seen as bad is that the American public will reject in spades their coming in for law enforcement, for legitimate law enforcement capability missions. Remember, like only 1% to 2% of the American public is engaged in the military. In terms of the pool of people that join the military, the rest are, you know, the public sees them through the National Guard presence, through congressional testimony, news accounts. There's a real gap there, even though recruiting is improved. 1 maybe 2% of the U.S. public is engaged in the military. So you don't want to alienate the other 98% by poor behavior by the National Guard in U.S. cities.
How was recruiting post 9/11 versus now?
Post 9/11, after the Iraq War began, there was a time when the Army did not meet its goals for quite a number of months. Parents, peer groups were telling young men and women, don't go into the U.S. military and get thrown into this meat grinder called Iraq. So there was times of very shaky recruitment issues. That has passed, but there was a time when it was pretty shaky in the 2004, 5, and 6 time frame.
I also wonder about how we fight war, Tony, and how it evolves from, you know, man-to-man combat versus, you know, we talk so much about drones and so on and so forth. Are we moving closer and closer to a war where there really aren't a lot of folks on the ground anymore?
No, I don't think that. I think you'll see the folks on the ground farther from the front lines, and the front lines blur. The Army is doing a lot of work with drones down to the squad level, but I don't think there'll be less and less of a unit-on-unit engagements. I think the next conflicts with China or Russia are going to be largely air and navy, and the Army's kind of grappling for a role in how they play in the Pacific. But drones will play a big part. And what that means for land warfare is you can always be seen. There's no place you can hide, so you have to adjust your tactics to come up with ways to decoy yourself when you maneuver.
And yet, we are still developing aircraft, the U.S., that requires pilots, even though you argue, Tony, that the future will be drones. Talk about this in the context of the F-47, the Boeing F-47, that was announced, I believe, back in March.
Right. So the F-47 will be the successor or a better version of the F-35, which, oddly enough, started in October of 2001, a month after the attacks, and it's had a rocky history, if I'm being kind, actually. The F-47 is envisioned as a stealthier plane with better sensors and the ability to have as wingmen unmanned drones. They're called collaborative combat aircraft right now. That would be the vision where they could direct, I'm not sure how many, but direct more than one or two drones as their wingmen, basically. I think obviating the need for the so-called dogfight anymore, but that's the concept right now. But the F-47 is a glimmer right now. We don't know much about it except its name. And it has to do better than the F-35, which was developed. It was concurrent development. It was designed as it was produced. And you know, the bottom line is it went from a $233 billion acquisition program in October of 2001 to about $485 billion today. This is unadjusted for inflation, but you can see it's a pretty darn big increase. And the program has had a lot of issues in terms of sustainment and being ready for combat. So you hope to avoid that with the F-47.
Can I ask you just really quickly, 25 seconds, China and its military capabilities, should the U.S. be worried? Just quickly. We're in a tech arms race, it feels like. But do we have to be concerned when it comes to military? Just quickly, if you could.
We have to be concerned, but we have a hardened battle force. 3 million people fought in Iraq and Afghanistan. You've got a hardened battle force. China hasn't fought a war since the Korean War. We are better technologically in terms of submarines and satellites, but they have a hell of a lot of satellites that we have to worry about.
All right. Amazing as always. I always feel like I just want to sit in a class with you and just have you talk about all of this for hours and hours. Tony Capaccio, Pentagon reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us from D.C.
Come back up to New York soon, Tony.
Please.
It'd be great to get you back in the studio. Hey, a press briefing by the FBI and the Utah Department of Public Safety scheduled for 2:45 p.m. Wall Street time has been postponed due to what it is calling, quote, rapid developments in the investigation. Bloomberg Radio will carry it live whenever it takes place. This, of course, is related to the assassination of Charlie Kirk yesterday.
This is certainly one of our most read stories. We get to another one on the Bloomberg when we come back to you. This is Bloomberg.